Chapter 201, Hurry up and kill me. If it was an ordinary Daofa Heavenly Emperor, his body would have been smashed into meat paste, and there was absolutely no chance of survival. But they were the ancestors of sorcery. Although the 12 ancestors of sorcery, the Heavenly Emperor, did not inherit the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the true inheritance of the sorcerer ancestor, he must have walked the path of his own sorcerer tribe's body over the years. He was able to achieve an indestructible body with extremely strong vitality. Broken Sky Emperor was also stunned. He had thought that his combat ability would be ranked in the middle of the 12 ancestors of sorcery according to the test, but he did not expect that he would only be ranked at the end. The ancestors of sorcery had hidden their strength too deeply. They cultivated both the way and the body. He had estimated the way, skills, and primordial spirits of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, but he did not expect that they had hidden the other half of their strength in such a strong body. At this moment, the ancient celestial emperor ancestors wriggled their flesh and blood to form a human form. They stood up again and laughed. I didn't expect you to think the same. My fellow deists, your Dao hearts are no longer pure. They looked at each other and smiled, revealing pure, friendly, and kind smiles. Heavenly Emperor Feng has really been killed. All these years, his cultivation has been far behind us. He only cultivated mantras and primordial spirit. He doesn't know that we're from the sorcerer tribe. Is this all he can do to walk the path of the sorcerer ancestor? He's really an honest man. Emperor Pingtian, your aura is unstable. I'm sure you have a trump card, but it's not profound. You're heavily injured. We should treat you. The ancestors of sorcery sneered. They had been hiding in Dalashan for hundreds of years and had not fought with each other. They did not know how strong each other was. Although they were playing dead, they could more or less see the strength of the other party. At this moment, they had completely revealed their true bodies of the ancestors of sorcery and were no longer in human form. Some had the body of a bird and the face of a human, with a green python wrapped around their hands. It had the body of a beast, the face of a human, the body of a human, the tail of a snake, and 7 hands on its back. It had 4 wings on its back and 6 claws on its chest, abdomen, and legs. Although they did not have the authentic 8-armed golden body, they had all secretly explored their own bodies and created their own unique physical cultivation paths. The ancestral sorcerer is not a monolithic whole. Dichi stood at the side with a calm expression. He said to Dao Changsheng, although there are many living beings in this world, only 2 of them can achieve Dao. I will occupy one of the 2 fruits of origin, and the 10 of them will naturally compete for the remaining one. Daoist Changshen's face turned pale. Everything. It had once again returned to the control of Dichi. In this era, he didn't even need to make a move. He just hid in the dark and watched these once heroic decadent heavenly emperors fight for the position of primordial chaos saint. So what if one of them emerged from the blood and became a saint with Dichi? Dichi was not afraid at all. Even if a great emperor couldn't beat him, a primordial chaos saint couldn't. To Dichi, it was just a matter of having a primordial chaos saint's subordinate. Everything. He's still within his calculations. Daoist Changshen's hair stood on end. This was indeed his terrifying black hand. It was like a vast and majestic mountain that made it hard for one to breathe. Dichi's eyes flickered. Dao Changsheng, your combat strength is only in the top 3, but your life force is so tenacious. The apprentice of the wizard ancestor, you said you have 100 lives, is that true? Of course. Daoist Changsheng answered honestly. Even so, you're still nothing to be worried about. Dichi turned his head and looked at the 9 ancestors of sorcery in front of him as if he was chatting with someone. Everyone present was pretending to be dead, only Heavenly Emperor Feng was really killed. The energy of a great Emperor Dongsu was comparable to the souls and lives of countless living beings. The other ancestors of sorcery would naturally fight for it. The birth of the second sage of origin required more than just the lives of all the living beings in the world. They had to kill other ancestors of sorcery and obtain the energy of more than 10 great sovereigns before they could vindicate the origin. Therefore, they had always been opponents in the dark. In the end, a primordial chaos saint was standing on top of the corpses of countless people. This is mine. In front of him, the few ancestors of sorcery stared at the injured Emperor Pingtian and the corpse of Emperor Feng on the ground. Their gazes were like wolves and tigers. Boom! In an instant, the few ancestors of sorcery began to fight in a terrifying manner, charging toward the heavily injured Emperor Pingtian. They're waiting for the enemy to be injured. Whoever is injured, beat them up and kill them. Deist Changsheng was stunned. This is the true, bloody nature of human. Since the ancient times, I've never really fought once. Am waiting for you heavenly monarchs to fall and kill each other. The 13 innate ancient gods from the same era as me, Su Yinyan. The 12 ancestors of sorcery, and the broken heavenly monarch. And now, you, Deist Changsheng. Dichi leisurely sat down, looked at the dark sky, took out a pot of wine from the space, and slowly sipped, as if he was recalling his old enemies. You. Deist Changsheng was still standing on the spot, trembling in anger. Dichi didn't intend to attack him at all, which was the greatest disregard. At this time, Mother Earth's voice came from the space in his body, "Disciple, you should sit down and drink some tea. Drink some tea to calm down and relax. They're done fighting, so I think it's your turn to be beaten." Deist Changsheng could not help but say honestly, "I have 100 lives. How can I be beaten to death by them? I don't know. It all depends on how thick your skin is. They're all old and frail, a bunch of trembling old men. They might not be able to beat you to death. Perhaps your bones are tough and prickly, and you can tire these old men to death." Deist Changshen's hair stood on end and he quickly said, "Then my skin is thick and they won't be able to kill me, but I'm afraid I'll die from the pain." "My good disciple, only by suffering in the midst of suffering can one be superior to others," Lei Chui said earnestly. "You were struck by lightning, struck by an electric hammer, and beheaded by us before. Didn't you survive it? Although this is 100 times more painful, you're the strongest heavenly emperor in history, so you'll have to endure it. Come, drink some tea to warm up your stomach and do some warm-up exercises. When they're done, it'll be your turn to be beaten." Mother Earth's gentle voice came over. "When the time comes, I'm afraid even your stomach will be pierced through. Drink it now and digest it quickly." Dao Changsheng nodded and took the coffee table with a serious expression. He moved the small table out and drank tea with Dichi, who was standing beside him. Duan Tiendi, who was hiding in his body, was dumbfounded. "Oh my god! So this was how they taught their disciples? You ancient existences, no wonder you teach people to be so strange." Dichi was drinking his tea. He also looked at Dao Changsheng in confusion. If he didn't take the opportunity to escape, wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death? Boom! In the blink of an eye, Emperor Pingtian was bathed in blood as he was surrounded and killed by the ancestors of sorcery. This Emperor Pingtian had died several times and his body could no longer recover. Soon, he was killed and the second ancestor of sorcery had truly fallen. When Deist Changsheng saw that their battle had ended, he could not help but stand up, put away the tea table, stood at attention, and strode over. The ancestors of sorcery were stunned. What was this young heavenly emperor doing? They found it hard to understand. Why didn't they escape while they were besieging Emperor Pingtian? Their true combat power was not limited to this. Dao Changsheng was strong, but not much stronger than them. At most, he could only fight 3 ancestors of sorcery alone. If Deist Changsheng stayed, he would die without a doubt. However, Deist Changsheng was also a tough nut to crack, so he didn't want to bother with him for the time being. Deist Changsheng saw the gazes of the people around him and said honestly, "I'm already prepared to be killed. I admit that I can't beat you guys. You guys are too good at acting. But I can still hold on for a while with 100 lives." The surrounding ancestors of sorcery immediately sneered. How could they possibly waste their time on him? "I'm going to the Jianmu sacred land," an ancestor of sorcery said coldly. "There are more than a dozen Grotto Heaven Realm old monsters living there, and some of them have even reached the Emperor-to-be realm. Each of them is powerful and has a terrifying life force. The Void Cave of the Gu family. The entrance to this holy land is really mysterious. However, it's the inheritance that I've left. I'll go there myself to kill my disciples. Don't kill them all, and don't destroy the inheritance. Leave some seeds of hope for the future generations, so that they will bloom again thousands of years later and give birth to more experts," an ancestor of sorcery said coldly. The ancestors of sorcery discussed with each other and quickly descended to the mortal world. When they saw the desolate, pitch-black land, they were stunned on the spot and simply couldn't believe their eyes. Where was he? Where did everyone go? Why did this large piece of pitch-black land look as if it had been gnawed on by a dog? The mountains and rivers had been dug so badly that it was unbearable to look at, and not a single drop of water was left in the river. It was even more shameless than plucking the feathers of a goose. Nothing was left behind. He must be hiding in his little grotto heaven. Their eyes were cold. In an instant, they went to search all the holy lands. They dug every inch of the land before realizing the terrifying truth. The world seemed to have been destroyed. Where did everyone go? The ancestors of sorcery returned to Dao Changshen's side. Their eyes were cold and sharp, as if they were filled with anger. If you don't tell us, we will definitely kill you. I'll make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. They're in my body. You guys ran fast, I didn't have time to tell you. Daoist Changsheng answered honestly. He would never lie and even gave a solution, as long as you guys work together to kill me, they will come out. The ancestors of sorcery almost couldn't catch their breath. This person's brain is sick. They had been scheming against each other for hundreds of years, and they were used to seeing vicious and cunning ancient existences. When they saw his honest and simple face, they didn't know why they felt so angry. They felt that he was even more hateful than those sinister heavenly emperors. I can understand your vicious gazes that look like you want to eat me. The Daoist priest felt that their gazes were terrifying. He squatted down obediently and lay on the ground, getting ready to be beaten up. He looked up at the sky and said in a muffled voice, "Because my teacher once said that you sinister and cunning people can't stand honest, kind, and beautiful scholars like me. You're looking for death." Boom! In an instant, the ancestors of sorcery were completely enraged. They felt like they had gone crazy and attacked with all their might. They exploded and surrounded Dao Changsheng. The combat strength of each of them had increased by 3 or 4 times when they used their full strength. When they worked together, they instantly took Dao Changsheng's life. It hurts. Daoist Changsheng was in so much pain that he started sweating. Boom! In the next second, their terrifying combat power exploded and took Dao Changshen's life. After a few dozen breaths, Daoist Changsheng had been killed 16 times. At first, Daoist Changsheng was still screaming and struggling, but as time passed, he gradually lay on the ground with his clothes in a mess. He spread out his arms and legs, allowing them to trample on his body. He did not make a sound and just looked at the sky with an ashen face, as if his life had fallen into complete despair. The eyes of the surrounding ancestral sorcerers lit up, and they couldn't help but sneer, "This torture is even more painful than death. You finally can't bear it anymore. Let those creatures out and we won't beat you." He was lying in a hole in the ground. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the ancestors of sorcery like a resentful wife who had been ravaged. "You guys continue. I have given up resisting. My teacher said that life is like strength. If you can't resist, then you should lie down and enjoy it." The wizard ancestor? The few ancestors of sorcery choked and their Dao hearts became unstable. They were about to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Are you crazy or not? Your teachers are all weird, are they all idiots? How did I teach you?" They were completely enraged and unleashed their full power to kill Dao Changsheng. However, they were gradually exhausted. They took a deep breath and could not help but feel their blood run cold. "Do you really have 100 lives?" The other wizard ancestor's expression changed slightly. He weighed his options and said, "If that's the case, we've only killed 17 of his lives, so he still has 83 lives left. Is this the reason why he's so fearless?" This number was enough to make one feel despair. "I have to kill him. Otherwise, we'll all die." Boom! Countless powers erupted again. Dao Changsheng was pressed to the ground by the terrifying physical strength of the countless ancestors of sorcery. He was like a rice cake being pounded. With punches and kicks, he was turned into a pool of red meat paste. He was in so much pain that he grimaced. However, seeing that they had misunderstood him, he endured the pain and forced his mouth open. He reminded them honestly, "Ancient heavenly emperors, you've miscalculated. I only have 85 lives left." The ancestors of sorcery looked at him hesitantly and were confused. They did the calculation again and felt that it was correct. However, Dao Changsheng was honest and had not lied to them once. "I do have 85 lives left." Dao Changsheng quickly explained, "There's a world in my body providing me with power. My indestructible golden body can recover very quickly. In this period of time, I've already recovered 2 lives. If you guys don't kill me, you can kill me faster. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with the speed of my recovery. Chapter 202, Stealing the Heavenly Emperor's Skills. I'll kill you faster. The few ancestors of sorcery almost vomited blood. Whose scheme was so sinister? It was fine if it was the sinister Heavenly Emperor, but this young Heavenly Emperor answered honestly and never lied, which made them feel even more aggrieved. Who taught him this? They wished they could drag his teacher out and skin him alive. After they left Dalashan, their lifespans began to decline rapidly, and they could not condense Dao fruits. It would not be long before they reached the end of their lives. Daoist Changsheng was already unsolvable. Even if they used all their strength, they might not be able to kill him. This was because they had lost too much physical strength and accelerated the aging of their old Dao injuries. They might die of exhaustion. Screenshots. Screenshots. Ha 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 ha. It can't be a disciple taught by us netizens. He's too honest. Meng Mei's expression was extremely strange, and her smile turned red. I was waiting for this moment, and I successfully intercepted their expression of eating shit. In an instant, the picture was sent out. Everyone was extremely excited. Ha ha ha. Looking at this expression, it's awesome. It's already my ancient celestial emperor's enraged emoji pack. Send me a copy of the emoji package, blow up. Ahem, let's get down to business. This immortal golden body is just like the Thulhu evil god we created. They are both invincible in the same realm. It's impossible to kill them in the same realm, unless you can cross a realm and crush them with your realm advantage, just like Ermin in the past. However, the inextinguishable golden body has many functions, but it's not as powerful as the Thulhu evil god's endless combat power. The evil god is the real undying nature, reborn from a drop of blood. Right, they're lucky. If it's Thulhu, they wouldn't be able to move even if they were at the same level. Even if 100 celestial emperors came, they would still die, and it wouldn't be as difficult as now. Indeed, if the indestructible golden body were to go up against the Thulhu evil god, there's an 80 to 90% chance that it would be instantly blown up. No matter how many lives you have, your recovery ability will not work, because the Thulhu evil god is not an individual life, but a collective life. Everyone was extremely excited. These screenshots of the ancient heavenly emperor's enraged expressions were too cool. Now, they realized that they had emptied the world. They were disgusted. This was equivalent to putting the world into a safe. They wanted to destroy the world, but the safe was too strong. They had no way of doing so. This is the consequence of offending US players. The cute girl was very proud and sent a few more screenshots, intending to record this historical moment. At this very moment, Daoist Changsheng was still pressed on the ground, and he was being attacked madly. The pain this time was even more terrifying and bloody than the Thunder Hammer, God Striking Whip, and God Execution Stage. It was so painful that he almost fainted. They're no match for me in a one-on-one fight, but I can only take on the 3 of them. They're all too strong. Daoist Changsheng was stunned. He had cultivated the world's strongest indestructible golden body and had an entire world in his body. There was a Golden Crow Great Emperor, 3 Emperor-to-be, and countless Grotto Heavens, Zifo, and Dao Palace experts in his body. Even so, he was only able to fight 1 against 3, which was enough to prove the power of these ancient heavenly emperors. However, his body was gradually becoming tougher. It was as if the 8 ancestors of sorcery were peerless blacksmiths who were waving their fists at him from all directions, trying to forge his golden body. After a short while, the other ancestors of sorcery also gradually realized this. Dao Changshen's body was constantly being tempered and strengthened, so much so that it could no longer be destroyed easily. A creepy thought emerged in his heart. He's using our hands to become stronger and break through to the half-saint realm. Daoist Changsheng was like a piece of sticky candy that was hard to kill. Furthermore, every time he was killed, he would become stronger. If they didn't kill him, they would have nowhere to go and would die of old age. This was a difficult problem that had no solution. The mastermind behind Dao Changsheng was simply too terrifying. He had actually calculated to such an extent that they had already been forced into a dead end. Furthermore, what terrified them the most was the fact that they were physically and mentally exhausted. Although they had already killed more than 40 of his men, they were almost exhausted and were getting older. They had already used up more than half of their mana and physical strength. At this moment, Dichi finally spoke, "Go back to Dalashan and recuperate. I will be his opponent." The other ancestors of sorcery were stunned for a moment, but they nodded in agreement. Then, they all returned to Dalashan. Hwalala! The ground was filled with the smell of blood and was deathly silent. There was no sign of life at all, and only the corpses and flesh of the dead Daoist immortals were left on the ground. Dichi walked forward step by step. "Dao Changsheng, your Dao heart is pure and simple. With a glazed heart, you definitely wouldn't be able to think of such a sinister scheme to scheme against us and stand in an invincible position. Behind you are ancient existences like Ancestor Sorcerer and Mother Earth, right?" Dichi took a step forward and said indifferently, "Since ancient times, there have been 13 ancient gods. Sumerian and the ancestor of sorcery. You are the first one who has forced me to fight. You should be proud of yourself. However, you'll die with this pride. Other than my wife, the moon goddesses, no one has ever seen my true power, because they've all died. The strongest is the ancient god Heavenly Emperor Longhong, the strongest is the ancestral wizard Emperor Heavenly Emperor Qi." Dao Changshen's expression turned serious. His flesh and blood regenerated and he didn't dare to be careless. His life force recovery ability was strong, but if it was destroyed in an instant, he would die too. Dichi looked at Dao Changsheng and smiled. "Do you know why I'm known as the most powerful Heavenly Emperor? My talent in opening realms is not as good as Suyunian's, my talent in studying Dao arts is not as good as the Broken Sky Emperors, and my talent in studying sorcery and the body is not as good as the 11 ancestors of sorcery. The reason why I'm known as the strongest is because of my amazing learning ability. I can gather everyone's strong points and stand on their shoulders, on the shoulders of giants, standing at the top of the world. I've secretly learned the achievements of the Heavenly Emperors. Watch carefully. This is my full power. No matter how strong your life force is, as long as you are killed in one go, you will die without a doubt." Dichi's body expanded and revealed his golden body of an ancestor of sorcery. His entire body was red like a god of war. He slowly raised his arm. Bang! Heaven and earth instantly froze. Dao Changsheng felt like his body was about to explode. In an instant, he had to withstand an attack that was even more terrifying than the combined attack of the few ancestors of sorcery. Boom! Dao Changshen's entire body exploded. "I was almost beaten to death." In the next second, his flesh and blood grew, and layers of bone armor condensed. He returned to his human form and said in surprise, "He alone can beat 3 of me." Moreover, if he knew how to count, he would have taken the opportunity to locate me and shattered my 9 apertures, killing me just now. It was too powerful. It was unimaginably strong. This was the first time he had met someone who was truly stronger than him. No wonder the other 11 ancestors of sorcery are so afraid of him. He can fight 3 of me. That means he can fight 9 ancestors of sorcery. From this exchange of blows, he understood why Dichi was so powerful. He could only fight against the 3 ancestors of sorcery with his immortal golden body, but what about Dichi? Dichi was so terrifying because he had absorbed the strengths of all the heavenly emperors and achieved great success. There were traces of the techniques of the 11 ancestors of sorcery on his body. He had secretly learned all the ultimate skills of the 11 ancestors of sorcery. His mantras still had traces of Suyunian and the Broken Sky Emperor. He seemed to be the combination of all the heavenly emperors, absorbing all their strengths, and all the heavenly emperors were his teachers. Furthermore, he was proficient in all of the celestial Thearka's mantras, heaven and earth, and the body of the ancestor of sorcerers. This meant that everyone's flaws were exposed in front of him. If they were to really fight, he would probably kill them instantly. However, even though Dichi was powerful, he was not strong enough to completely crush him and destroy him in one go. This also meant that he could not be completely killed. He would still use him to kill himself again and become stronger. I won. Dao Changsheng took a deep breath, but he still had a lingering fear in his heart. This attack instantly determined the outcome of the battle between us. As expected, I can't kill you in one go. Your undying nature is too strong. If I can't kill you, I'll lose. Dichi murmured and shook his head with a bitter smile. He then lowered his head and stroked the dantian in his lower abdomen. But I've been watching you from the side just now. So, this is the pattern of your meridians? His body suddenly buzzed, and a space opened up in his lower abdomen. You! Deist Changsheng looked at him in disbelief. He was already at the scene just now, standing at the side and secretly learning my 9 revolutions mysterious art. He has already started to open up his danshan. Was he still human? So that's how it is. I can sense that this path of yours is very powerful. Dichi felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. If I put my golden crow primordial spirit into it, my combat power will definitely double. In the next second, Dichi's aura instantly became much stronger. He had successfully opened up his danshan. Not only that, he murmured again, in your body, there's not only the space in your lower abdomen, but also 9 mysterious small spaces. Is this the special characteristic and secret of your immortal golden body? At this point, he frowned. It seems that the first aperture is here. He closed his eyes and began to try to open the first aperture. Puchi! In the next second, Dichi was injured all over and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. No, it's the same position as you. So that's how it is, it varies from person to person? Then, there must be some sort of algorithm to determine the location. At this point, Dichi suddenly laughed and said, I take back my words. That was no longer my strongest attack. Now that I've learned your cultivation technique and opened up the meridians in my danshan, I'm already 30% stronger than before. This is my strongest attack. He raised his arm high. Let's see if I can kill you now. Boom! Dao Changshen's body exploded, but he recovered in the next second. He was drenched in cold sweat, and his mind was blank. Was this the heaven-defying aptitude of the strongest heavenly emperor in history? How could there be such an existence in this world? He was fighting while secretly learning my 9 revolutions mysterious art? Deist Changsheng recovered. I'm already much stronger than before, but I still can't kill you in one go. Dichi frowned. However, if I learn your technique and master it thoroughly, I will be able to find your flaws. I can kill you easily like killing the other celestial emperors. Another palm strike came. Boom! Deist Changsheng exploded. Dichi's eyes were deep and profound. His body kept moving, smashing him from all directions. He carefully observed Dao Changshen's indestructible body and repeated this cycle. He killed Dao Changsheng 3 times before he stopped. He muttered to himself, so this is how I locate and open the first aperture? Boom! In the next second, Dichi's first acupuncture point was opened. Deist Changsheng. The cute girl was speechless. Wizard Ancestor was speechless. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? We've kicked an iron plate, can a human even fight this kind of boss? Game producer, get out here! He didn't know how to study, neither did he know calculus, linear algebra, nor 3-dimensional geometry. He was self-taught, and he was using his ass to deduce it. They were heartbroken. What an amazing cultivation technique! As expected of my former teacher, Ancestor Sorcerer. After opening up the first small space like this, I've become 2 levels stronger than before. Dichi looked at Dao Changsheng with his hands behind his back, he said, I wonder if I can kill you in one go now. Boom! Deist Changsheng exploded without any resistance. The next second, he recovered and was covered in cold sweat. He had already understood the situation. Not only was he constantly getting stronger in this battle, but Dichi was also constantly getting stronger. He was absorbing and secretly learning his 9 revolutions mysterious art on the spot. Both of them were advancing at a terrifying speed until they were completely stronger than the other, and then they would kill the other. It still doesn't work. Dichi kept moving around, touching Dao Changshen's body, pulling every inch of his meridians, flesh, and blood, observing him carefully. He frowned and said, my battle power is getting stronger, and so are you. Your body technique is too terrifying, and it's absorbing my power. Every time I kill you, your body will resist the characteristics of my power. If it were you a few times earlier, I should be able to beat you to death with my current strength. Dichi pondered for a moment and stared at Dao Changsheng calmly. He turned around and left. This time, I won't destroy the world. I will return to Dalashan. Why? Deist Changshen's body trembled. Dichi waved his hand and said calmly, both of us are making rapid progress. If this continues, I don't know whether I will learn your 9 revolutions mysterious art first and kill you, or you will break through again and again and kill me. I'm already starting to worry that I won't be able to improve as fast as you. After all, the remaining 8 apertures are getting harder and harder. If this continues, one of us will definitely die. Since that's the case, why should I gamble? His figure left indifferently. I only need to wait. Now. I have deduced the first acupuncture point. Today's battle has been recorded in my mind, and have also memorized every part of your body. Only need 100 years to return to Deloshan. Will definitely deduce all the remaining 8 acupuncture points and completely learn your 9 revolutions mysterious art. By then, you'll be like the other heavenly emperors, full of flaws in front of me. I can easily kill you. After saying that, Dichi slowly disappeared from Deloshan. At this moment, the cute girls in his inner space were all drenched in cold sweat. Meng Mei was stunned. Damn, I almost peed my pants. What kind of monster is Dichi? How could there be such a person in this world? Learning the other party's cultivation technique while fighting? Our 9 revolutions mysterious art was cosplayed by him in an instant. Ancestor Sorcerer could not help but say with a trembling voice, no wonder he said that he had never met anyone who could fight. It was because he had been secretly learning and defeating his opponent. Everyone was transparent in his eyes. They were terrified, and a shocking thought suddenly flashed in their minds. Not good. He might have to return to Deloshan and kill the remaining ancestors of sorcery to actualize the realm of origin. Chapter 203, Send him to outer space. Although a few of the 12 ancestors of sorcery had died, the energy left behind by their deaths was carried by the other ancestors of sorcery. If they all died, the energy they brought would not be weaker than the energy of the entire world. Since Dichi had been stopped from leaving Deloshan, he could kill the other ancestors of sorcery and use their energy to enter the realm of origin. As long as he became a level 8 primordial chaos saint, he would be able to kill Dao Changsheng easily. Quickly stop him. It's no use, Daoist Changsheng is not his match now. The surrounding area was in a state of misery. If Dichi wanted to vindicate Dao, there was no way to stop him. Deloshan. At this moment, Dichi was bathed in blood as he looked at the terrified ancestors of sorcery. You guys are not my match. I've been secretly learning your ultimate arts. I've integrated them into the Deluo Sutra, which includes everything in the world. I'm already better than you in your field. I know every weakness and weakness of yours. Dichi strode forward with a calm expression. You won't last more than a few moves against me. Boom. After a long while, the earth suddenly fell silent. Dichi looked at the corpses of the ancestors of sorcery in front of him. He had killed the heavenly emperors one after another. If it wasn't for Dao Changshen's strong life force, he would have exploded even if he had an immortal golden body. Dichi revealed a calm expression. Unfortunately, this energy is still lacking. I need the energy of the last heavenly emperor to vindicate the primordial chaos. He couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the moon goddess beside him. Originally, this world was enough for 2 people to actualize the realm of primordial chaos. I planned to trick these ancestors of sorcery into slaughtering the world for me and then kill them so that I can transcend with you. Unfortunately, it's not enough now. Yueshan looked at him and suddenly laughed. I'm dying of old age. You just happen to lack the energy of the last celestial emperor. You can kill me and you can vindicate primordial essence. If that's the case, what's the point of me achieving the fruit of origin without you? Dichi shook his head and chuckled. With a gentle look, Dichi looked at the corpses of the ancestors of sorcery on the ground and said, since it's not enough for a primordial chaos saint, we'll keep it for now. I'll go out after 100 years. By then, no one will be my match. Let's go back to life. He laughed and pointed at the moon palace in Deloshan in the distance. It was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Zhuyuan, I've said it before. No matter how the world changes or how the world perishes, as long as we can survive, I will continue to live with you. I will build the most beautiful palace for you and let you live happily. Yueshan looked at Dichi calmly and nodded slowly. She clearly knew that Longhong was the most talented heavenly emperor in history. His talent far exceeded any other heavenly emperor. However, Dichi chose to continue to lie low for her. In the orchard, Su Ji was sitting in the living room and looking at his computer. He was sipping on his spirit tea and eating his final chicken snack. It was sweet and delicious, but he suddenly froze. Did she? Su Ji was also stunned. Is this even human? It was not just the perverted players who had always been successful who had suffered a great loss at his hands. Even Su Ji was shocked by his performance. Oh my god! I didn't set this boss. This cheating is scary. He's learning while playing. How shameless! Su Ji was speechless. He felt that such an existence was simply insane. The intelligent sub-brain beside him said, this is a person who truly has the qualifications to be an Zerg hero. Su Ji took a deep breath and suddenly looked calm. In other words, with his talent, it was possible for him to reach the ultimate level of the fifth gene. A bug race hero was a terrifying genius that could only be born on a huge planet out of countless bug race creatures. Each of them had their own terrifying talents and strengths. Only 2 worlds had passed, and a Zerg hero with real qualifications had appeared so quickly. Did she? The Phoenix and Thulhu were all gifted with 4 genes, but they were at most fake bug tribe heroes with the potential to become true bug tribe heroes. However, even if it was possible, it might not be able to take that step. They only had a higher starting point. And the one with the greatest hope was Did she. Even though he only had 1 gene slot now, his talent was simply terrifying. I didn't expect that a hidden monster would be exposed this time. Su Ji was a little surprised, but he also felt that it would be tricky. However, a future Zerg hero had suddenly appeared on the sandbox. This was too damaging to the balance of the version. It was an existence that could only be born on a huge and vast planet. You suddenly appeared in my small orchard, what are you doing here? Now, the players had created the Panga Golden Body, combined the technological civilization of an entire world, and a group of players inside had experienced the crystallization of the wisdom of the sorcerer world, but they were still no match for him. He had even secretly learned it and said that he would kill him when he came out of the mountain in 100 years. This is the legendary protagonist of the world. And 100 years later. Isn't it just 1 day later? Su Ji took a deep breath and felt that this was simply too much. It was fine if the players were heaven-defying, but even a native like you was here to cause trouble? It was not that Su Ji did not allow Dichi to win, but that was too much of a bug. It would affect the balance of this version too much. There were not many pseudo-heroes now, and if a monster with hero qualifications suddenly appeared, it would be like holding a Gatling gun in kindergarten. Moreover, Su Ji seriously suspected that after Dichi became a cultivator, he would even ask your own birth master, even a Deo Lord Phoenix could be beaten up. This was very possible. After all, although Phoenix had become a primordial chaos saint for hundreds of years, she might not be a match for this cheater. He could secretly learn Phoenix's research results while fighting and then quickly surpass her. If he were to beat up the Deo Lord who had created the world, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? And now, Phoenix was studying spatial travel. After all, she was the master of the inner space. She was the first to cultivate it, so naturally, her achievements were the highest. She had already achieved some success and was able to perform short-distance spatial jumps. She wanted to break through the dimension and head to the various worlds. If Dichi secretly learned the research results of the Phoenix and surpassed his master, he might really run out of the orchard, space jump across the activity range set by the nest, and come to Earth. Su Ji made a sorrowful expression. Is this the powerful aptitude of an Zerg hero? If there's no external interference, it's destined to be invincible in every realm. It's very possible for it to reach the ultimate level of the quintuple Geno circle. The appearance of an Zerg hero was indeed an SSR tier hero to Su Ji. It was extremely precious, but he could not control it now. Yes. Su Ji did have the power to control his life and death and control the collapse of his genes, but he could not control his consciousness and thoughts. Whatever the other party wanted to do was his business. And it would be a pity to directly kill him. One had to know that when the previous queen of the hives was at her peak, she didn't have many bug tribe heroes under her command. Each and every one of them was extremely precious, and if one of them died, the queen of the hives would feel heartache for many years. The troubles of happiness. Su Ji coughed twice and said, he's stuck at a realm where he doesn't have enough energy. When he achieves primordial chaos and becomes a level 8 mythical creature, he'll be free to fly in the sky. Even a phoenix will be blown up by him. His talent is too heaven-defying. No, I'll imprison him and slow down his time flow to restore it to a 1-to-1 ratio. When the world rises and I become stronger, I'll release this big shot. Su Ji sat in his chair, deep in thought. He suddenly thought of something and looked at the blue sky outside the window. The orchard was too small, and if he stayed inside, it would affect the balance of the entire orchard world. Why not throw him outside the orchard and let him develop on his own? One small step for humanity, one big step for Earth. Su Ji looked up at the sky and stood up in high spirits. Perhaps I can send Dichi away and let him take his wife and carry a Dalashan on his shoulders. He can send him to the depths of the outer space to wander and show off their love. That place is a vacuum, and he can drift freely. No one can copy and learn for him, so he can do whatever he wants. Su Ji immediately felt that his idea was a genius. He wanted to take a small world to outer space to develop. However, on second thought, he showed a hint of worry. He's a terrifying mastermind. He's too sinister. He's crossed eras after eras and has watched the rise and fall of heroes of each era. Don't tell me you'll come to outer space, encounter the Syans or the three-bodied people, and then hide in the dark to secretly learn it again. Chapter 204, Prediction for the New Sandbox World, Wandering Earth. Suddenly, a mechanical voice came from the intelligent sub-brain. The Nest Queen is planning to start exploring the outer environment. I have this idea. Su Ji nodded. Since an Zerg hero has appeared, we can take advantage of this opportunity to launch the first deep ocean spaceship of our Zerg race. With a small step for mankind, Earth will take a big step forward. We can let Daiki find a suitable life planet. In fact, according to the records left by the Insecta nest mind of the previous generation's Insecta Queen, when she developed her civilization and a living level 8 mechanical god appeared, it was already the top power of a planet civilization. At that time, the Insecta had already begun to explore the extraterrestrial environment. After all, level 6 could fly in the sky, but they could not stay in a vacuum environment. A 7th grade Great Sovereign could stay in the vacuum for a period of time. Only level 8 gods could travel through the void for a long time and cross the planets. The previous Queen of the Hive began to develop outer space civilization at this time. She embarked on a long journey in search of life planets. After all, a planet that was suitable for the growth and reproduction of life was too precious, even extremely rare. A large amount of liquid water, ozone concentration in the atmosphere, temperature. Even now, after surveying countless extraterrestrial planets, Earth had not found a planet that could truly live and reproduce. It could only find a few similar ones. The previous Zerg Queen had also explored the universe for 70,000 years, a full 70,000 years, before finding a second planet besides her own that was suitable for placing spores. After all, no matter how strong the Zergs were, no matter how terrifying their adaptability was, they were still similar to humans. They were fragile carbon-based life forms. They might be able to overcome the lack of oxygen, water, sunlight, or even intense cosmic rays with their strong vitality through evolution. However, it was impossible for them to overcome the harsh living environment, which consisted of hundreds of different species. Otherwise, if the Zergs could cast spores on every planet to reproduce, the Zergs would have been truly invincible for a long time. As for transforming the planet's environment, it was impossible for the early Zerg to have the power to transform planets, and even if the previous Zerg empresses developed to the later stage and could carry out transformation, they were unwilling to do so as the resources required were too terrifying. Destruction was 10,000 times easier than creation. Why don't we set free now? My voyage, Dalashan, will take the lives of a small grotto heaven and travel deep into the Milky Way galaxy to find a planet suitable for life. Su Ji's eyes gradually became fiery. If I can find a new planet that's suitable for me, then it'll be my new orchard. Even though that might be a long time and whimsical. The universe was too vast. Back then, the Zergs had also spent 70,000 years. However, the Zergs' life acceleration was indeed an extremely heaven-defying ability. They could explore the surrounding world at a terrifying speed. A god was constantly flying out, and even if he explored for 100 years, only one day would have passed. 70,000 years might seem long, but in reality, it was still acceptable. After all, this 70,000 years was not a real 70,000 years. It was 70,000 years for the Zergs. It had only been 20 days in real life, but the Zergs had been in the sandbox for more than 2,000 years. Originally, although Su Ji had already developed to the level of a level 8 god, he did not intend to reach this stage so quickly. After all, the initial investment was too large. He needed a powerful god, and at the very least, a pseudo-insect hero with terrifying talent and adaptability. The period of time before he could reap any results was too long. It was impossible to obtain results in the short term. If one was unlucky, tens of thousands of years might be wasted. But did she just so happen to appear? He's talented and wise, he knows how to endure, he's invincible when he secretly learns, he controls the celestial emperor eras behind the scenes, he's hidden too deep, even I, the creator, have only discovered his talent now. Su Ji's eyes gradually brightened. Such a smart and devilish person is unprecedented. He's the best candidate to carry out the great revival mission of our Zerg race. At this moment, he was eating the delicious final chicken on the white plate, sipping Phoenix Spirit tea on the sofa, and watching the movie playing on the computer not far away. He was very leisurely living in this simple rural life and made a great decision to explore the vast universe. Even though I only have a small orchard. But you can't stop my dream of going to the Sea of Stars. In the vast universe, Earth was definitely not the only planet with life. Human technology had only left Earth today and entered the vacuum, but they were unable to travel far in space. The most common use was to use satellites to orbit Earth. Also, a new world, Wandering Earth, which is floating in space in search of life planets, will be my third new sandbox world. It was perhaps an extraordinary civilization of adventurers. A wandering outer space world was constantly drifting in the starry sky, passing by planets. Experts were constantly going out, landing, exploring, collecting the planet's resources, and mining all kinds of precious materials. Su Ji took a deep breath and looked down. Now that 11 celestial emperors have died, this can be considered another mass extinction. But it's not too big, and it's still a bit worse than the phoenixes. After all, there's not even one who has reached the level of a sage of origin. But the feedback is enough for me to break through from the peak of level 5 to a level 6 legendary wizard. A rank 6 magus was a terrifying qualitative change. Only after becoming a rank 6 magus could he fly. Only then could he grab Dichi, fly into the atmosphere, and throw him into outer space. Of course, this is only the initial idea of a sandbox. It'll take a long time to completely form it. Also, I don't know what problems will arise during the process. But first, we need to think of a way to form the outline of this plan. He closed his eyes slightly and silently absorbed the energy from this major extinction. Then, he considered his next plan and how he should implement it. After 3 hours. Ka. Su Ji absorbed the energy in silence. He heard a faint crisp sound in his mind and slowly opened his eyes. I'm already a legendary wizard. What was a legend wizard? He flew freely in the world. It was the strongest power under the epic level and heavenly emperor level. Being able to fly meant that he didn't need to ride an electric bike in the future. He strode out of the room and looked at the blue sky. He wanted to test the strength of a rank 6 magus. But it's 35 degrees today. It's so hot. The sun in the sky might be even more terrifying. He thought about it and decided that he had to prepare his skin for sunblock before going out. He picked up a parasol at the door, then put it down after some thought. He took a black sun hat and wrapped his skin with his long sleeves. He also carried a black oxygen tank that he had prepared earlier. Invisible body of Qi. He stretched out his hand. Voila! The transparent distorted air enveloped Su Ji, making his body blurry and hazy. It was as if he was refracted by optical camouflage, making it difficult for the eyes to see him. He stretched out his hand again and gradually rose into the air, flying into the vast sky. Whoosh! The wind whistled in his ears, sweeping through the surroundings. The strong air current in the sky was isolated outside the translucent barrier of the air element spell. Occasionally, some birds would fly past, and the orchards on the ground gradually became smaller. Behind them, the entire village came into view. The mountains, rivers, and the entire land were like an exquisite sandbox. This world is too beautiful. He took a deep breath and looked down at the world from the sky. This was the power of a rank 6. Before this, he had only looked at the tiny people in the bottle in the world of the sandbox and did the ratio conversion. At this moment, he truly understood how terrifying this power was and felt that it was real. Only then could he be considered to have truly stepped into a higher realm and entered the basic threshold of the strong. He stood on the clouds, and under his feet were thick layers of white clouds, giving off a vast and magnificent aura. He had only seen such a situation from the window of the plane. It's a pity that I don't have a plane to ride. Su Ji looked regretful as he looked around. There were no planes passing by in the blue sky. Chapter 205, 100 Years. He felt a little regretful. After all, flying mounts were a man's romance. Su Ji paused for a moment, put on his oxygen mask, and flew higher and higher, gradually approaching the limit of the sky. If I go any higher, I'll be in a vacuum environment. My protective barrier may not be able to hold on. Su Ji tried to explore it but gave up. He thought again and said, the consumption is also too great. Just flying alone used up nearly 70% of a legend wizard's enormous mind power. It was clearly a problem that could be solved by a hot air balloon, but it ended up exhausting a legend wizard to death. However, I don't need that much for landing. That's all for testing the strength of a rank 6 magus. Boom! Su Ji took a deep breath and began to free fall. This is much more exciting than bungee jumping. Su Ji came back from bungee jumping and was covered in hot sweat. His head was still feeling a strong sense of discomfort from the plummeting. He went to take a shower and felt refreshed. After that, he walked out of the living room in a pair of shorts. He took a deep, comfortable breath and lay down on the black sofa. He began to think about how he was already qualified to ascend to the sky and had the qualifications to be a rocket. He thought about how he was going to carry Daiki into space and let it fly into the universe. At that moment, the forum was in an uproar. Game producers, come out and get beaten up. How terrifying, Hanging Wall Longhong, Heavenly Emperor Dichi. Was this boss really that hardcore? The 9 Revolutions mysterious art that we've worked so hard on for so long has been taken away in an instant. Anger. This reminds me of some terrifying martial arts geniuses. Wuji, is that you? Golden Fur Lion King's blind outstretched emotion.jpg. Dichi is too powerful. He was simply shameless. He didn't have the talent and passion to open up a new path of research, nor did he have the ability to innovate. However, he had an amazing talent for learning. He copied and pasted things like crazy, and then integrated them together, turning them into his own things. He even constantly improved and integrated them, surpassing his master. Then, he turned the tables around and beat the original creators. To unify the world. This reminds me of a certain factory. But no matter what, he has crushed generations after generations. We can't beat him. They opened the door and let out Dao Changsheng. They used this honest young man who once made them cry to anger those ancestors of sorcery to death. Everyone was still discussing and laughing crazily, asking how big the trauma was in their hearts. But who knew that before Dao Changsheng could act for long, he was beaten up by the more powerful Dichi. They were all stunned. His smile gradually froze on the spot. He felt that the development of the situation had already caused extreme discomfort. How could there be such a person in this world? Originally, their plan had been rehearsed countless times. Dao Changsheng was absolutely invincible. He was the safe of the world, and no one could blow him up. In the end, a cheater appeared. The primordial world. The Western era recorded. Kai Yuan Heavenly Court, year 321, Dao Emperor appeared out of nowhere and saved the day. He fought against 11 ancient heavenly emperors in Dalashan and saved the world from a catastrophe. Dao Changsheng said, Dichi is too proud. He has a terrifying amount of power. He will not go back on his words. He will definitely come out of Dalashan 100 years later. He will defeat me easily with my 9 revolutions mysterious art. All living beings in the world can come out and recuperate in the next 100 years. The living beings on the earth began to leave one after another to recuperate. After all, the inner world of a Daoist priest's longevity was too small and was not suitable for long-term survival. In other words, it could only be used as a refuge in an emergency. Daoist Changsheng remained silent on the spot. He looked at the teachers and bowed slowly. Teachers, I will walk the path from now on. The people around him looked at him and nodded in a daze, because they had no other choice. It was only then that Meng Mei and the rest realized that Daoist Changsheng had been following the path they had designed and cultivating non-stop. He had never had his own opinions. He was only 50 years old. With 100 years left, could he really not defeat Dichi? Perhaps, as teachers, they could no longer help him grow. Instead, they had limited his talent. At this moment, I no longer have anyone to rely on. The problem that even my teachers are unable to solve. Daoist Changsheng took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground. For a full 3 months, she kept thinking about that terrifying man, his posture, and his every move. My talent is far inferior to his. He's too terrifying. It's unsolvable, almost unsolvable. Dao Changshen's expression became complicated. That perfect and terrifying man had no flaws at all. The next time he appeared, he would definitely learn his 9 revolutions mysterious art and defeat him. Daoist Changsheng fell into silence again. Another 3 years passed. He did not move, and his surroundings gradually turned into a green grassland. His body was already covered with green moss, as if he had turned into a statue. He suddenly opened his eyes. There's another way. Although he's 10,000 times more talented than me, he's an extreme prodigy and doesn't have the ability to innovate. The only advantage I have against him is my ability to innovate. As long as the 9 revolutions mysterious art continues to grow stronger, his learning speed will not be able to catch up with mine, and I will be able to leave him far behind. He began to combine the cultivation technique. Although the teachers had created this cultivation technique, the person who cultivated it was himself. He was the only one who understood the various insights. He could clearly feel that the 9 revolutions mysterious art he had given him was scattered, imperfect, and full of flaws. It was only a prototype. Although the 9 spaces were powerful, they were not truly integrated into one, not a piece of iron plate, and not a whole. I've been cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art for 50 years, but now I have 100 years to perfect it. If I can completely master it, I'll be much stronger than I am now. He took a deep breath. The most terrifying thing about Dichi is his learning speed. The next time we fight, as long as I advance fast enough this time, Dichi's learning speed will not be able to keep up with me. On the contrary, because he learned my old technique, he had a fatal flaw of 9 apertures. This gave me the only chance to defeat him. Daoist Changsheng muttered. He was too young, only 50 years old. Only at this moment of crisis did he truly walk towards maturity and truly possess the magnanimity and vision of a heavenly emperor. Oppression made people grow. He had been living under his teacher's protection all this time. His teacher had solved all his problems for him, and he was only responsible for cultivating. Now that a problem that even his teacher was desperate for appeared before him, he began to explore his own unique path. After another 50 years, he gradually and thoroughly pushed out the 9 revolutions mysterious art that he had learned and completely turned it into his own cultivation method. He connected the 9 apertures to the central danshan, forming a whole entity. He named it, 9 stars were aligned. At this point, the 9 revolutions mysterious art had been thoroughly integrated into his body and he had created his own style. What terrifying battle wisdom! Meng Mei's eyes brightened. His glass heart is pure and flawless. If he focuses on it, he might be able to create miracles. His talent is indeed unprecedented and can be ranked in the top 3. However, he is far inferior to the monster like Dichi. However, his combat wisdom and tactics are not inferior to Dichi's. We might be able to defeat him. She looked at the child she had raised and felt a little emotional. After all, he was only in his early 20s, and the baby he was raising was already more than 100 years old. You're no longer pure, Thunderhammer said. Another 10 years. The entire prosperous world merged once again. Countless creatures migrated in, and the earth became dry, dark, and grey once more. Countless mortal sacred grounds, Dao sects, and even the gods of the heavenly court were discussing it. Don't worry. Celestial Thearch Dao has stopped us once. He might create another miracle. The heavens have blessed the living beings of our world. A heavenly emperor Dao appeared with terrifying battle prowess and stopped the ancient heavenly emperors from destroying the world. The blood of all living beings will not be shed in vain. Emperor Duantian muttered, back then, the human race was in vain. The era of the ancient gods of heaven and earth and the era of the ancestors of sorcery are about to end here. Today, we will cut off all the decaying and ancient existences. They began to move in. During the process, some were crying, feeling that it was impossible to win, while others were comforting each other. Today's battle was a major event that would shake the history of the primordial era and would definitely be recorded in the history books. The current heavenly emperor Dao could be considered one of the strongest heavenly emperors in history. In the past 100 years, the 3 emperors to be had also been crowned as emperors. Heavenly monarch Dao's golden body was also perfect, which could accommodate a few more heavenly monarchs. Now, apart from the 3 quasi-monarchs, there were 6 heavenly monarchs including heavenly monarch Duan Tian, god-slaying heavenly monarch, and green monarch. His body was extremely strong. However, they were about to face the most powerful heavenly emperor in history. And 100 years was enough to change a lot. Daoist Changshen's gaze gradually became deep and profound. He no longer had a young and inexperienced temperament. His clothes were a little old, and his black hair fell over his shoulders. His body did not have the faint white light of the past, and he even looked a little thin and weak. He just stood there calmly and silently, waiting for Dichi's arrival. Suddenly, he looked at the sky and sighed, "When I was young, I only wanted to save my mother. I didn't expect that I would now bear the hope of the entire world. Perhaps, after today, I won't be me anymore." Voila! Dalashan opened up, and a majestic and perfect ancient being walked out. His body was crystal clear like some kind of supreme treasure, and he was emitting a faint white glaze light. He looked at Dao Changsheng calmly and said with a cold voice, "Young man, we meet again." He paused and a look of surprise flashed past his eyes. "You've changed." Chapter 206, The Real Body of Pangu. When Dichi said that he had changed, there were 2 main meanings. The first was that his temperament had changed. Before, he was like an inexperienced young man, but now he had become calm and steady. The second was that his 9 revolutions mysterious art had become different. It was even difficult to see its original structure and embryonic form. "You've really changed. You're able to make me value you. You've also walked your own path. Although I've learned your 9 revolutions mysterious art, I still can't understand your current body," Dichi said indifferently. "What's your current situation? I'm actually looking forward to it." Dichi looked at Dao Changsheng in front of him, who was dressed in ragged clothes and even seemed to have returned to his original simplicity. His face was full of admiration and admiration. All of a sudden, he didn't want to kill him anymore. He wanted to see how far Dao Changsheng could go. After all, he was too proud and magnanimous. He could tolerate the rise of geniuses, and even the possibility of challenging them and being on par with him. He was looking forward to these geniuses' brilliance and then absorb their achievements. He had enough confidence to believe that no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to match him. "I've changed my mind. I won't kill you," Dichi said indifferently. "For so many generations, you are one of the few geniuses that I admire. You are brilliant and have a hot-blooded ambition for the world. It seems that you have shown me the man I admire, Xiao Xiannian. He was the one who made me feel that he was difficult, so I overthrew myself. At that time, I was like all the other living beings in the world, hoping that he could live longer. Unfortunately, he left too early." Dichi looked at Dao Changsheng and said calmly, "After this Dao vindication, I will leave. I really hope that you can live longer and let you become stronger with hatred. In the future, when you fight with me, you will become even more beautiful. Dichi, don't think that I don't know what you're doing. You're too sinister." Daoist Changsheng took a deep breath and stretched out his 8 arms. "While you were talking, you were already sizing me up. You've started to learn my cultivation technique in secret." Almost at the same time, the 2 sides suddenly attacked. The 2 extremely terrifying indestructible golden bodies collided with a loud bang, sending out a terrifying vibration that swept through the entire heaven and earth. Their ancestral sorcerer golden bodies were extremely small, but they shook the entire huge sand plate that was 100 mu in size. Boom! 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 An invisible vibration wave spread out from the 2 of them and quickly spread to the entire heaven realm. Any living creature that got close to it would be killed instantly. They were so terrifyingly powerful that even if other celestial emperors were present, they would be killed with one palm. Their terrifying combat power was already comparable to the Thulhu evil god of the past. "Didn't you want to learn from me? I'll let you see my results." Daoist Changshen's body grew taller and taller. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In an instant, he was like a Pangu giant that split the heavens and earth apart. He was huge and terrifying. He was so huge that his feet were standing on the ground, and if he raised his arms, he could reach the entire sky wall. "This is an ominous feeling suddenly rose in Dichi's heart. Boom! Dao Changsheng growled and turned into a terrifying sound wave. The giant turned into a terrifying speed and slapped Dichi away as if he was swatting a tiny fly. This is my own Dao path, the true form of Pangu. Dao Changsheng looked at Dichi, who had been smashed into the edge of the world. His body was already broken into pieces and turned into a pool of meat. He said calmly, I'm using the terrifying regeneration ability of the indestructible true body. I'm constantly growing, my flesh squirming, and my bones growing bigger. Finally, I'm a giant that can split the sky and earth. I've condensed all my 100 lives together. Dichi. I've been thinking, how can I not be learned by you in this battle? Dao Changsheng strode forward and said in a cold and decisive voice, this is the real form of the second ancestor of sorcery, the real form of Pangu, of my imperishable golden body. However, the energy required for its form is too great. Without a world's living beings to store in my body, without the 6 heavenly emperors to support my energy, I can't continue. Cough, cough, cough. Dichi spat out a mouthful of blood and was smashed into a pile of red meat paste, sticking to the wall of the heavenly realm. He was slowly condensing into a human form again. This young man with shoulder-length black hair stood up. Your 9 revolutions mysterious art is really a good thing. It has a terrifying life force. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have been seriously injured. He raised his head and looked at the huge giant in shock. He was only as big as a strand of his hair. This was the massive form of the true body of the witch. Dao Changsheng was constantly growing flesh and blood, constantly expanding his body. The amount of energy required was simply shocking, and it was indeed difficult for him to do so now. Dichi took a deep breath and looked at the Pangu giant in shock. He smiled and said, you're very powerful. I can't learn it now, but the future of this cultivation technique will still be a part of me. Kakat. 8 arms suddenly stretched out from Dichi's ribs, each with a snake tail and scales. His current form of the true form of the ancestors of sorcery not only refined the imperishable golden body, but also showed signs of the techniques of the 11 ancestors of sorcery. Not only that, his 8 arms, one clenched into a fist, one formed a seal, and the other formed a palm. They contained the secret arts of the ancient heavenly monarch, the Qing monarch, the broken heavenly monarch, Su Yunian, and the 13 innate ancient gods. His body cultivation and Dao cultivation had all been condensed into one. What are you? Daoist Changsheng looked at this terrifying man. Behind him, it was as if there were projections of ancient celestial emperors. He was too terrifying. He combined all of the heavenly monarch's ultimate arts and created new ones. He alone seemed to represent all the heavenly monarchs since ancient times. There were more than 30 of them, and Dao Changsheng was one of them. Do you understand now? I'm good at summarizing. Anyone's cultivation technique will be fused together when it's in my hands. Of course. Dichi looked majestic as he spoke with confidence, in this world, the past, present, and future heavenly emperors will all become a part of me. Their talents, unique skills, innovations. I may not be able to learn your Pangu golden body now, but it will still be a part of me in the future. He was the most terrifying mastermind in all of history. Heavenly Emperor Longhong was the first heavenly emperor since ancient times. He had unimaginably terrifying talent. He could understand the principle of any secret art of the geniuses of the later generations with just a few glances. Even if it was a heavenly emperor existence, he could easily learn it, integrate it, and surpass them. It is because of this that I must kill you today. Dao Changshen's face darkened. He suddenly jumped up and grabbed Dichi. Roar! The 2 indestructible golden bodies collided with each other. It was as if an ant-sized creature was fighting with a giant that covered the sky. The heavenly realm was shaking. The earth was shaking. The walls in the sky started to creak, and a large number of stars fell down onto the ground like a beautiful meteor shower. The moon god palace also collapsed in that instant. Boom! The 2 of them were still fighting madly. The 2 massive auras collided, and the surrounding scene distorted. No one could see what was happening inside. The inextinguishable golden body was difficult to kill in the eyes of others, but in their eyes, they all knew each other's acupuncture points and fatal points. The inextinguishable body was a joke. Kakat! The black ground was cracking. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the vast ground of the heavenly realm. It quickly cracked like a spider web and began to collapse rapidly. The earth collapsed instantly, and the earth of the mortal world seemed to be covered by a huge black mudslide that fell from the sky. The stars are falling, the sky is collapsing. For a moment, everyone had the same thought. Chapter 207, The Heavens Fall and the Earth Split. Boom! The ground in the heavenly realm began to collapse and fall into the earth, smashing up large patches of grey-black dust. The immortal and mortal worlds of the ancient Baron's world were originally separated into two levels. However, now that they had collapsed, the two worlds had completely merged into one. The sky cracked, and their battle fell into the mortal world. The terrifying battle caused the dark earth to crack inch by inch, and terrifying cracks appeared. On the land of the mortal world, a panga-like giant was striding forward. The giant's palm turned into a series of after-images as it fought with a terrifying man. This is simply appalling. In the inner world, countless people were pale and nervous. The battle between the two heavenly monarchs was beyond the imagination of the other heavenly monarchs since ancient times. It was like a legendary battle that split the world. The world might return to chaos. The entire land was stained with blood, and the ground beneath their feet was filled with shattered stars. Boom! Dichi was sent flying backward. He slowly stood up, his face extremely serious. He had become extremely powerful after cultivating the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, but it had also given Dao Changsheng the chance to find his fatal weakness and kill him. They had already located the acupuncture points of both sides. In that instant, one of his acupuncture points hidden in the void was almost shattered by Dao Changsheng. He frowned. Perhaps we'll have to wait for the next era. He already had the intention to retreat. Even though he couldn't master the Panga golden body in a short time, he could still use it as a reference to find his weakness and defeat him. I won't give you the chance to leave. However, Dao Changsheng looked at him coldly. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he stretched out his 8 arms and punched him. Dichi, you are too terrifying. I won't let you run away. The fruits of my labor in the past 100 years are all I have, enough to allow me to fight against you for another era. The next time you appear, I won't be able to open up a new path. I won't be your match if you show up with my Panga golden body, this is my only chance to kill you. He strode forward. 100 years had allowed him to mature completely. He punched at Dichi with terrifying energy. Light flowed and carried a decisive killing intent. In this battle, I am determined to die and have no worries. But you have worries. You have worries. Daoist Changsheng had already decided to kill. He even had the intention of perishing together. Dichi looked at Dao Changsheng and frowned. He looked serious and started to retreat. He didn't want to risk his life to fight with Dao Changsheng. Now that Dao Changsheng's foundation had been exhausted, in another 100 years, the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art that Dao Changsheng was cultivating wouldn't be able to keep up with his learning speed. He still had a long life. Back then, the 12 ancestors of sorcery overthrew the rule of the 13 innate ancient gods and fought for hundreds of years. Their Dao injuries were too severe and they almost died after 500 to 600 years. But he was different. He had hidden himself very deeply and wasn't injured at all. He still had 900 years of life left. The reason why he made a move was because his wife, Si-Yun, was about to reach the end of her life. He wanted to let her break through and extend her life. Kill! Dao Changsheng growled and rushed towards Dichi, not giving him a chance to escape and not letting him grow again. If Dichi were to leave, no one would be able to defeat him. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows again. Dao Changsheng risked his life to destroy Dichi's 9 apertures, while Dichi could only fight back in anger. Both of them started to attack each other's apertures. In his inner world. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The third heaven has collapsed. The screams continued one after another, and countless screams mixed together. Countless mortals walked out of their rooms and onto the green stone streets. Their eyes were blurry and filled with tears. They felt like crying. This calamity was too cruel. Heavenly Emperor Dao was already injured and they could only hide in there. I can't see any hope, but I'm still resisting. An old man looked at the terrifying battle outside in a daze. Heavenly Emperor Dao is already the final resistance of this world's catastrophe. Hurry up and run. Suddenly, the space started to crack at a visible speed, and the ground started to shake. Countless buildings and palaces started to collapse like building blocks. The twisted space cracks were like man-eating monsters, and they were hundreds of meters long and kept expanding. "You guys, quickly run!" The Grotto Heaven Realm and Emperor-to-be experts wailed and flew in the sky, saving the mortals on the ground. "I've caught it!" Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. Boom! A huge hand with black and red muscles quickly passed through space and grabbed at the small aperture world. Pa! The entire world was destroyed. Countless mortals died in an instant. Only a few Grotto Heaven experts managed to withstand the shattering of the space and fell out of the inner world, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. When Daoist Changsheng was alive, his voice resounded throughout the world, and his fighting spirit was soaring. "In the past 100 years, you have merged the inner worlds of 11 celestial emperors into your own aperture acupoints. Your inner worlds are several times larger and more stable than mine, but now I have broken one. Let's see who will die first." Boom! Dao Changshen's bone armor was broken, but he still pressed his hand forward slowly. "Dichi, you are too terrifying. I must kill you to return the peace to the future." Dichi began to show a hint of fear. His entire body was in pieces, but he could only face the attack. The two sides had already fought to a near-crazy degree. Just like what Dao Changsheng had said, Dichi had something to worry about, but Dao Changshen's determination to die gave him the advantage. After another hour, this life-and-death battle completely erupted. Dao Changsheng was fighting with his life. One by one, his apertures started to crack. Dichi's face gradually turned pale. His apertures were also cracking. For the first time, he was under the threat of death. If this continued, they would only end up dying together if they attacked each other's apertures. In fact, he might even die before Dao Changsheng. After all, no matter how strong he was, after fighting for half a day, he was starting to run out of energy. On the other hand, Dao Changsheng was simply inhuman. The real entity of Panga was so terrifying, but he could still last longer than him. Mutual destruction, am I going to die here? This unbelievable thought flashed across Dichi's mind. His talent was unbelievably strong, but he was forced to this realm by this madman. At this moment, many past events flashed through his mind. His past opponents, his long life in the celestial heavens, and the only woman he had been tied to on his path. Heavenly Emperor Dao, behind you are the lives of the masses. If you die, all will die. But there is someone behind me as well. If I die, she will die as well. In the next moment, Dichi's expression turned completely cold and he also exploded with a terrifying aura. In his long life of seeking Dao, he was not cold and emotionless, but Siyun was his only weakness. Dichi had never fought a real battle before. He had always crushed his opponents easily. This was the first time he had experienced the madness of being on the verge of death. There were signs of a breakthrough. He had completely mastered it and his combat strength was gradually becoming stronger. You have such a monstrous talent. He was really difficult to deal with. He actually still had to break through like this. The more you fight, the stronger you get. Dao Changsheng roared. Chapter 208, Indomitable Spirit. Boom! Heaven and earth were swept away as the two strongest great emperors in history fought madly. They were fighting with their lives. One by one, their apertures were broken and destroyed. They were gradually walking towards death. This battle continued for another half a day. Dichi was extremely terrifying and he gradually grew stronger in the battle. He gained the upper hand but also gradually began to exhaust his strength. He was only one person, so no matter how strong he was, there was a limit to how long he could last. On the other hand, Dao Changshen's physical strength was still terrifying, and he was full of energy. After all, there was a world behind him. The speed at which he broke through and became stronger could no longer keep up with the speed of his physical exhaustion. This made him feel sad. He clearly had an extremely terrifying talent, but there was not enough time. If he could reduce it for a period of time, Dao Changsheng would be killed easily. Go to hell! Dao Changshen's eyes were like flames, as if he was a vast god of war. He slammed his palm down. The most ancient heavenly emperor can't let you continue to grow. Dichi had gradually exhausted his strength. Seeing the attack coming, he suddenly burst out with strength and obsession from somewhere. He forcibly supported his body to meet the attack and said fiercely, "You're the one who's going to die." Boom! A terrifying blast of air erupted once again. At this moment, not only was the sky collapsing, but the 9 huge pillars that supported the sky also began to crack. The first. The second. The third. The world has completely collapsed. Our world is going to return to chaos. Some people looked at the sky in fear. In ancient times, Deo Lords split the world apart from the chaos and darkness. At this moment, the vast world couldn't withstand the terrifying battle between these 2 supreme celestial emperors. It gradually collapsed and was about to collapse. No. Deist Changsheng looked at the collapsing wall and roared. He immediately stopped attacking Dichi, and his black hair stood up straight. He suddenly raised his head and roared, quickly growing into a giant, running to the collapsed world with big steps, supporting the sky with his arms. Hwala! Get up there! His body supported the sky, and light bloomed, illuminating the entire world for an instant. I have to smelt it again! The Deist priest roared. The Deo patterns on his arm released Deo techniques of fire, melting the sky and stabilizing the already collapsed heaven and earth. Dichi stood up and stumbled as he was bathed in blood. Suddenly, he was stunned and turned to look at Deo Changsheng. At this moment, both of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. He only needed one strike to kill Deo Changsheng, who had given up on resisting and was holding up the heaven and earth. However, he didn't do that. He just looked at Deo Changsheng quietly. He was also the oldest innate ancient god in this world, the Celestial Emperor. Kakat! The sky was sinking, and cracks appeared. Deist Changshen's arms quickly rose up and grew a few more, turning into a giant that stood on the ground. His hands forcefully supported the sky while his feet stepped on the cracked earth. Kakaka! He had long been exhausted. He was being pressed down by the sky and was facing an extreme madness. The sky can't collapse. Deo Changshen's body was covered in blood, and he was extremely exhausted. His expression became more and more determined, and his eyes were filled with the extreme madness of a martyr. Without Deo Lord's innate chaos flames, we simply don't have enough power to once more open up this vast world from the primordial chaos. He raised his arm high. I'm going to lift you up. You're courting death. Deo Changsheng roared, shaking the heavens and earth. He frantically spread his arms and unleashed Deo techniques to stabilize the collapsed wall of heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Violent blood burst out from his arm, and heaven and earth seemed to merge into the blood-red color. Kakat! Deist Changshen's remaining 5th aperture was shattering. A blood-red glow bloomed between heaven and earth, and the entire collapsed sky suddenly lifted up slightly. He felt that his consciousness was gradually blurring. He was too tired, too tired. All his thoughts were leaving him. His teacher, his mother, and the young man who carried a basket of books on the Jianmu back then. Kakat! Another chakra point began to shatter. Deist Changsheng felt his consciousness gradually blurring. We were actually defeated. He was born at the wrong time. If he was born just a little later, Dichi would have died. At the very least, we can also perish together. The inner world was filled with wails. From time to time, someone would sob, crying at the top of their lungs. They wanted to go out and help, but unfortunately, the Panga golden body's energy consumption was too terrifying. The experts and heavenly deities had already given up all their energy, and some were even beginning to faint. Heavenly Emperor Deo. In the remaining few broken inner worlds, countless ancient sects and secluded holy lands were crying and praying. All the mortals in the world were crying. Everything that Heavenly Emperor Deo did was too selfless. He did it for his people. When the sky collapsed, he used his body to carry the heaven and earth to prevent them from collapsing. This made all living beings remember that there had never been a heavenly emperor whose prestige had reached this level. Perhaps, he had already surpassed Renziu Suyunian in the primordial era, who single-handedly blocked the 9 golden crows of the Temple of the Sun, and the period of war that made people sad, angry, and desperate. This kind of longing turned into an ocean, constantly surging into the sky and pouring into Deo Changshen's body, allowing his exhausted body to have some strength again, and lifting the sky up an inch higher. Young man, let it go. Your soul is in your 9 apertures, and it's mostly broken. If you continue like this, you'll die. Dichi coughed out blood and sat up. He tried to persuade her out of some complicated feelings. So what? Deo Changsheng asked in return, but he revealed a bitter smile, it's just a pity. Even after doing so much, I still couldn't kill you. I was only one step away. Dichi did not say anything. In the blood, Dao Changsheng suddenly looked at Dichi with hope. He looked at him with clear eyes that were almost begging, looking at the most powerful heavenly emperor in the ancient times who could have died with him. Can you grant me a request? Dichi looked at him and remained silent for a moment. Go ahead. Dao Changshen's eyes were calm. I don't have any more energy left. I hope you can kill me after I restore the world. You can use my body to become a saint and let go of the world. Dichi was startled. Young man, I don't need charity. He smiled faintly and stumbled as if he had aged countless years in an instant. His body stooped and he turned his head to leave. In my eyes, I have already lost this battle. This is the first defeat in my life. I will remember it and place you in a corner of my memory, keeping you forever. For countless years, I've lost my opponents one by one, the innate ancient god, Sumerian, the 11 ancestors of sorcery. And now, I'm going to lose you. He stood up, staggered with difficulty, and disappeared on the spot. Dichi, you clearly wanted to kill all living beings but you actually let me go. Daoist Changsheng supported the heaven and earth, his consciousness gradually blurring. He didn't know how to describe his pride and weirdness. His body supported the sky with more strength, as if he would stand for eternity. He could clearly feel that he was gradually losing himself. Daoist Changshen's eyes were bloodshot. He continued to hold on to the world as his consciousness fell into darkness. After a long time, he vaguely saw a giant youth with black hair and black clothes coming over with a bucket and an axe. Chapter 209, Break the Builder Tree to Mend the Sky. This is, Daoist Changsheng was covered in blood and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. This bloodied giant raised his arms high and his consciousness gradually became hazy. This was the first time he saw a giant other than himself. Was it an illusion? One must know that in this world, the two heavenly emperors had already fought to the point where there were no more living beings left. No, this isn't an illusion. His arms supported the sky and earth with great difficulty, and his mind gradually lost consciousness. However, he saw the figure slowly walking over, and he couldn't help but ask in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" That person just smiled. On the other side, Dichi was gradually moving away from this barren land. He could not return to Dalashan because he had already integrated Dalashan into the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. This was a battle that he thought he would definitely win, so he did not leave himself any way out. Hualala! The vast, pitch-black land was desolate. He walked on the vast land and turned his head to look at Dao Changshen's huge figure that held up the sky and earth. It was as if he was reminded of the ancient times when the world was created. The sun was born in an egg and experienced the 7 tribulations of the origin. It was ordered to descend to this world to open the sky. With a furious roar, it divided the sky and the earth. The sun of the sky rose 3 meters high and the sun of the earth was 3 meters thick. Thus, the world was opened. He was born from the creation of the world and was the world's oldest life. He once had hot-blooded ambition, but later lost to time and chose to find a way to transcend with Siyun. So what if it was the lives of all living beings in the world? The lives of all living beings were like wild grass, which would grow again after being harvested. That was until Ren Zhiusu appeared 1 year ago. That person was terrifyingly strong and came to the Sun Shen Temple to suppress the 9 golden crows. At that time, his heart was indeed in a state of shock. It was the first time in the world that someone was strong to this extent and could open up a new path. At that time, he was indeed unable to defeat Su Yunyan, so he chose to endure. He was just like 100 years ago when he fought for immortality and retired to Dalashan. He kept trying to figure out Su Yunyan's path and skills in the dark. When he went to the sky to suppress the Sun Shen Temple for the 2nd time, he could already defeat him easily. However, he sat on the Golden Emperor's throne in the Sun Shen Temple and looked at the old man who was bathed in blood. He guarded the front of the Sun Shen Temple and fought against the other golden crows alone. In the end, he chose to bear with it and not get off the emperor's throne. He killed the old man. He didn't like the weak, but he respected the strong. He had the courage to choose to give Ren Zhiusu a lifetime's worth of dignity. He did not want to shatter his undefeatable legend and leave behind a beautiful legend for the later generations. He even hoped that he could live longer, but he had too many hidden injuries and passed away too early. The world is a cycle of reincarnation. Dao Changsheng, you are just like Su Yunyan back then. Even if I don't kill you, you would have already exhausted all your energy for the sake of the world. You would have died of old age and I would still live on eternally, but I would place you in a corner of my memory. Dichi muttered to himself as he strode forward. As he walked, his body suddenly stopped and began to crack and bleed. Kakat. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. He could only stop on a small black hill and sit cross-legged. He was too tired and was on the verge of death. He needed to rest. No one would believe that even a heavenly emperor would feel tired and need to rest. In reality, if Dao Changsheng did not stop, he would definitely die from exhaustion. This battle was too brutal and it was as if they were the only two people left in the world. He fell to the ground and took out a table, a chair, and some wine from the inner space. The Dao Lord has already left the world. Is there anyone in this world who can live longer than me? There was nothing else. In this life, he had lived 2 lives, and he had experienced too much. He looked back at the past, the glorious years that ran through the entire ancient era of the creation of heaven and earth. He had once witnessed the Dao Lord's evolution of the heaven and earth, ruled the innate ancient god's heaven court, and lived until today. If he didn't take the initiative to expose it, who would believe it? But suddenly, his expression gradually froze, revealing an expression of extreme disbelief. The flow of time in the primordial world. It was changing at an extremely violent speed. His mind shook violently and he saw a huge giant that covered the sky and the earth. It passed through the barrier of this world silently as if it had entered a no-man's land and landed gently on the ground. It was like an ordinary woodcutter who came with a bucket and an axe. He had a slender body, black hair, and black eyes. His eyes glowed with a clear light, filled with a harmonious charm. His body was shrouded in a faint white light, and his face could not be seen clearly. Dichi's hair stood on end and goosebumps rose all over his body. An unbelievable thought suddenly flashed through his mind. A primordial chaos saint crossed realms to come here? Su Ji walked over with small steps. In the desolate black land, blood was everywhere, and there was a terrifying silence. He was wearing black canvas shoes that were covered with blood, flesh, and mud. He looked as if he was walking leisurely in his own yard. Carrying a bucket and an axe, he went underground to work. Looking up, Daist Changsheng was already several times taller than him, and his head was already touching the sky. He was already 8 meters tall, and his hands were supporting the sky. He's already unconscious, but he's still holding on to the world and not letting my cellar collapse. He's indeed man of great virtue. His normal panga golden body form should be more than 3 meters tall, which was the most suitable form for combat. Now, in order to support the sky, he had forcibly increased his body size to 8 meters. However, this would cause his flesh to be loose and osteoporosis. 1. Their combat strength would instead decrease. Su Ji was constantly evaluating the heaven-defying cultivation technique of the Panga golden body. He had stacked the energy of 100 lives together, and naturally, his body had become larger. He had become a giant, and his combat power had naturally increased by several times. However, the consumption was also extremely large. His body had increased by tens of thousands of times, but his combat power had only increased by a dozen times. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight evenly with Dichi's Deluo Heaven Sutra. It could be considered a type of Dharma world. Such a transformation would increase the combat power by more than 10 times, but the consumption was too shocking. It was considered a battle state of life and death. The cellar under this orchard is not the surface. It's not for you to mess around with. Now that it's like this, it's natural that the sky will collapse and the earth will sink. You even need me to come out and clean up the ground. Su Ji was a little speechless again. He slowly and leisurely took out a piece of green arrow chewing gum from his jeans, unwrapped the wrapping, and put it in his mouth to chew. He put down the bucket beside him and began to hold the axe with both hands. He kept chewing the green arrow chewing gum in his mouth. He came to the giant green tree that was large enough for several people to hug it and slowly waved the axe. Cut down the builder tree and mend the sky. Kin. As the axe fell, there was a clanging sound of metal clashing. With the support of witchcraft, Su Ji began to swing the axe quickly, cutting out a series of dents, and the creation wood gradually fell. This giant has descended into our primordial world and is using an axe to cut down the world tree? In the distance, Dichi was hiding in a dark place and his expression gradually changed. This ancient primordial chaos saint can interfere with time. It's too terrifying. What did he eat? Is it some kind of unimaginable ancient treasure that keeps chewing with a serious face? He had never seen such a creature before. He began to instinctively feel fear and respect. After all, this existence was able to cross the barrier of an ancient world, cross the heavens, and cross thousands of worlds. He was definitely a terrifying ancient saint at the Dao Lord level. Dichi's eyes drooped and he hesitated for a moment. Let's go and observe. If it had been any other celestial emperor, they might have been so scared that they would have broken out in cold sweat and run away to hide. However, he was approaching carefully, dragging the dripping blood on the ground. He came to a hidden position and planned to observe from a closer distance. His talent was terrifying to the extreme. He understood that this might be a crisis of death, but it was also an extremely terrifying opportunity. A supreme ancient existence that was at least a primordial chaos saint had appeared in front of him. It was the best time to observe and learn his Tao techniques. His eyes were shining with a bright light, full of enthusiasm and fanaticism. It's enough for me to reach the sky in one step. Bang! Another axe fell down, and the builder tree almost cracked. A terrifying sound wave gradually resounded between the sky and the earth. Bang! With another blow, the builder tree collapsed. Su Ji then cut the builder tree into 4 pieces. With a wave of his hand, the 4 huge, dark green pieces of the builder tree, which blotted out the sky, suddenly flew up and landed on the 4 heaven-bearing pillars that had been broken. Then, he gently pointed at the 4th section of the creation wood. Voila! The 4-section builder tree was like a withered tree in spring. It continued to grow and grow, growing green leaves and branches. It grew taller and gradually turned into a green tree that reached the sky and started to support the world. He chewed on the green arrow chewing gum and leisurely held a bucket of water to water the roots under the builder tree. The 4 creation trees obtained water and gradually grew taller, becoming the new pillars of heaven and earth. He's actually mending the heavens. Seeing this, Dichi finally understood everything. His voice gradually became hoarse and his face turned serious. This world is about to collapse. This sage of origin crossed the boundary and descended to this world. He may be friends with the Lord Daoist who created the world and has come to repair the world for her. This was the best guess. A primordial chaos saint already had the ability to cross worlds and heavens. These ancient and terrifying existences would certainly get to know each other, call each other friends, and participate in the rise and fall of each world. Hualala! The 4 builder trees continued to grow taller, extending endless green, entangling and condensing. Dichi's voice trembled slightly, and he was secretly shocked. The creation wood is the green vine Mother Earth. It takes hundreds of years to grow to this extent, but he's actually able to do it so easily. What kind of Dao art is this? A saint woodcutter. The heaven-mending technique is bound to be world-shaking. He revealed a rare look of excitement. He hurriedly observed it carefully, his fiery eyes about to pop out. He was afraid of missing a trace of the energy circulation trajectory. His mind worked wildly and calculated. However, his expression gradually froze as he looked at the black-haired and black-eyed young primordial chaos saint who was chewing and growing the creation wood in his mouth. He began to show a trace of suspicion. That's impossible. It's impossible. He mumbled to himself. The more he deduced, the more shocked he became. It was as if a crack had appeared in his Dao heart. In an instant, his mind suddenly shook and he was so scared that he took a few steps back. He muttered in disbelief, no matter how I look at it, I can't sense any mana fluctuations. It's as if it's natural. This is the first time I'm unable to learn and see through the other party's cultivation technique. Chapter 210, Meeting the Phoenix Again. So this is the might of a sage. Dichi looked into the distance, but his shock only lasted for a few seconds. He gradually calmed down and stopped trying to figure out this cultivation method because he knew that at his current level, he could not figure it out and it would affect his Dao heart instead. Back then, when the Dao Lord created the world, I was weak and only a level 6 grotto heaven, but I could still vaguely see the outline of the Dao Lord's cultivation technique. However, this saint can't see it. This saint descended into the world and directly interfered with time. I'm afraid he's not an ordinary primordial chaos. Dichi's expression gradually turned serious as he knew the terrifying part. He muttered to himself and looked into the distance with great ambition. However, I'm confident in my aptitude. Soon, I'll enter the primordial Chaos Saint realm and catch up with these old saints. I'll be able to sweep across the heavens and realms. He was also worried about the collapse of the world. Both he and Dao Changsheng were exhausted from the battle. Dao Changsheng might not be able to withstand this piece of sky. When the heaven and earth collapsed and returned to the origin, even he would find it difficult to deal with. Because he had absorbed Delashan into the 9 revolutions mysterious art and made it one of his apertures, he had no place to go. If the world collapsed, he could only be buried in the chaotic darkness, unable to move. However, since an ancient primordial chaos saint had descended upon the primordial world to save the world, carrying the mysterious primordial chaos saint's supreme treasures, the water bucket and the giant axe, to repair the primordial world, there was no need to worry. He continued to hide in the dark, trying to observe carefully again to see what was going on. Boom! 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 The creation wood continued to grow, growing taller inch by inch. It rumbled as it supported the sky and replaced the positions of the 4 heaven-reaching pillars. At this moment, Dao Changsheng was still supporting himself in the sky. The pressure on his body had been reduced by many times, but he still stood in the same place with his hands supporting the sky. His consciousness seemed to have fallen into a blur. Su Ji looked at it for a moment, and when he saw that Dao Changsheng could not communicate with him, he ignored him. This was the first time he had seen a giant that was bigger than him, and he was quite curious. Dao Changsheng's body was so small, but his second transformation, the true form of Pangu, could become so huge. His flesh and blood were growing at a crazy rate. If he cultivated, he might be able to stand on earth and treat the earth as his orchard, a giant of 100,000 feet, and the moon as a football. Thinking about it that way, this kind of transformation was quite cool. However, the 4 heaven-supporting pillars that I've built at the last moment are too thin. Su Ji suddenly weighed his options. I don't think it'll be long before we can't hold on any longer. We'll have to find a way to rebuild the stone pillars. Su Ji put down the axe and threw it into the bucket. But that's for them to deal with in the future. They'll fix it themselves. I'm just washing the floor. There's no need to wash it so thoroughly. At this time, a small hole suddenly appeared in a certain space, and an ancient existence exuded a terrifying aura. Su Ji flicked his lips. The phoenix was about to appear. This was not surprising. After all, if he appeared in this world, the reclusive Lord Daoist Phoenix would definitely come. He quickly spat out the gum, put it in the wrapping paper, and hid it in his pocket. The god of creation. Soon, a beautiful woman in an ancient costume slowly flew to Su Ji's side. Her face was filled with excitement and complex emotions. A Dao Lord has appeared as well. In the distance, Dichi's expression changed as he revealed a look of horror. A Dao Lord had left this world long ago and was now crossing worlds to return to this shattered world to repair it. The 2 saints were conversing. From the looks of it, this saint woodcutter could interfere with time and was even more powerful than the Dao Lord who had created the world. After all, the Dao Lord had a very respectful attitude. I'm a living being created by Dao Lord. Perhaps, I can use my relationship with Dao Lord too. He started to hesitate and hide in the dark, wondering if he should pay respects to these 2 saints. This might be his chance, a great opportunity. The 4 builder trees stood on the ground, slowly carrying the heaven and earth. Creator, the phoenix's eyes shone with a clear and happy light as it floated in front of him. It was somewhat happy. Su Ji stretched out his hand and let her rest on his palm. He lowered his head and looked at the phoenix in his palm. At this time, she had become a mini long-legged beauty in an ancient costume. She was full of fairy-like aura. He could not help but sigh. Women change 18 times as they grow up. A while ago, it could be used to make tea, but now it could no longer be used to make tea, or perhaps, in the future, the phoenix spirit tea in his fridge was already of the highest quality, and he would have 1 less bottle to drink. After all, her original phoenix egg had already become a god, so it was difficult for her to descend into the mortal world in the virtual sky world. It was impossible for her to soak in a level 8 god's phoenix egg. Great One God, do you need help? The phoenix stood on the palm and turned her head to look at the world Su Ji had repaired. It could not help but exclaim in excitement as it carried the 4 pieces of creation wood. No need. It's just like this. It's fine as long as it doesn't collapse. There's no need to spend too much effort. Su Ji thought for a moment and said softly, Phoenix, you've gone through 7 tribulations, death and tribulations. You've descended into this world to create the heavens and earth. You've done great merit and have already become a sage of origin. You've cultivated the fruit of virtue and are a living creature that surpasses all things in the world. Yes, thank you, great God of creation. Can you take me away now? The beautiful woman in the ancient costume stood in Su Ji's palm, and her eyes could not help but flash with longing. You've already become a god, Su Ji said. You're above the world and can leave the world on your own. You can go through the path of the heavens. Dao Lord Phoenix was silent for a moment, then nodded. She knew it was true. She should rely on her own efforts to open up a path to the outside world. After all, she was already a god and had some results. She did not need to wait long before she could open up a Dao technique to cross space. At this moment, Dichi came over with his broken body, bowed slowly and said respectfully, Greetings to the 2 saints of the world. I pay my respects to the Dao Lord and the other primordial chaos saint. Thank you for crossing over and saving the primordial world. How audacious! This is, Phoenix's clear voice was filled with rage and she was about to explain. Just treat me as a saint. Su Ji interrupted the phoenix and looked down at Emperor Qi, who was on the ground. He said in a light voice, Qi, is there something you need? I beg the sage to take me in as a disciple and bring me out of this world. I will enter the secluded mountain gate of the ancient sage and cultivate the supreme dharma. Qi said respectfully. Su Ji immediately lowered his head and looked at him. Just now, he had been secretly learning from the side but had failed. Now, he wanted to find a master to learn from and then beat the old master to death. However, since it was delivered to his door, Su Ji could save a lot of effort. He laughed and said, What do you want to learn? Disciple wants to learn Dao. Dichi replied. What is the Dao? Su Ji asked in return. Dao is the beginning. It is said that Dao begets one, which is also called the beginning. Dao begets all things, including everything, including the heaven and earth. Dichi answered seriously. Su Ji was stunned. He suddenly understood Dichi's ambition. That was why he created the Deluo Heaven Sutra. He wanted to reach the ultimate realm of extraordinary creatures and accommodate the rules and principles of all things in the world. He continued to practice other techniques in order to complete his own technique path. It was all-encompassing. Su Ji said, if you want to cultivate, it's 10,000 times harder than being a saint, I can't teach you. In this world, there are 129,600 greater worlds and 3,900 sages grotto heavens that can't teach you. The nearby Dao Lord Phoenix couldn't help but tremble. There were a total of 129,600 of them in the entire universe. This was an unbelievable number. Even if one became a saint, one wouldn't be able to see 1% of one's lifespan when it came to the end. And the Creator could create so many worlds. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. This number is eternal. There is life and death in the world. Maintain this constant. Su Ji turned his head to look at the phoenix and said, that's why 129,600 is 1 yuan. It can be called an era, and there will be rise and fall within the era. Phoenix nodded her head respectfully. Dichi's eyes darkened. What this mysterious ancient saint meant was that he didn't want to take him in as a disciple, and he couldn't take him in. Even the sects founded by 3,900 saints in 129,000 worlds couldn't teach him. Su Ji then said, since you want to pursue Dao, you must know, your talent is astonishing, and you can seek the Dao through all living things. I can bestow you with a great fortune. Enter the land of the ultimate and seek your own destiny. What is the ultimate? Dichi asked respectfully. The ultimate is true, and the myriad worlds are false. Su Ji replied. The returning ruins is real. Dichi was completely shocked. The great Dao is true, and one can cultivate the heavens and earth. Su Ji stretched out his hand and pointed at the pieces of gravel on the pitch-black ground. He said indifferently, the infinite worlds are above the ruins of End, like stones embedded in the vast land. In the ruins of End, there are endless worlds floating in it. It is all-encompassing, and can open up worlds, cross the void, see the mysteries of heaven and earth, and develop the Mahayana sect, which is subtle and full of spells. Chapter 211, the legend of the New Age. Seeing the mysteries of heaven and earth, you can study the three teachings sect, and learn all the fine techniques. The words of the ancient primordial chaos saint were not loud, but they were like thunder that exploded in Dichi's heart. When Dichi had just finished sorting out the words of this sage, the towering sage of origin said indifferently, "Dichi, you are naturally intelligent. Do you still not understand the meaning behind this? I'm a little disappointed. Teacher, please give me some guidance." Dichi took a few steps back and looked up at the huge ancient sage of primordial chaos. He bowed and listened respectfully. Su Ji said faintly, "The ultimate is real, and the myriad worlds are fake." But what is real? What was fake? The sinkhole is like a chessboard, and the worlds are the chess pieces. The chessboard is simple and unadorned, with 129,600 chess pieces on it. They seem to be shining with light and attacking continuously, illuminating the entire universe one by one, but so what? So what if he had been glorious? Dichi's body trembled. He was so smart that he instantly understood. "I see." Dichi said in shock, "There are 129,600 chess pieces. On the chessboard, they are like the heroic heavenly emperors. They have roared, bathed in blood, reached the peak, become the winner, and then fall. This is the most cruel fake." Dichi was clearly injured and his body was soaked in blood, but his mind was shaken and he could not control himself. And the chessboard is the real one. Since the creation of the world, it has existed eternally. It is like a supreme existence behind the scenes, hidden in the darkness and not revealing any light. It quietly watched as the chess pieces dazzled, shone, and the worlds fell on its body. As the only unchanging existence since ancient times, it contains the fundamental laws of the world. It is subtle and profound, so it must be unspeakable. Su Ji smiled and nodded. So that's how it is. The ultimate is indeed real. Dichi's eyes were extremely hot. This was too much in line with his ideals. Wasn't he the same in the primordial world? The celestial emperors of the past generations had been glorious before they fell. They were fake after all, while he hid in the dark and stirred up the wind and clouds, standing tall for eternity. That was the real bloody truth. He wanted to be all-encompassing, ambitious, and not just stop at being a saint. If that was the case, then heading to the ruins of End Chessboard was indeed his greatest opportunity. The more Dichi thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Suddenly, he bowed respectfully and was finally convinced. As expected of the ancient sage of origin. "I have benefited greatly from the words in just a short time. The path ahead is no longer foggy and doesn't even need much energy. My Dao heart has sensed that the power of the ancestor of sorcery is enough to enter the origin directly." Dichi's body was covered in blood, and he felt that his thoughts had been completely connected. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out as if his heartstrings had been opened. He turned his head and looked at Dao Changsheng, who was still holding up the sky. He smiled and said, "Heavenly Emperor Dao, I've already left. I'll be waiting for you at the primordial chaos." Shuala. His voice resounded through the deathly silent heaven and earth, surrounding the world. The corners of Su Ji's mouth twitched violently. "Oh my god! You're a monster, aren't you? Not only are you getting stronger and stronger, but you're also making breakthroughs in battle. Now, I'm just fooling you into going to outer space with a few words, and you've gained enlightenment?" Su Ji's heart was a little flustered, but he smiled and said, "The chessboard is the earth and the chess pieces are the heaven. This is a difficult path, and there is no need to kneel to the saints. You only have to bow to the heaven and the earth, and the heaven and the earth are your teachers. Do you want to become a disciple of this teacher?" "Dichi is willing." Dichi respectfully lowered his head and acknowledged. Su Ji's gaze was calm as he looked down at the tiny figure on the ground. He said in a clear voice, "However, this path is lonely. The ruins of End is a land of death. It's vast and endless. We might not meet the world for countless years. I am willing." Dichi stood up straight. In the days to come, he would be traversing the void and seeking the Dao of all living things in the sinkhole. It was not impossible to use it as a journey. As for a loneliness, he had long been used to loneliness. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the dark and quietly watched the celestial emperors lead the era. Furthermore, he had cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art, so he had 9 heavenly passages and 1 danshan in his body. Although a few of these spaces were broken, the broken pieces were still in his body and could be reforged. Furthermore, he had used the inner worlds of the 11 celestial emperors of the wizard ancestors to forge them, and even the zenith heaven was integrated into them. The inner world of a single chakra was much larger than the inner world of deist immortality. He could breed a large number of living beings in it, cultivate and recuperate in his body, birth and death, and turn them into an eternal power source in his body, enough to support him to travel through the deathly silent ultimate. Furthermore, his wife, Siyun, was already in his body, bringing along a small grotto heaven world to roam the sinkhole. He pondered for a moment. Thinking of this, he bowed and said, "Ancient Saint, Dichi is sincerely willing to go to the land of the ultimate." Su Ji smiled and said, "Sure." At this moment, Phoenix, who was beside him, could not help but ask, "Can you also let me enter the sinkhole to seek truth?" Su Ji was speechless. "I'll trick him into going in, not you. That was outer space. All beings have their own opportunities. Your opportunity is not here, so you don't have to force it." Su Ji rejected the Phoenix's request and then added to Dichi, "Those who seek the Dao obtain the Dao, and those who seek the truth obtain the truth. Only then can they overcome the disasters of the eras, leave the chessboard, control the chess pieces, become a chess player, and become an eagle that soars in the heavens and realms with each era as the year, placing chess pieces in the heavens and realms." Both Dichi and the Dao Lord trembled violently, as if they had just heard the most terrifying secret in the infinite worlds. They felt as if they were sitting in 1,000 waves. They could no longer describe what they were feeling. It was as if their minds were being attacked. Jumping out of the chessboard and controlling the chess pieces. It meant jumping out of the ultimate and controlling the worlds above it. In that case, what was the New Age's calamity? In one era, 129,600 greater worlds would all face a catastrophe? How terrifying would that be? Even saints wouldn't be able to escape from it, right? How many ultimate existences were there in the world that could survive to the next era? They were shocked and were about to ask for the details. Su Ji did not say anything more. He took out a Rubik's Cube space for training. It was not very big, only at the level of a level 3 sorcerer, but it was enough to accommodate a little ant. "Come in. I'll send you to the ultimate." "Thank you, sage." Dichi nodded. He was completely respectful and convinced. His eyes were also very firm. Returning to the void was the most correct path for him. Jumping out of the chessboard and becoming a chess player, as an eternal existence behind the scenes, watching the rise and fall of the celestial emperors, these words deeply touched the soft spot in his heart. He gently floated and entered it. Su Ji nodded when he saw this. Emperor Qi had been taken away, and the next thing to do was to exile him out of the sky. The matter of the collapse of the sky had been settled, and the goal of this journey was considered over. He turned to look at the phoenix and said softly, "This world has been stabilized again." After saying that, he picked up the bucket and the axe and strode away. The phoenix quietly looked at the huge and vast back view that was leaving. She was a little reluctant, but after a moment of silence, she stretched out her arm to open the space and returned to the green paradise to continue living in seclusion. There are 129,600 greater worlds. This is one Yuan, one era. There might be a catastrophe in the New Age. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a little creepy. At this moment, she clearly understood how huge the gap between her and the others was. Only an 8th grade saint could leave one world after another and roam the universe. And this was only the beginning. "I've just started, but I'm about to break through and leave this world. I'll follow your footsteps." Su Ji strode up the tunnel with a bucket and an axe in his hands. "Yes, that's right. There's an epoch-making catastrophe, and it has already come. There are only 2 worlds left. I just didn't tell you," he said. He paused for a moment, then took out a piece of gum, tore the wrapper, and put it in his mouth. "By the way, could the phoenix really have been developed? Can he really run out of the Zerg sub-brain's barrier? Look at how good and obedient Ermin is. She's always researching how to expand the underworld and doing farm work, while you want to go out all day." The Zerg sub-brain's self-population shielding was equivalent to a secret door in the genetic sequence. It restricted life essence. In principle, it was impossible to leave, but if it had really opened up a way to travel through space, it was somewhat unknown. The Phoenix was the founder of this spatial system and had studied it the most. It was possible that it could really develop such an application. She might really be out of the orchard after traveling through space. If she really ran out, she would probably be dumbfounded when she saw the steel jungle city and the cars outside. Forget it, let's not think about her for now. Su Ji walked out of the basement and put the axe and the bucket back into the storage room. Then, he tidied himself up, put on an oxygen tank, put on a coat, and put on sunblock. After all, his skin was already peeling from the sun the last time he came back. His invisible body could not block ultraviolet rays, and the body of a wizard was as fragile as an ordinary person. This caused him to start thinking about the path of body cultivation. Invisible body of Qi. He stretched out his hand, and sorcery fluctuations vibrated. Very soon, Su Ji began to take off slowly like a human-shaped rocket, about to send Qi to the sky. The first long-distance spacecraft was about to set off into outer space. Chapter 212, Merging the Body with the Dao. The sun was scorching in the blue sky. So beautiful, this is a life planet. Su Ji rose into the air once again. The entire remote mountain village where he lived, countless fields, houses, and trees came into view. Now, they were going to leave Earth and send Qi to outer space. In the end, Su Ji was still not calm, and his heart was even a little turbulent. He had only seen such a desolate scene on television. It was an unimaginable barrenness and desolation. Earth was only a very small planet among them. There were many giant planets hundreds or thousands of times larger than Earth. Back then, the bug tribe Queen Mother had also started her extraterrestrial exploration after becoming a level 8 god. She went to outer space to search for resources. After all, a planet was too small and a life planet was relatively barren. Many precious resources were scarce due to environmental problems. I didn't expect that I would be so fast. The opportunity came too suddenly. It's like a civilian player suddenly drawing an SSR card and picking up a daiki. Su Ji was pleasantly surprised. He weighed the plan that he had long drawn up. All we need to do is push him out into outer space and let him drift on his own. As for how to stop him from returning to Earth? It was also very simple. Just block the Earth. Just like the area outside the sandbox that blocked the orchard, he could also set up a circle in reverse to surround the Earth, the surrounding satellites, and the Moon, so that he could not see it and could only drift outside. He wasn't afraid of being discovered by the satellites on Earth. After all, it was the size of a grain of sand and was like space trash that was floating around casually. The satellite was mainly used to monitor Earth, so how could it monitor the periphery of Earth in the vast universe at all times and accurately to the point of a grain of sand? This difficulty was equivalent to monitoring every single grain of sand on Earth at all times. Moreover, the time flow on his body was 100 years per day. His movements were so fast that it was impossible to catch his after-images. The huge difference in the flow of time seemed to separate the world into two dimensions. Hwalala! The sky was getting higher and higher. Su Ji was wrapped in an invisible body of air, and his translucent storm air sorcery isolated the strong wind. He gradually flew into the blue sky, and the Earth became smaller and smaller. He could even vaguely see the vast outline of the Earth's huge arc, which was completely dark blue. He flew out a little more and gradually stopped. He looked up and muttered, "I'm already close to the Earth's limit. If I go any further, I'll be in complete vacuum. Leaving Earth. It's time to launch Daiki." He took a deep breath and took out the Rubik's Cube. He had already wrapped it in a special metal shell. It could be considered a simple space capsule. He began to prepare his rank 6 spell, Hurricane Arrow. This was an explosive spell with the longest firing speed. For an object the size of a grain of rice, the instantaneous force it brought was probably no less than that of a rocket. Throw it as far as possible into outer space. After some time, Su Ji flicked his finger. Whoosh! The metal ball instantly turned into a terrifying meteor and shot out at an extremely terrifying speed. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, turning into a stream of light and disappearing in the vacuum of the universe. The emperor behind the scenes, go and beg for your Dao. Su Ji stopped in the sky and looked out at the vast, dark universe. In the universe, there is no air resistance and no gravity, so it can be launched for a long distance. In fact, if there is no resistance, theoretically, it can keep flying at this speed forever. I should go down. Su Ji took a deep breath and felt that things were going quite smoothly. He suddenly descended at a rapid speed, and a large gust of wind whistled around him. There's no rush. Let him fly a little longer. We'll stop when he hits a meteorite or something during the push. The initial stage of Dichi's plan to release the beast into the universe had already been completed. The third sandbox world, the wandering earth, had already begun to sprout. By the time Suji returned to the orchard, it was already close to dusk. He strode to take a shower and then looked at the primordial world that he had been away from for a few hours. The earth was in a mess. The ground was covered in bloody bones and flesh. These were the body parts left behind by Dao Changsheng. He was constantly regenerating, and there were also pieces of flesh and blood left behind from the battle. It was a little strange to have so much flesh and blood. Daoist Changsheng was still unconscious and maintained his posture of a giant supporting the sky. In the grotto heaven world inside his body, the exhausted emperors-to-be and heavenly emperors gradually began to recover their strength and stood up after a few days. What's going on? We can't see the outside. It's impossible for Heavenly Emperor Dao to have died. He should be unconscious. The mortals around him started wailing. They were crying with fear and panic. They couldn't help but whisper. On the other hand, the cute girl and the other players took a deep breath. The 9 grotto heavens contain all of his soul. 4 of them have already shattered. He has lost nearly half of his soul. He has almost lost himself and is even about to die. Then what should he do? Everyone was panicking. Daoist Changsheng was exhausted from the battle and was on the verge of death. Although there were 9 apertures, in fact, after more than half of it was broken, one would completely lose one's self. They would lose their memories, emotions, cultivation techniques, and self-consciousness, leaving only an incomplete remnant soul. Moreover, it was still breaking apart, and he was slowly walking towards death. He had already lost himself and couldn't wake up, so he couldn't save himself. This was also the reason why Dichi let Dao Changsheng go. He knew that Dao Changshen's life was coming to an end. 4 of his 9 apertures were broken and only a remnant soul was left. He could not wake up and only death was waiting for him. He's going to die. It's impossible for him to wake up, unless his soul can be repaired. The Cyan Emperor suddenly spoke. But how can I complete it? Nearly half of the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls have already been shattered. Duan Tiandi's voice was extremely solemn. When a person's soul was shattered, how could he make up for it? This was unimaginable. At this moment, the Cyan Emperor spoke again and pointed at the sky. 4 of his 9 heavens have been shattered. He's missing the soul of the 4th heaven. But now that he had turned his body into heaven and earth, this was the only chance to save him. We can rebuild the broken 4th heaven. Since his soul is already broken, we can use the wish power of all living beings in his body to make all living beings pray for his resurrection. It will then flow into the sky and repair his 4th sky soul, repairing his 3 souls and 7 spirits. To let all living beings pray for his resurrection? In order to use the power of wishes of all living beings to turn into Joss flames and complete his soul? Everyone's eyes widened. The soul was like a stick of incense, constantly emitting Joss flames. The power of Joss flames was the energy emitted by the soul, and in a sense, it was also a kind of soul. However, this was a brand new 3 souls and 7 spirits. Even if he replenished half of his soul, would Daoist Changsheng still be him? This is the only way. If we don't hurry up, we won't make it. The Cyan Emperor looked at the sky. His voice carried an extremely complicated tone. Almost half of his soul is already broken. If we gather the wishes of all living beings on the earth and pray to complete his soul, perhaps his existence will transform and he will no longer be a living creature, but a soul life gathered from the wishes of all living beings. You can call him the real Dao, the heavenly Dao. Chapter 213, Blue Sky and Red Sun, the Dao of Longevity. In that case, the only way was to complete his soul. Everyone took a deep breath. It doesn't matter if it's him or not. It's better than death, Emperor Duan Tian said. The Panga golden body contains an endless world. It's too important to our primordial world. Right. The god-slaying heavenly emperor immediately shouted. Dao Changsheng must not die. If he died, all the efforts of the teachers would be in vain. Since that's the case, let all living beings pray for Dao longevity and resurrection. Let him become the heavenly Dao and control the 9 heavens. That's right. Since the heavenly court has been destroyed, New court shall be established in the 9 heavens. Generations of heavenly emperors will rule the world. Above that, there must be the heavenly Deo, an existence from the dark. The heavenly Deo is formed from the will of all living beings, so it must be a selfless existence that can depose generations of tyrant heavenly emperors. How intelligent were the people present! In an instant, all his conjectures had been completed. This way, he had truly established a framework for the world. Humans had their own desires, while the heavenly Deo was selfless. There was the heavenly Deo that monitored the heavenly court and everything in the world. It was impossible for a mastermind like Long Hong Dichi to appear. Heavenly emperors, begin mending the heavens. One by one, the heavenly emperors walked out. After recovering their cultivation, they rose into the air. They came to the few shattered apertures and moved the space fragments to sort out the space of the apertures. At the same time, a clear and low shout resounded in the heavenly realm, "All living beings of the world, pray for the return of the heavenly emperor. Heavenly Emperor Deo, please come back to life. Our heaven and earth cannot be without celestial Emperor Deo." Instantly, countless people in the inner world cried and knelt on the ground. Their thoughts mixed together, forming a wisp of longing and feelings that floated in the sky. They begged the heavens to return this heavenly monarch Deo to them, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Heavenly Emperor Deo's prestige had long surpassed all the other heavenly emperors since ancient times and reached the peak. Countless people were sincerely grateful to Heavenly Emperor, and their pure wish power and worship merged into the sky. "Heavenly Emperor Deo, please come back to life." Some of the elderly Holy Land elders closed their eyes as tears flowed down their faces. They felt a heavy weight upon seeing this scene, filled with sorrow. But when Heavenly Emperor Deo returns, will he still be the same person? Some young people were crying loudly, not caring about their appearance. The world was praying. Heavenly Emperor Deo's life was legendary. He was a mixed blood of the Wu and demon race. He appeared in the world tree for the first time and fought his way out of the hidden holy lands, leaving behind the legend of longevity and saving his mother. After that, he fought against the heavenly court, the gods, the emperors, and the 3 divine punishments. Not only did he not die, but he also created an indestructible golden body. He fought for the emperor for the 2nd time and then suppressed the delusion. With the intention to die, he fought against 11 ancient heavenly emperors alone. This period of time was too legendary. He had been fighting for his entire life, bathing in blood, killing his way up and finally fighting with heavenly monarch Dichi. He had lost his consciousness, but he was still holding on to his arms and the sky with his unyielding will. How could they not be sad for such a heroic heavenly emperor? Not enough, it's still not enough. His soul is too strong. I'm afraid he'll need a great emperor's soul to mend the heavens and complete his consciousness. Suddenly, Emperor Duan Tian's voice turned cold. He looked at his fellow deists and said, "Everyone, now is the time for me to realize my ambition. When I found out that the ancient times were a lie and that all living beings on earth were deceived by the terrifying truth, I hoped to cross the ages and eradicate the mastermind behind the scenes. Now, we fellow deists who share the same goal have done it. In the future, we will only fight for the present, live in the present, because once the heavenly Deo is established, it will completely cut off the past and present. No one is allowed to decay." A dazzling golden crow-red sun let out a crisp and angry cry as it soared into the sky. It shattered its own soul and turned it into the purest primitive soul energy, which then merged into the sky in the center of the Danshan. Hwala! Large amounts of blood sprayed down. The aura of the broken Sky Emperor was completely integrated into it. He chose death. A sun hung high in his Danshan, illuminating the 9 heavens. Hanging in the center, countless people on the ground wailed. The broken Sky Emperor was dead. This ancient celestial emperor, who was revered by all living beings on earth, had chosen the Deo integration. Instantly, countless people roared as if they had gone mad. Their eyes instantly turned red and were filled with hot tears as they cried without end. Not enough, it's still not enough. The Saiyan Emperor walked out in large strides and looked at the sky indifferently. Saiyan Emperor, you can't, an old monster said with a choked voice. The Saiyan Emperor's mood was calm. He didn't say anything as he walked step by step in the sky. He immediately revealed his true form of a green lotus. A huge dark green lotus flew up and merged into the center of his Danshan. His huge soul instantly exploded and slowly floated in the center, causing the entire Danshan to be illuminated with a faint green. The people around him were crying. Green Lotus, the cute girl cried and sobbed. Her face was full of tears. Qing Lian was the person she had the best relationship with. He was silent but always the most reliable. Unknowingly, she had already regarded him as her best friend in her second life. If she was a heavenly emperor, she would rather die in place of Qing Lian, but unfortunately, her realm was not high enough. The living beings of the 9 heavens began to wail again. Another celestial emperor had fallen. This was destined to be a dark era, a catastrophe that was far more terrifying than the ancient gods' celestial heavens. Not only did the heaven realm collapse, but the celestial emperors were also falling one after another, using their bodies to repair the heavens and resurrect the celestial emperor. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "What's that?" Everyone looked up and saw that the huge green lotus in the world of the Danshan had turned into an ocean. A golden sun and a golden crow were floating in the middle of the ocean. Blue sky and red sun. Someone shouted at the strange phenomenon in the middle of the sky. He was abnormally excited. The 9 stars were aligned, and the 9 chakras had long been connected to the center of the Danshan. They were watching the incredible Danshan phenomenon from a distance in each of the small worlds. All of a sudden, a faint shadow began to return from the blue sky and red sun. A supreme terrifying aura filled the air as if it had crossed time and space. The world trembled as a terrifying might of the world pounced over. "Who am I?" The figure suddenly spoke, his voice filled with confusion. He slowly sat cross-legged in the bright blue sky and red sun. He lowered his head and looked at the living beings of the 9 worlds around him. They were all staring at him. He revealed a calm expression, like an ancient well without ripples. "You created me, why are you crying?" The sniffling continued. They clearly understood that Heavenly Emperor Dao had come back to life and had forgotten the past. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls had been completed and he was no longer himself. Whoosh! The power of will and emotions of countless living beings gathered and entered his body. His grief made him feel inexplicable, and tears fell drop by drop. He did not know why he was crying, but he felt very sad in his heart. "Who am I?" he suddenly murmured as he looked into the distance, as if he could see through the ancient times. His mind suddenly jolted, and a blurry image of a child reading a book appeared in his mind. A voice rang out beside him, "My child. You have the innate supreme Dao body, and I am Mother Earth Green Vine, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" The screen flashed. On the grass under the bright sun, an innocent and honest teenager took his mother's hand and walked into the distance. "Mother, your Dao and your longevity are just like your son, Dao Changsheng. You've returned. Please embark on the path of seeking Dao again." Gradually, a calm and dignified middle-aged man with few words appeared in front of him. "Teacher, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at this piece of land, thinking about my future." "Then, teacher, what future are you thinking about?" "If I become the Qing Emperor in the future, I'll repay you with the peach blossoms blooming here." Boom! His mind suddenly jolted as he looked down at a huge jade-green lotus that was slowly spinning below him. With a complicated look on his face, he raised his head and saw the golden, fiery sun. He seemed to see another magnificent Emperor of Heaven, who was talking about his dream with his hands behind his back. "As the Emperor of Heaven breaking, I will cut off the world and the history by myself and eradicate all the ancient existences in the past." "Teacher, best friend." He was silent, as if thousands of thoughts were flashing through his mind. In the end, he saw a young celestial emperor. It was him. He knelt in front of Dalashan and cried bitterly. He begged the ancestors of sorcery, ancient celestial emperors, please go back for the sake of the people. All he got in return was a cold smile. He could feel the sorrow of the young heavenly emperor, who was unwilling to fight with the hero he admired the most. However, in the end, that young man carried everything on his back and fought a bloody battle with Dichi. "Is that me? My whole life?" He suddenly lowered his head and couldn't help but sigh. It was blurry, like a previous life, but it was also an unforgettable pain. His originally calm and cold eyes suddenly rippled, and he suddenly said to the world, "I am the heavenly Dao of all living beings. All living beings are born by me. Since I live in the blue sky and red sun, I am the blue sky. I live for the Daoist, but I'm not the Daoist. The blue sky." All the living beings on the earth trembled, and the heavenly emperors couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. He suddenly understood and revealed a faint smile. He extended his hand and released all the living beings in the 9 spaces. Go out. The heaven and earth have rules. This is the heaven realm. Mortals cannot stay here for long. Hwalala. All of the living beings suddenly flashed and appeared on the barren blood-colored soil. They turned their heads and looked at the vast giant who was still holding up the sky. His unyielding body seemed to be standing like a statue, still holding up the sky. Boom! 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 In the next second, the terrifying giant collapsed and turned into a pile of flesh and blood, which fell to the ground. A tiny figure slowly walked out from the huge body. It was Dao Changsheng. However, he was much colder than before. He looked at the land and said, "After the calamity of the ancestral witches, there will be a golden age. My god is the 9 heavens, and my body is the earth." He pointed to the sky with one hand and the earth with the other. The collapsed body of the huge panga quickly began to flow with Daoist power. The entire corpse turned into a mountain of flesh and blood. Green branches and leaves extended out and continued to spread. The bone armor began to turn into a solid jade supreme treasure. His skin was extremely tough, and his hair was as tough as divine threads. They could be given to all living beings as supreme treasures. This was equivalent to the creation of the world once again, with the emergence of all kinds of primordial spiritual treasures. It was a completely different new era. He calmly flew up and merged into the heavenly wall, gradually disappearing. I am the heavenly Dao, a thought gathered by the wishes of all living beings. If the tyrant is Daoless, the power of the common people will gather into the heavens and enter my body, using the body of the heavenly Dao to attack the emperor. Boom! Heaven and earth seemed to have sensed it and shook. The people of the earth were silent and sorrowful. They looked up for half a day and saw that the heavenly Dao had completely disappeared. They could only pick up their luggage and walk on the land filled with death and barrenness again. They began to rebuild their houses and start a new life. The great battle has ended. The catastrophe of the world has passed. We're still alive. Some people cried tears of joy and numbly rebuilt their houses. After a few days, they finally cried out loud and wailed loudly. Their limbs were limp on the soil, and they were still in disbelief. This was the pain of war. In the end, mortals were just mortals. They could not resist and could only bear the suffering it brought. The scenes of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking might not be erased from their ordinary lives. They would turn into nightmares and wake up from time to time at night. It wasn't easy to get to this point. The hot-blooded heroic heavenly emperors were determined to overthrow the ancient rule, and they had paid a great price. This time, the ancient heavenly court had been completely overthrown, and there were no longer any existences of the old mixed in. This was undoubtedly a great victory, but what about the new era after the great victory? As the broken emperor had said, one by one, the geniuses and geniuses opened up their own golden age? That might be a matter for a long time in the future. The scars of the current world catastrophe would be very difficult to heal within hundreds of years. The number of sacrifices was also surprisingly low. After the battle, most of the heavenly emperors were still alive, but the 3 most ancient and powerful heavenly emperors had already left. Another 10 days passed, and the people resumed their slash-and-burn farming. The gods were in the sky, maintaining order for the heavens and earth. The rain continued to fall, and the spring plowed. Meanwhile, an empress was sitting in a dilapidated wooden house. Su Wei was looking out the window at the dead black soil. A new green sprout was slowly sprouting. She sat in front of the window and wrote down the long and difficult years of catastrophe on a black stone slab with a pen. In the end, she wrote down an epilogue. When the sky was covered by the ancient gods, when the ground was filled with corpses sighing at the weakness of humans, Ren Xiu still stubbornly dragged his broken body to block the sky, using his tenacious old body to write his will. He didn't give up hope. When the fruit was corroded by dark parasites, when the flowers of victory bloomed in someone else's garden, Qing Tian still stubbornly stood in front of Dalashan with his broken body. He used his indomitable body to write down his determination, not abandoning all living beings. Generation after generation of heroic heavenly emperors advanced in the decaying darkness. A brave heart that is determined to die. Finally overthrowing the undefeatable ancient existences. In the ancient stone slabs. It would record their unyielding legend, Ren Xiu's age, the blue sky and red sun. Daoist Changsheng. Su Wei suddenly stopped writing and stood up. She hung the black slate covered in words on the wall of the hut. She strode out and welcomed the rising sun. The bright and beautiful sunlight shone on her beautiful face, and she seemed to see the cold heavenly Deo that was high above. She could not help but smile slowly. The quiet years, only for the end of the Deo, longevity. No matter how sad and angry the people who survived were, or how terrifying this era was, time was still merciless. It was washing away all the bright past. This moment was recorded in the East era of countless years later, and it was still simple and cruel. At the end of the Western era, the catastrophe struck. The builder tree collapsed, the heavenly realm shattered, and living beings were wiped out. The celestial emperor Deo merged with the Deo to form the heavens. The blue sky and red sun formed the heavenly Deo. Chapter 214, The Difference Between Immortal and Mortal. The primordial world. The land was barren and dark. 100 years had passed, and the pain of the people was still difficult to erase. However, the world had completely welcomed an unprecedented change. The world no longer had a builder tree that could carry the heaven and earth, and it no longer had the two separate worlds of immortal and mortal. The sky was empty and twice as high as before. It was extremely high and was embedded with endless bright stars. Deist Changsheng used his body to create the celestial realm, and his body contained a high-dimensional grotto heaven world. The Nine Heavens. It was also called the Nine Heavens. There were 9 heavens in the sky, which meant that it could accommodate 9 heavenly emperors. Back then, the 3 emperor-to-be had already become a heavenly emperor. Su Wei, Fen Teng, and Zhang Yuvai took over one after another and ruled the realm. At the center of the 9 heavens was a heavenly Dao's Hongmeng treasure hall. There were shocking phenomenons of the blue sky and red sun floating up and down. They were misty and vast, illuminating the 9 heavens. The trajectories of the sun and moon were controlled by the heavenly Dao and operated independently, no longer under the control of the heavenly emperors of the past. At this point, the day and night of the immortal and mortal worlds were opposite. As the sun circulated in the mortal world, night fell in the heavenly realm. When the sun shone in the heavens, it was night in the mortal world. As time passed, the aftermath of the age of the gods began to show itself. The ancient mythological era where humans and gods lived together had completely become an ancient legend. There were no traces of the gods in the mortal world. The cultivation speed of the races on the ground started to slow down. They were unable to imitate the ancients and worship the gods that flew across the sky, absorbing their auras and causing their cultivation to rapidly decline. The 4 races of the earth could only visualize mortals, mountains, and trees. Most of them stopped at the foundation establishment and spirit focus realms. The ancient myth of the cohabitation between man and God in the Western era was gradually passed down as a legend. Countless scholars and calligraphers were writing and praising it. There were even various myths and biographies that appeared, such as the love between man and God, longevity-saving mother, the head suppressed under Mount Changyang, the legend of Moon Osman thus. Immortals and mortals are different. Did humans and gods really cohabit in the Western era? That's impossible, right? In that era, geniuses in their teens were able to cultivate to the 2nd realm, spirit focus, and even the 3rd realm, divine treasure. We might not even be able to reach this realm in our lifetime. Grandpa, you're lying to us, right? We've never seen the existence of a heavenly god since we were young. Could it be that they've descended to the lower realm, and we mortals can't sense them? I long for that era. Yesterday, I dreamed of the ancient times. As a mighty person from a reclusive holy land in the mortal world, I was drinking with a god under a tree in the courtyard. When the god was halfway through drinking, he put down the cup and rose into the air, saying that he had something to do and wanted to strike the thunder hammer from the heavens to be in charge of the rain today. Time flew by, and another 50 years passed. The cultivation in the mortal world was still slow, and cultivators were called cultivators and necromancers by the mortal countries. They served the imperial court and sensed the heaven and earth. They were great Confucians, important officials of the imperial court, and they absorbed the incense of the people within their jurisdiction. 3rd-tier divine treasures were already rare grandmasters of spells, and they had already become the imperial preceptors of a country. On the other side, a new force was rising. The art cultivators gradually declined. On the other hand, the body cultivators relied on their bravery and emerged some heroes of the pugilistic world. They cultivated their dantian and did not rely too much on the visualization of heaven and earth. They ate food and blood to replenish their energy and turned it into blood and chi meridian techniques, integrating them into their danshan to expand it. They hunted demons and used their flesh and blood to nourish themselves. Furthermore, all sorts of martial arts appeared in the pugilistic world, and sects were established, vaguely turning into a golden age of martial arts. In the lower realms, dozens of sorcerers were far from being a match for a martial arts practitioner. Gradually, sorcerers were ridiculed as a trick of the Jianghu. They were only good for show, but could only be admired. However, martial artists were still unable to quickly improve their cultivation. Therefore, they opened up many internal skills in the method of circulating their mind, meridians, and danshan. They also refined the moves to perfection and turned them into famous martial arts moves in the pugilistic world. In another 10 years, peerless heroes gradually appeared. There was an old man in his 40s, Duan Kunyu. He trembled as he obtained a treasure of heaven and earth. Before he died, he broke through to the fourth purple mansion realm and actually regained his youth. Like a young swordsman, he held a long sword with a green edge and began to travel the pugilistic world. He defeated hundreds of elite soldiers by himself. He could break a mountain peak with one sword. He pointed his sword to the sky, and his sword chi could shoot down an eagle in the sky. The world was shocked. I saw the traces of the sword god with my own eyes. It's too terrifying. He passed by a bandit's mountain stronghold and saw that he was a bully. He could cut down a mountain peak by himself and his strength was equivalent to 1,000 caddies. That's impossible. Is he still human? A sword that can break mountains, sword god Duan Kunyu. The next day, the great Zhou emperor heard of this matter and accepted the imperial advisor's suggestion. He announced to the world that heroes broke the law with their martial arts and wanted to control all the sects in the world. For a time, the wind and clouds surged. On the other side, in the Spore Evolution Forum, after everyone learned about the whole incident, they were suddenly filled with a myriad of emotions. They had watched Daoist Changsheng grow up. Now that he had become the Dao and the heavenly Dao, it would be a lie to say that he didn't have complicated feelings. Menmei wants to evolve into a dragon, I'll say it, Daoist Changsheng still has his own consciousness, but he's limited by the will of the heavenly Dao and can't do too many things. I still go over to chat with him occasionally, and he's still the same as before. Screenshots. Screenshots. In the image, Meng Mei was talking to a blurry figure of the heavenly Dao. Cute girl, this generation's heavenly Dao is immortal, but his own soul has a lifespan and will die of old age. The part of the soul that belongs to him will be scattered. At that time, the wish power of all living beings will fill the entire soul and become a completely emotionless heavenly Dao. Of course, that's the matter for the next heavenly Dao. After everyone heard the explanation, they immediately felt relieved. He was supposed to die, but being able to survive was already the best outcome. Although he was limited, he still had his own consciousness, which was not bad. Immediately, countless people were very excited. This could be considered a happy ending. This battle was too brutal, and it's already a victory for US players to be able to endure until this point. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art was awesome. He had lost half of his soul, yet he was still alive and had even completed the heavenly Dao. Learning medicine to save the world, to be honest, I've seen the entire process. I'm touched and emotional. It's so inspirational. I feel like I have to do something. So, I rolled over on the bed with my phone and set it as my wallpaper. From now on, he's my Prince Charming. The cute girl begged, upstairs, do you need a beating? One embroidery needle, the bootlicker above, your name disgusts me. I've never been charmed by women. And cute girl, you can publish a book titled The Heavenly Dao is My Disciple. I've even thought of the title introduction for you. I once listened to the Dao of the Dao Lord who created the world and also became brother and sister with the Saiyan Emperor. I once incarnated as the indomitable builder tree, and also enlightened Renziu's primordial spirit of enlightenment. I've seen the blood of the ancient gods spilling over the world, and I've also seen the blood of the 12 ancestors of sorcery in Dalashan. I took in a disciple who was later known as Heavenly Emperor Dao and became the eternal Heavenly Dao. But today, I've chosen to put down all my past glory and return to the mortal world. I'm sitting in front of my computer and writing a book to brag to you netizens. 666. The person above is awesome. This novel would definitely be popular. Unfire chop. Blowing up. It sounds awesome, but in fact, it's just a salted fish that has lived the longest. Funny. Heaven realm, purple cloud heavens. Do you really want to keep researching? Menmei looked at the group of red-named players. No matter how many, we are still comrades. I'm going to die of old age. Won't you accompany me to spend my last days? The few of them were very calm. No. It wasn't easy to finally get to this point. A few red-named players had already broken through to become great emperors Dongsu. Now that they had the heavenly Dao, they did not dare to cause any trouble. The four of them each controlled a heaven and continued to gather talents. They did not fight for power and began to study in seclusion and re-established the research institute of the immortal realm. Tisk. Then I'll go down to the mortal world to take a look. It's been more than 100 years. She glared at them. She was already too old and was still stuck at the sixth realm grotto heaven. She had been a Dao cultivator before and then a body cultivator. However, she had switched too late and was unable to break through. Now, she was about to die of old age. The red-named players were still alive and kicking. Speaking of which, I've really witnessed many eras. Meng Mei recalled the words of the netizens outside and suddenly felt a little emotional. It was just that although she seemed to have lived the longest, she had spent most of her time sleeping. The actual time she had lived here was only about 50 years. But I'm already a 50-year-old grandma. It's over, she said crisply. In the end, she still found it hard to believe. She strode forward, tore open a passage, and strode into the mortal world. The old era is over. I also have to walk to the end. Chapter 215. The mythological era had come to an end. She just wanted to witness the last of it and end it with it. At this time, she was feeling a little happy and relaxed, but also a little complicated. Dao Changsheng was not dead, but the death of the Green Emperor and the Sky-Breaking Emperor still touched her a lot. The image of a young girl in an ancient costume with a long sword in green gradually descended into the mortal world and walked on the ancient streets. I wonder how the mortal world will change in the future era without a god? She opened her eyes wide and looked around. Their cultivation speed is too slow. As she walked through the towns, she saw many swordsmen. Some of them were even standing on the city walls and fighting with countless people watching. She continued to walk forward and suddenly saw a small place with a scholar of the Confucian sect standing on a mountain. They were making an extremely simple hot air balloon together, and the crowd cheered. Yes, make it bigger. It can let us fly into the sky. In the sky, is there really a heavenly realm? I don't know about the heavenly realm, but I'm sure there are stars. We can pluck the stars from the sky and prove our abilities to the necromancers of the Confucian sect. A few years ago, a shooting star fell from the sky and countless people went there. A hero picked up a star from the sky and used the meteorites to forge a famous peerless divine weapon in the pugilistic world, the demon warding sword, which could kill demons. There are evil spirits in the great swamp of the Cloudy Mountains, and our townspeople often enter it. They're confused by the evil spirits and go missing. If we can have a supreme treasure, we won't be weaker than those martial arts practitioners. You can enter the demon subduing stage. She continued to walk and passed by one small town after another. They saw swordsmen in green robes walking around the world with swords in their hands, looking extremely carefree. In the lower realms, the current spell cultivators were too weak, and body cultivators had a huge advantage. It's only been 150 years, and the world has changed. As she walked on the ground, she could not help but feel a little lonely. In this era, the demons were in the most pain. The demon race was the awakening of all living beings in the world. In the current environment, it was difficult for them to transform and they were completely extinct. On the contrary, the ancient race was better off than the demon race. The ancient race was the descendants of the ancient gods. Their bodies were huge to begin with, and their strange bodies were called demons by people. They would enter the village from time to time to eat people and attack humans at night. They even gathered in the cloudy mist great swamp to resist the swordsmen who were subduing demons and devils. The current Magus Berserker tribe was tall and strong. They were driven to the frontier and herded on the grasslands, forming their own barbarian kingdom. They were called barbarians. The other three races have their own survival. Are there really no more demons? After all, she was part of the demon clan and belonged to the same clan as Qing Lian. After Qing Lian's death, she became the demon ancestor through and through, and the revival of the demon clan fell on her head. She was a little lost as she continued to walk around the land. On the next day, a terrifying piece of news spread throughout the world. Martial god Duanqunyu had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. She entered the palace alone with a sword and defeated the imperial guards and all the officials. She questioned the emperor of Great Zhou and ordered him to abolish the laws that restricted martial arts sects. "I'm a god of the land, I should open my own section," Duanqunyu announced to the world. In ancient times, the builder tree was the ancestor of all spiritual roots in the world. It was broken and left on the earth. I was lucky to have a branch and planted it as the ginseng fruit tree. I planted it in the courtyard and it constantly produced fruits. I was able to cultivate to this point. Those who are fated in the world can come and worship me as their master. Countless Confucians in the imperial court were furious. Boasting shamelessly and calling yourself a god. With the power of a martial artist, one person can fight a country. What should we do? Martial artists ran amok, and no one could restrain them. As for the Confucians, they were local officials and needed the worship of the people. They were thinking for the people and cultivated in an upright manner. They absorbed the incense from the people, which was not as fast as them. After all, no matter how many mortals auras there were, they were too weak when gathered together, and their progress was slow. This is truly a sad era. She revealed a faint calmness and continued to stride forward. She wanted to see more of this world and taste all the delicious plants in this world before she died of old age. This was her original intention. On this day, she passed by a poor village on a gloomy day. She suddenly had a feeling and her faith was stirred. There was the aura of a demon. How can there still be demons in this mortal world? Without an expert, there would be no nourishment from the inner world's rich energy, and living beings should not have the chance to develop their intelligence. She stopped in her tracks and slowly entered a simple and crude house. I studied hard for 3 years, so I have to serve the country. Now, martial artists run amok, not caring about the people. The world is constantly hit by disasters. Outside the southern region, there are mountains and rivers where demons and devils are hidden and devouring people. In the northern region, there are the barbarian tribes of the grasslands, watching like tigers. A young scholar was reading page after page of a book. She looked down and saw a small white fox beside the scholar's table. Its black eyes were rolling around. It was wearing a grey, tattered human dress, and only its head was exposed. It was also reading beside the scholar with great interest. It was reading the Little Yan Sutras. The little fox's nerves suddenly jolted and she hurriedly made a simple sound. "See. Hi God." The scholar trembled and also turned to look at the green-robed girl who had suddenly appeared at the door. "It's going to rain. I'm just passing by, so I'm borrowing some shelter." She smiled and ignored the scholar and the little fox. She turned her head to look at the flower pot on the windowsill. It was a creation wood. "You are?" The scholar couldn't help but exclaim. "She's Green Vine, Mother Earth. She said that the heavens would rain, and the heavens in it is her disciple." An explanation came from the side. The scholar and the white fox shuddered, and their minds went blank. Meng Mei turned her head and followed the voice to sense a familiar aura. It was an old friend. Mu Yuan Cheng. She looked at a potted plant on the windowsill in front of her. This was Dao Changshen's father. She didn't expect him to be in such a state. Once, he was on the Creation Wood when the sky-opening Creation Wood sect was beaten up by Dao Changsheng. After he avenged his mother, he broke all ties with them. Whoosh! All of a sudden, heavy rain poured down. The raindrops fell on the eaves of the house, causing the dilapidated house to make a constant knocking sound. She looked at the old vine-potted plant and didn't speak. "Green Vine Mother, I knew you would come. I've been waiting, for almost 100 years, the Green Vine said. What are you doing here? Back then, I was the only heavenly god who wasn't brought to the heavenly court." Mu Yuancheng explained in a low voice, "They all know about my relationship with Heavenly Emperor Dao. No one dared to take me with them. As a god of the old era, I could only take my wife and family with me and stay in the mortal world for hundreds of years. Where's your family? Where are they now? Human. I'm too old, and my cultivation kept regressing. My wives are also from the demon race, and their cultivation is too low, so they're gradually getting old. They can't hold on any longer and turned into ordinary plants and animals. I buried them by the roadside. Our later years were too painful. We kept running away, and we kept running away. In the end, only my daughter and I were left. Mu Yuancheng said, 2 years ago, I was vanquished by the young swordsman. Kept running and even lost my human form. Only my primordial spirit escaped. I planted myself in a flower pot. I've been waiting, waiting. I'm clearly about to die, but I'm still persevering because I feel that I can't die so easily. His voice was completely hoarse. The sect leader of the hidden holy land back then actually sobbed and said, I've already used my entire life to pay for the mistakes I made back then. However, the era that belongs to the demon race should not be left behind like this. His voice was complicated. He stretched out a withered branch with great difficulty as if he was calling the little white fox over. The fault of the father should not be passed on to the child. She and Deist Changsheng are siblings, so she should be the last demon in this world. Father, the white fox in human clothes suddenly shed tears. Mother Earth Green Vine looked at him. According to your lifespan, you should have died long ago. Is that why you've persevered until now? Yup. The extremely withered grayish-black vine looked at the scenery outside the window and said in a hoarse and old voice without any emotion, I should have died a long time ago. Looking at the swordsman in green, the confusions, and the disputes and vitality of the pugilistic world, I've been running like a madman all these years. I've been trying to run out of this world. I couldn't help but go to many places to look for traces of our mythological era, but I couldn't find it at all. All of you have disappeared into the heavenly court, leaving me alone. Hwalalalalalalala. Heavy rain suddenly fell outside the window. It dripped onto the green vine plant on the window, and the 2 mahogany windows kept opening and closing, making cracking sounds as the storm hit them. I'm the only one left in this world. I don't have any new members of my kind. It's so cruel. I feel so lonely. I've been abandoned by the times. The green vine lowered its head and spoke in a weak voice again. The cute girl was stunned. In fact, I'm going to die too. In the rain, she suddenly sat down on the windowsill and looked at the vine. How is that possible? Even the most ancient demon ancestor was leaving? Could it be that the demon race could only exist in the mythical era of the Western era? A great emperor's life shouldn't end so quickly. Mu Yuanken's voice was bitter. I haven't broken through to the heavenly emperor realm. Suddenly, Mu Yuancheng fell silent. Meng Mei suddenly put down her arrogance and sat by the window. In the heavy rain, she talked about the mythological stories of the mythological era while facing the green vine potted plant. Mu Yuancheng also talked about his past when he fought for the emperor in his youth and got to know Qing Yiran. At that time, he had never thought of being a heartless man. He had only been pushed by the current situation and the sect, going with the flow. Gradually, his heart had turned cold. Under the guidance of his father, he had peacefully inherited the sky-opening wood-building sect and become the sect leader. I've betrayed the woman I once loved the most in my life. Perhaps I should have died long ago. However, I also feel that my life is worth it, because without a villain like me, there might not be a heavenly emperor. No one can stand up and roar at the heavens. The current era may be different. With the ups and downs of each era, who can clearly calculate the gains and losses? The rain got heavier and heavier, and Mu Yuanken's voice became softer and softer, even gradually losing all signs of life. Mother Earth, as heaven's teacher, perhaps it's not that you can't break through. It's just that you don't care about it and never pursue it. You feel that you have nothing to fear even if you die. Her entire body trembled as she looked at Mu Yuancheng's lifeless body. A faint sense of loneliness flashed through her heart. Perhaps, it's true that I didn't try my best to break through. After Dao Changsheng and the Qing Emperor left, I felt that it didn't matter. She seemed to have understood something. Her gaze indifferently passed through the green vine bonsai and looked at the rain outside the window. Drip drop. The clear raindrops fell onto the windowsill, scattering clear white water. The demon race might really decline. She laughed at herself and stood in the dark room. The red window was still beating with the rain, and the potted plant had completely stopped moving. The young scholar and the little white fox behind him trembled as they stood respectfully with their heads lowered. Suddenly, Qing Teng turned his head to look at the little white fox. Once, I gave an opinion to an old man who wanted to go to heaven. He suppressed the ancient gods' era. After that, a child acknowledged me as his master and he became Heavenly Emperor Dao. He suppressed an era of ancestors of sorcery and now. Are you willing to be my disciple? Chapter 216, The Fate of the Dragon Vein, the Establishment of the Celestial Dynasty. Can I really do it? The little fox's voice trembled. Almost no one in the mortal world had ever seen a heavenly god. Even if one or two heavenly gods of the Deo Palace or Grotto Heaven realm descended to the mortal world, it would be enough to shock them, let alone the legendary creation wood, Mother Earth, and Green Vine, the teacher of the heavenly Deo. The cute girl looked at the little white fox. Her father was a sorcerer, and her mother was a demon. She was still a mixed-blood sorcerer and demon, but at first glance, she did not have any signs of an innate primordial spirit, so she was not as good as deist Chang Sheng. I'll only teach you for 3 years. Meng Mei looked at her and said. She also had a direction in her heart. She was awakened by Mu Yuanken's words before she died and wanted to take a gamble. Did he really try his best to break through? In fact, she knew that she didn't give it her all. Mu Yuanken's perseverance touched her. Those red names are the same, they're crazy. And I've been a spectator all this time. It's been too easy, and I've never personally participated. I've been hiding at the back and watching without really trying. She muttered in her heart. I'll teach you the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Meng Mei looked at the little white fox and said, this is a technique that uses strength to prove the Deo. Whether you can learn it or not, whether you have the aptitude, will depend on fate. Meng Mei opened the space and took out the old and worn-out books that she had flipped through in the past. Spatial analysis geometry, from beginner to give up, calculus, from exuberance to baldness, and they instantly piled up into a small mountain. The secret manual for immortal ascension. The little white fox's eyes brightened and immediately regarded it as a treasure. On the side, the young man couldn't help but be startled. After hesitating, he mustered up his courage and said, Mother Earth, Heavenly God, our dynasty can't win against those martial arts swordsmen. Is it true that technique cultivation is inferior to body cultivation? Can you give us a solution? The cute girl turned to look at him. This youth's eyes were pure and he had been studying all this time. He probably had the great desire to save the world and rule the country, and wanted to take the exam to become famous. To be chosen by Mu Yencheng and adopted by his daughter, the little white fox, his aptitude and talent were not simple. After a moment of silence, she said, I've been traveling through countless mountains, rivers, and towns these days. I've seen the new era after the mythical heavenly court. Naturally, I've also seen your imperial courts. You've fallen on the wrong path. A different path. The young man's voice trembled. The great Zhou dynasty is indeed full of creative ideas. Meng Mei strode forward and pointed at the distant mountain village in the storm outside the window. She said lightly, the mortals of this era have lost the protection of the gods, so you can only protect yourself. The great Zhou dynasty allowed the well-read scholars or the well-known good people in the village to divide the land, govern the people, absorb the incense from the people to cultivate, and protect them. However, there were many people absorbing it from all over the world. Although there were many people, their cultivation bases were not strong. So what if there are more of them? It's better to have a qualitative change. In the past, Renziu was old and gathered the luck of an entire race on his body. Why was his cultivation so terrifying? The young man's body trembled. That was indeed the case. If everyone was separated, they would only be able to reach the first realm of solid foundation and the second realm of spirit focus. Although it could maximize the number of guardians and protect the people in more places, their cultivation levels were generally not high. The Green Vine mother smiled again. You should divide the official positions into different ranks. You should hand in incense to each level. The local county magistrates will hand in some incense to their upper-level magistrates. The local magistrates will hand in some incense to the upper-level magistrates. The process is progressive. In the end, the Emperor of Great Zhou could gather the fate of a country. His cultivation was naturally extremely high and could move mountains and fill seas. After all, how terrifying was it for one person to gather the fate of a country? It's definitely better than the ancient cultivation environment. The young man's heart trembled and he couldn't help himself. He was so smart that he understood it immediately. This was a plan that surpassed the heavens and contained extremely terrifying potential. The officials were divided into 9 ranks, and they received incense offerings according to their ranks. The higher the rank, the better the cultivation environment. By the time one reached the prime minister or the state preceptor, they would already be earth-shattering existences. Moreover, the effect of gathering incense was not bad. On the contrary, it was better. The local area was weak, but demons and all kinds of powerful enemies could be reported to the higher UPS. If the county magistrate couldn't handle it, he could report it to the magistrate. If not, he could report it to the magistrate. It was a complete system. Or perhaps, this was not the imperial court of the humans, but an immortal dynasty. When one cultivated to a prosperous age, all the officials in the country would be gods, and the whole country could ascend to the immortal world. Without the ancient gods for people to cultivate, people could use this method to establish an imperial court and cultivate. Mother Earth Green Vine continued, the Great Zhou dynasty isn't simple. If the imperial court can think of dividing up land and letting county magistrates cultivate, how can they not see this level? They must have thought of gathering the Joss flames, but it's difficult to do so. The teenager's mind suddenly woke up. That's right. There must be capable people in the Great Zhou dynasty to be able to think of this and protect the people of the world. However, Duan Qinyu still killed her way into the palace and suffered great humiliation. It was impossible to realize this celestial dynasty system. The salary of incense offerings increased layer by layer. It seemed simple, but it was actually difficult to achieve, because it was impossible to transport incense offerings. It was hard to implement and unimaginably complicated. Then Mother Earth. The young man couldn't help but get excited. There's naturally a solution. The dragon vein technique. Dragon vein. The young man was puzzled. Mother Earth Qing Teng smiled. I'm Mother Earth and I'm in charge of the earth. I can bury the dragon veins in the earth. The dragon veins are like a spider web of roots that spread throughout the entire dynasty. They are buried under the mountains, in the rivers, and in the earth. They connect to the prefectural and prefectural magistrates' residences on the surface and transport incense from all places. The number increases gradually. However, the dragon vein is the foundation of the country. We have to prevent evil people from taking the opportunity to cut it off and steal it. Otherwise, the country's fate will be lost, especially the main dragon vein. If it is cut off and stolen, the Great Zhou dynasty may perish. Dragon vein? A country's fate? The young man trembled in fear. The dragon vein technique had opened up a whole new world for him, a way to rule a country. He could not help but say, since the dragon vein is related to the rise and fall of the dynasty, you can appoint a provincial governor to patrol the world, pacify the people, investigate those who embezzled their salaries, investigate the local dragon veins, and prevent evil people from stealing the country's fate. The cute girl looked at him and nodded. He was indeed smart. Even those county magistrates and mountain gods were in charge of managing the land, taking in incense offerings and salary, and protecting the people. This might be a new era, a prosperous celestial dynasty. There were great Confucians in the imperial court, wearing court robes, holding official positions, with incense burning in their bodies, and with righteousness, they could easily ward off ghosts and gods with a roar. There would also be feng shui men who sought dragons and moved mountains, turned into imperial inspectors, fixed the earth's dragon veins, calculated fate, and beheaded corrupt officials. There were also Jianghe swordsmen who were unwilling to become officials of the imperial court. They did not cultivate their sea of consciousness, heaven and earth, nor incense. Instead, they cultivated their own danshan, pulled up mountains and rivers, became immortals on land, and traveled freely between heaven and earth. I can already vaguely see a new era, an era of incense and the battle for providence. And the dragon vein is naturally the root of my creation wood. After all, I'm a twisted tree made of vines that can spread all over the ground and transport energy. She continued to figure it out, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. It seems that I'm not destined to die. I can't die. I have to work hard to break through. This era cannot be without me. The people of the world need me. I want to break through and lie down every day to eat the kickbacks of the dragon vein until my stomach is full and I burp. Even the heavenly Dao will be envious of me. Su Ji drank his phoenix spirit tea and almost spat out the water in his mouth. You're sick. Just a moment ago, he was still acting like he was going to die, but now, he was so excited. This person's head is full of dirty thoughts. Su Ji glanced at the cute girl who was already eager to give it a try, but he did not pay her any attention. After all, the new era was gradually recovering, and she still had some time to teach her disciples. At the same time, on the other side, after more than a day, more than 30 hours of continuous high-speed flight, Daiki had already encountered a small meteorite and stopped. It had already started to walk out of the space hatch. Chapter 217, The Sage of Origin Exploring Outer Space. In fact, Su Ji did not expect to stop so quickly. Although the instantaneous explosive force of the rank 6 spell hurricane arrow was used on a small ball, it would burst out at a speed that was far faster than a normal bullet's flight speed. However, even if it flew in a vacuum for more than 30 hours at this terrifying speed, it would not be too far away. After all, the universe was too vast. Bad luck. There was a look of helplessness on Su Ji's face as he sat in the orchard and ate the apple helplessly, taking one bite after another. In fact, it had already crashed into a few rocks and meteorites in the sky. However, the huge explosive force could send them flying and continue moving forward. After a few times, its speed had completely slowed down and had now stopped. The man-made satellites of the other Earth's great powers also had to fail several times before they succeeded. My first time, did I fail too? Because I don't have a huge astronomical background, a bunch of people from the Institute of Science and Technology calculated the launch trajectory for me, but it just randomly hit things. He kept thinking and controlling the sub-brain of the Zerg to sense the environment on Dichi's side. Although the Rubik's Cube had flown for more than 30 hours in reality, for Dichi who was in the internal space, it was another 100 years. At this time, Si-Yun was sealed and in a deep sleep because his life was coming to an end. Dichi, on the other hand, had recovered from his injuries more than 100 years ago. With his enlightenment, he had broken through to the realm of the primordial Chaos Saint with the energy of the 11 ancestral sorcerers. His 9 heavens had merged with the inner worlds of the 11 Dongsu heavenly emperors and was even bigger than the heaven realm of Dao Changsheng. At this moment, lush plants and all kinds of animals were constantly reproducing. There were mountains, rivers, and streams. It was a scene of birds chirping and flowers blooming. It was a celestial realm that stood aloof from the world. In the beginning, Dalashan did not bring in the 4 major races. Instead, it only brought in insects, fish, birds, and beasts to beautify the environment. Now, Dichi could only start to reproduce the ancient race again and let them cultivate. The birth of the ancient race relied on the primordial spirits of the innate ancient gods to reproduce. After all, other than the sun golden crow that was taken away by the broken heaven monarch, the primordial spirits of the 11 ancestors of sorcery were all left behind. There were 8 suns, purple and green clouds, and wind. The primordial world declined because it lost the cohabitions of man and gods and the energy provided by so many innate ancient gods. Now that it had been reinforced here, the environment was comparable to the ancient Xiantian era. The cultivation speed of the aboriginals inside was extremely fast. Over the past 100 years, there had been new generations of descendants of the ancient gods who had cultivated to the 5th level of the Dao Palace. The primordial spirit of the golden crow in my body has broken through to the primordial chaos sage and is now above the virtual sky. Dichi's golden crow primordial spirit was already a primordial chaos saint. He sat on the ancient pavilion in the center of the dungeon and mumbled to himself. I've reinvented the 9 revolutions mysterious art of Dao Changsheng. His 9 apertures, 9 parts of his soul, are floating in his apertures without any physical objects. On the other hand, the 9 parts of my soul and my 9 apertures are living in the primordial spirits of 9 ancient gods. He was blessed by the heavens and 9 parts of his soul were living in the 9 innate ancient gods. The 9 revolutions mysterious art and the immortal golden body are known for their indestructibility. Their defense and regeneration are terrifying, but their actual combat strength is not strong. Otherwise, Dao Changsheng wouldn't have activated the Panga golden body to condense all his life force and increase his combat strength. But I'm different. My 9 revolutions mysterious art, 9 apertures, and 9 heavenly emperor avatars. Some of them are good at Dao techniques, some are good at primordial spirit, some are good at escaping, some are good at the physical body. They are invincible in all aspects. He had already modified Dao Changshen's 9 revolutions mysterious art and integrated it into the Daluo Heaven Sutra. The 9 avatars lived in the 9 heavens and turned into 9 heavenly emperors, each suppressing one of the heavens. Furthermore, only one of his 9 primordial spirits had become a primordial chaos saint. What if the remaining 8 souls all became primordial chaos saints? He had already transformed into 9 avatars, which meant that he was a sage of the primordial chaos. As a bug race hero who had the possibility of reaching the final realm, he was indeed unimaginably talented. However, although it was a good dream, the energy required for 9 primordial Chaos Saints was too huge and extremely far away. And at this moment, the life of a world is born and destroyed. It's constantly providing me with Joss flames in my body, enough for me to advance in the sinkhole. However, I need to replenish my soil and water. I need all kinds of resources and fertile lands so that the world in my body can produce more living beings and plants. He muttered to himself for a moment. Suddenly, there was a bang and he felt that the outside world had stopped. His saint primordial spirit was still drinking tea in his inner world and residing in the virtual sky. However, he controlled his indestructible golden body outside, opened the metal cabin door that wrapped him, and slowly went out. Voila! In the dark world, it was like a black hole with a terrifying suction force, squeezing his blood, heart, breath, and body temperature. This is the ultimate. Dichi's face was calm, as if he was not afraid at all. He strode forward. As expected of a land of death, there's no air at all. Even a Deo Palace realm cultivator would explode instantly, let alone a mortal. It was too terrifying. However, I'm not afraid at all. My imperishable golden body is enough to cross the sinkhole with just my body. He walked out and looked at the bright stars in the dead silence. This world. He was so shocked that his eyes lit up. He had never seen such a vast world in his entire life. He stood in it, as if he had fallen into a vast sea of brilliant stars. The stars in the sky glowed with white light like countless silver beads. The bright silver light was embedded in the black curtain of the deep space. The entire galaxy was like a colorful ribbon, dotted with stars. It was quiet, vast, and beautiful, with no end. Is this the galaxy? The ultimate? Our primordial world is too small. It's not even 1/1000th of its size. Too beautiful. This is the beauty of the vastness. His entire body suddenly trembled. This was an expression of extreme joy. This is the sun. In the next moment, he stepped forward and looked at the huge golden fireball in the air. He seemed to be in a daze as if he was a martyr. His mind was in a daze, and the ancient era of creation flashed through his mind. At that time, on the colorful sky wall, a slender and beautiful female Deo Lord was building the dark sky wall. She waved her hand gently, and resplendent beads turned into silver vortexes that slowly embedded themselves on the wall, shining with colorful lights. At that time, he had asked innocently, why do we have to build stars in the sky? Why do we have a moon and a sun in our world? Can't I not? There's no reason. The rules of the world should be like this. This is the color of the night sky. In my hometown, the world is like this, yes. The Deo Lord replied. She pointed at the black wall in the sky. Up in the sky, there's a galaxy of stars, a moon, and a sun. Thus, he and his other brothers turned into the sun, and the clouds turned into the moon. At that time, he thought that the wall and the sky were the most beautiful existences, and the innate ancient gods were the most beautiful part of it. They were powerful, invincible, and high above. But now, when he saw the real stars, the sun, and the moon, his heart was crushed into pieces. Thinking back to the past, it was as if they were a group of fake and laughable ants who wanted to replace the vast sky. The ultimate, is this the great world that a primordial chaos sage like a Deo Lord has seen? And I have personally come here. What was true? What is fake? He laughed bitterly. It was extremely difficult, and his voice was hoarse. I made the right decision to come. We are fake. The sun, the moon, the stars, they are all fake. The world is fake, this is the real bloody world. He suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at the terrifying sun fireball. Even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying heat that could burn everything in the world. This was the real sun. And now, he was not worthy of this name at all. It was vast and boundless. It was extremely terrifying. It contained a massive amount of energy that even 100 million primordial chaos saints didn't possess. Dichi had never seen such an enormous sun in his entire life. In front of it, he was even smaller than a flame on its body. Vast and magnificent, shining through the ages, existing forever in this world. The primordial chaos saint stood in a daze in the pitch-black void. He seemed to have turned into a statue and was completely intoxicated by the beauty of the flames. In the end, he looked at the golden sun in the sky and an unbelievably arrogant thought appeared in his mind. Will I be able to match it in my lifetime and become a true sun? Chapter 218, there are immortals in the heavens. He looked at the sun and suddenly had an extremely arrogant ambition. He wanted to replace them. Since there is a sun and a star, then where's the moon? He paused for a moment and looked around, trying to find a moon in the entire universe to show Siyun his previous self, but he couldn't find it. The moon might not be here. He was silent for a while, and began to give up the idea of showing Siyun the moon. After all, she was already in a deep sleep, and waking her up would be extremely troublesome. This world was too huge, and the structure of the starry world was very strange. There were many huge stars floating in the void, and any one of them was so huge that he almost despaired. He calmed down for a while and looked at the surrounding gravel floating in the dark vacuum environment. He focused on the sun again and stood silently in the void with his hands behind his back. This sun is too terrifying. It's just that its flames jump extremely slowly, as if they're still. The rate of cell division in his body was too terrifying. One day was equivalent to 100 years. Just like a sandbox world, the entire universe was almost still to him. The burning sun was almost motionless, and the meteorites that were flying at a terrifying speed were also moving forward slowly at the speed of a turtle in his eyes. But no matter what, he had to get away from this sun and run away. He clearly understood that his ambitions could not be realized at the moment. That terrifying sun was so far away, but it was already burning him to the point that his body was somewhat hot. It was impossible to get close to it, so moving outwards was the only choice. I want to explore the outside world, away from the sun. He turned his gaze to his inner world and his expression suddenly changed. The plants in the water in the inner space suddenly became turbid, as if they had split out some strange spores and sprouts, turning into primitive life form units and evolving at a strange speed. The creation era. In his mind, a word suddenly came to mind. This was a blurry image of the Dao Lord's creation of the world. He could still vaguely remember that the life forms of that era had evolved at an inconceivable rate and were rapidly reproducing. But why would it happen to me? His expression was completely unsettled, and he felt a little creepy. He suddenly thought of Saint Woodcutter who had sent him into the sinkhole, as well as the Dao Lord's excessive respect for him. He couldn't help but recall an ancient record in the ancient gods. It was the history of the creation of the heavens that he had asked the Dao Lord and helped him record. The darkness is vast, the heaven and earth are as chaotic as a chicken. The god of Yang was born in an egg and experienced the 7 tribulations of the origin. He was ordered to descend to this world to open the sky. With an angry roar, he divided the heaven and earth. He burned the sky and the earth. The sun in the sky rose 3 meters high and the earth was 3 meters thick. Thus, the world opened. He had been ordered to descend to this world to open the sky. His mind suddenly trembled, as if he had understood something. Back then, when he asked who the Daoist Lord was under to split the heavens and earth, the Daoist Lord avoided talking about it. Now, perhaps there was an answer to this mystery. What kind of ancient existence is that Saint Woodcutter? I'm afraid he's far above saints, one era, 129,600 greater worlds, an era calamity. This world is too big and has too many secrets. It's terrifying. After he entered the sinkhole, his Dao heart finally began to shake violently. He saw the real sun and this terrifying phenomenon of creation. All of his previous pride was instantly shattered. He used to be proud. Now that he had truly seen the terrifying existence at the top, he felt how small he was. He couldn't even imagine how that Saint Woodcutter had managed to control the plants in his inner world, making life return to the origin, the beginning of life, and re-evolve. This kind of Tao technique was too outrageous. But no matter what, that Saint Woodcutter didn't have any ill intentions. He had even provided him with a supreme opportunity. The creation era appeared in his 9 heavens and evolved life in a world. Since it's already like this, I'm not in a hurry to fly out. The world in my body is in the middle of its creation, so I need to find more resources, soil and water. It's not enough now. His body was slender and tall, and he looked around. In the end, he chose to fly in the direction of a sea of stars with the most stars. Shua. After traveling for half a month, he arrived in front of a black meteorite that was floating slowly. I can't find a water source, but I have to find soil first. It can actually shatter this small star. Every single object in the ultimate was unbelievably large. Although it was called small, it was actually very large. This small star was comparable to half of the heavenly realm, which was more than 30 acres in area. His body size was not worth mentioning in front of it. I'll have to use the Panga golden body. Boom. 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 His body grew inch by inch, growing in the wind. With a large number of living beings from the 9 heavens in his body and the terrifying energy provided by the 9 celestial thearch primordial spirits, his Panga golden body had already reached 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. His body became huge, and his real body of Panga was still wrapped in an ancient green daoist robe. He looked elegant and handsome, showing the grace of a generation's formidable celestial emperor. At his level, his clothes were bound to be torn during battle. Thus, celestial emperors like them had long developed protective divine arts, daoist techniques, and could transform into clothes. It was also one of the most important defensive divine arts in battle. Without the Panga golden body, his Deluo Heaven Sutra could fight against Dao Changsheng. Now that he had the Panga golden body, his combat power had soared to an unimaginable level. Even if Dao Changsheng was right in front of him, he would be killed by him in one strike. Moreover, he had already made a breakthrough and had a primordial chaos saint in his body. It would be terrifying if he were to unleash his full power. He stretched out his hand. Bang! A terrifying light bloomed and easily shattered the floating meteorite. He quietly looked at the huge rock that exploded in front of him and chuckled, as expected of a small planet. Most of it is made from the metal which the Dao Lords used to create their own planets. Only a small portion of the soil can be stored in the inner world. There's still water. He looked at the meteorite and was slightly stunned. In fact, water sources in space naturally existed, and there were even a few in meteorites and comets. Water is too difficult to obtain in this sinkhole. However, since there's water in these little stars, the more you shatter, the more water you'll get. He made a decision in an instant. Shatter even more of the little stars. He strode forward with his giant Panga body, stepping into the void. He kept leaving in the opposite direction of the sun and traveling. He spent several months crushing meteorites floating in the sky and extracting the soil and extremely scarce water. When he was tired, he would sit cross-legged on the small star to recover his strength. On Earth, it was already pitch black. At this time, the bustling city was filled with people and cars. People were still surfing the internet, chatting, going to bars and milk tea shops. Young men and women, couples, and many other people were chatting. The hottest topic right now was the cross-era real-life game Spore Evolution. They loved to learn, and they were talking about the recent progress of the game's plot. The world's background had already entered the tragic epic story of the Heavenly Emperor Dao fusing. They were moved by the characters and stories in the movie. He could also feel the strong sense of advancement in history. Time was merciless, and everything was crushed by history. In addition to the general life of surfing the internet and playing with mobile phones, there were also some astronomy enthusiasts who yearned for the vast universe. They often chose a high place with an open view, set up an astronomical telescope, and looked at outer space, hoping to see Cowherd and Vega. What's that? On the second-floor balcony of a villa in the suburbs, a young man was holding an astronomical telescope, and his whole body quivered. That was a place he often observed. The small meteorites floating in space in that area had actually disappeared one after another, forming a real vacuum zone. It's a little strange. Is it some kind of rare natural phenomenon? He took a closer look and adjusted the magnification scope. His equipment had been bought for more than 200,000 yuan, and the clarity was top-notch. Kakat! The meteorites shattered one after another. He was stunned for a moment. He pulled up the video from the telescope and slowed it down frame by frame. Finally, he saw a blurry figure flashing by at an extremely fast speed in one of the frames, and the meteorite exploded. He widened his eyes. What the hell? A cosmic spirit? Kakat! He continued to watch. After a dozen seconds, a small meteorite further away also exploded. He was excited and quickly took a picture. Unfortunately, it was too fast and he couldn't capture the shadow this time. The previous time, it was because Dichi was resting at the same place. Now, he couldn't see the speed at all and could only see the small meteorite constantly shattering. He quickly posted online. I found aliens. As soon as he logged in, he realized that it was already quite popular on the internet. Someone had noticed it before him, from the moment the first meteorite exploded. They had already posted and said that there was a god in the sky tonight. However, this person's figure was not captured on camera, but the meteorites did shatter one after another. Everyone, I don't have time to explain. It's only been 10 minutes, and this is already the 11th meteorite. Each one is far away, and an unknown humanoid creature is destroying them at an unimaginable speed. I also saw it. I also have a screenshot as proof. At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. An alien incident? Just as everyone was debating, someone couldn't help but say, everyone, the foreign countries have also noticed it. I just checked the external network and found that many rich foreigners who have mines at home have used their own large astronomical telescope to capture clear images. A screenshot. The young man hurriedly clicked on it and found that the clarity was just to scare people, but the screenshot was indeed clearer than his. He had only taken a hazy green shadow, but he could vaguely see the human figure of this one. It was sitting cross-legged on a meteorite, resting with its eyes closed. It seemed to be dressed in ancient costume. The person who posted the thread was more excited than anyone else. On our Earth, there might be a reclusive immortal cultivator in outer space, extracting meteorites and refining them into numinous treasures. He's preparing to ascend. Chapter 219, Who's Spying on Me? Immortal cultivators? Everyone looked at the picture and was a little dumbfounded. However, he did look like an ancient person in a green robe. Could he really be an ancient? It looks like there's really a person sitting cross-legged on a meteorite. That's pretty cool. Instantly, everyone started discussing, feeling that it was too unbelievable. The figure was too blurry. It was difficult to see it clearly even after software had processed the image and restored the clarity. However, regardless of whether the figure was real or fake, the meteorites in that area were rapidly shattering. This was indeed a fact observed by countless people. At the very least, it was a rare astronomical phenomenon. A deity? I don't think he's a god. But there might really be some kind of creature, aliens. The spaceships are passing by our Earth and are replenishing their energy. They are smashing meteorites to obtain some kind of power resource. If they see our Earth, will they destroy us? Trembling. Two-way foil, dimension-reducing strike. Terrifying. You sand sculpture up there, I'm your wall-facing man. Serious face. You people are all too superstitious. You only know how to make blind guesses and lead to panic. It's a bit too much to say that there are gods or some unknown creatures. I think this might be a natural phenomenon. Don't be so pessimistic. At this moment, someone came out to comfort everyone. Everyone thought that he was more reliable, but he said the next second, speaking of meteorites shattering, this reminds me of a natural science phenomenon that might cause meteorites to shatter. It's the most likely. Perhaps, it's just a black hole approaching our Earth. Everyone was confused. Everyone's faces darkened. They felt that their intelligence was being illegally transferred. What scientific explanation? It's quite scientific. The black hole is approaching Earth, but if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Netizens were always a group of magical animals. Any nervous astronomical post would have some idiots coming out to cause trouble. At this moment, Su Ji was sitting in front of his computer and was also stunned for a moment. He had not expected Dichi to be so troublesome. He had thought that with his tiny size, Earth wouldn't be able to detect him and that he would quietly fly into the universe. He didn't expect that this emperor, who was usually so low-key, would actually smash meteorites and demolish buildings in a frenzy while walking with such great fanfare. He even used the Panga golden body to make himself so big and so arrogant. It would be a lie if he didn't get photographed. Do you really think that the sinkhole is your home, that this place is deserted? In fact, Dichi is usually very low-key, hiding behind the scenes from the Heavenly Emperor eras. This is also the reason why I trust him. He thinks that he is still as low-key as before and no one has seen him. He doesn't know that the entire Earth is watching him. Su Ji made a sad expression. No matter how much he calculated, he didn't expect our low-profile Black-Kund Emperor to be so arrogant. But Su Ji appeared to be very indifferent. The picture was too blurry. It looked like anything you said. At the moment, they were just discussing it. They felt that it was extremely fresh and curious, but they could not confirm the truth. Most of them treated it as gossip news. It's just a small disturbance. His movements are so fast that it's difficult to capture him, unless Dichi does something even more exaggerated. But I don't think it's possible. He must have smashed the meteorites to obtain resources and then left slowly. Su Ji's expression was calm as he silently took a bite of the apple. At this moment, the netizens were all discussing it and treating it as gossip. No one really believed it. After all, the picture was extremely blurry. No one was stupid and just wanted to join in the fun. All the space stations and ground research institutes had entered a state of emergency, and every nerve was pulled taut. A large number of people in white coats were walking along the corridor. The target's movements are too fast. It's almost impossible to capture the image. The meteorites are mostly made of metal. It can shatter a large meteorites and is comparable to the explosion of a large number of high-energy explosives. The power level is currently being calculated. They walked around and fiddled with the precision electronic instruments. The space station nearby has already taken high-quality photos. The large astronomical agencies on the ground are also capturing the images. Hurry up! They didn't even have the time to care about the netizens' discussions. The photos taken by the netizens were too blurry, and everyone had their own guesses. However, they had clearly taken photos. It was indeed a humanoid creature that was constantly destroying meteorites in the area. They felt that it was a fatal threat. They were the only ones who knew that this was an unprecedented earthquake. It could be an extraterrestrial civilization, an alien, or a true immortal who had entered Earth and could even bring destruction. Everything was unknown. What were the rules of the extraterrestrial civilization? The universe? Would they destroy the weak Earth? At this moment, the life and death of mankind were at stake. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps entered the room. The preliminary test results have been released. The old foreign professor in charge of this suddenly trembled. Speak. According to my calculations, the creature in ancient costume is about 10 meters tall. Its movements are almost constant at the speed of light, and it moves rhythmically. Its thoughts can keep up with its movements close to the speed of light, which means that its thinking speed is extremely terrifying, far beyond any living creature at present. We can't film him. He will only leave an image if he stops in place for a long time. The scientists at the scene were all shocked. With every word he said, the old man sitting on the high seat trembled even more. It was an unknown creature that was 10 meters in size and as tall as a 3- or 4-story building. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that its speed of thinking had exceeded human understanding. Time is relative, not absolute. The passage of time was mainly reflected in one's perception of the outside world. If a creature's thinking speed was 1,000 times faster, the outside world would be very slow to him. This meant that in front of him, everyone else was almost static, as if they were two-dimensional creatures. In theory, a 4-dimensional life could easily destroy a 3-dimensional life. One could not even sense his existence or the dimension he was in. If it really wanted to destroy mankind, it had come to Earth. No one could resist. In the tense atmosphere, there was more urgent news. In just a few minutes, the unknown creature had shattered a few more small meteorites. This made everyone even more frightened, as they didn't know what his goal was. All of a sudden, another researcher in a white coat strode in. The Japanese Research Institute sent a message saying that they might have guessed the origin of that unknown creature. Hurry up and tell me. The entire room started to shake. The researchers' expressions changed as they stared at him. The researcher looked at the anxious gazes around him and his heart tensed up. His voice was even little incoherent. They suspect that the unknown ancient creature outside Earth might be Deo Lord. What? Everyone's mind went blank. It's the Deo Lord who created the world in the primordial world. The researcher smacked his lips and said in a low voice, after all, we had previously guessed that you were the ancestor of the ancient myths of our Earth and that you had traveled all over the world to come to our side. Therefore, the Japanese Research Institute had their own staff take advantage of the lightning strike to secretly communicate with you and deliver a letter in Earth's language. What the, CK? They privately communicated with the heaven-opening saint of the primordial world. The old man was instantly furious. He stood on a high spot and slammed the table hard. He pointed at the lucky figures on the big screen behind him. I wonder how terrifying that is? He's a legendary figure who created the world. What if something happens and our human civilization is destroyed? They're here to apologize to the people of the world. Simply audacious. Don't they know the consequences? Everyone was in an uproar. Previously, they had guessed that the Deo Lord knew the language of Earth and that this ancient saint might have been to Earth before. However, they didn't expect that a research institute had already communicated with him behind his back. He was simply too audacious. Could it be that the blurry figure was really the Deo Lord who had disappeared for who knew how long? After she left the primordial world, she had been transmigrating here. Now, she has finally come to our Earth? Countless people were drenched in cold sweat, and their bodies trembled on the spot. At this moment, when the real mythical existence appeared in the real world, they no longer doubted the authenticity of the Spore evolution game. It was indeed a real world. This was an entry point that allowed the backward and simple civilization on Earth to enter the vast extraordinary worlds in search of opportunities. But now, they had actually managed to communicate with a Deo Lord and come to Earth. Then, why was this ancient man, who seemed to be a Deo Lord, constantly smashing meteorites? Maybe it's warning us not to be too presumptuous. It's already kind enough to give us the opportunity, but we still want to take advantage of it. It's warning us. It's only a matter of seconds before they destroy us. Someone said. There's no time for questioning. We can only continue to monitor. The old man took a deep breath and told the other researchers. At this moment, another researcher strode in with an anxious and fearful expression. The other research institutes, after serious consideration and analysis, have decided that we can't let go of this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. This might be our ancestor. They've already asked the nearby satellites and space stations to find a way to approach. They even have the idea of letting their satellites shoot out white rays of light to form the frequency band language of Earth in an attempt to communicate. What? Everyone was shocked. Inform the other research institutes not to approach. Don't try to get close. The foreign old man warned loudly, his voice serious and solemn. We'll have more chances in the future. However, if we make contact with them and anger them, the 1,000 years of human civilization might be destroyed. We can't be the sinners of our civilization. This was indeed the most rational choice. However, the other research institutes did not listen to such a conservative opinion and still chose to contact him. If it really was going to destroy the Earth, they wouldn't be able to stop it. However, if it really was a Deo Lord, the mythical ancestor of mankind, an ancient saint of the Earth, it would be a terrifying opportunity. They couldn't give it up. Communicate. A research institute issued an order. The light beam has been tuned. Should we send the satellite light over? Fire. At this moment, Dichi was resting on a black meteorite. After all, these small stars were simply too large. One of them was half the size of the primordial world, and after drifting for a long time, they had become extremely hard and had many metallic components. Although his primordial spirit was a sage of origin and the Deo fruit resided in the virtual sky inside his body, his external inextinguishable golden body was still at the realm of a celestial emperor. For the past few months, he had been walking and stopping to rest, which was extremely normal. However, there's still a strange feeling. I feel like some unknown weak existence is staring at me and observing me. Dichi frowned. His divine sense and intuition were extremely sharp, but he still felt that something was wrong. It was as if countless people were watching him. All of a sudden, a strong white light flashed past and enveloped his entire body. An idea came to his mind, and he frowned. I'm indeed being monitored by some weak existence. What's emitting light and testing me? You can't find the source. He cupped his fists and said, which fellow deist is here in the sinkhole? I am a saint of the ancient Baron's world. Would you like to come out and have a chat? Kakat. Another ray of light shot over. Who's the little rascal? Dichi was instantly furious. Kakat. Another ray of light came. Dichi snorted coldly. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you can't find your position? Compared to me in terms of the brightness of light, don't you know that I was once the head of the 9 great sons of a world? He had only used his physical body and not the terrifying power of a primordial chaos saint. After all, it would take too much energy for a saint to descend from another realm to the mortal world. But now, he was completely on high alert. No matter what plot they had, he would eliminate all those ants in the dark. Boom! He suddenly opened his sea of consciousness. Hwalala! A primordial chaos saint-level flaming golden crow appeared in the void of the universe. Like a sun furnace, it emitted a dazzling radiance comparable to the sun and instantly illuminated the entire nearby void space. Do you know the consequences of provoking a primordial chaos sage? Everyone below the saint realm is an ant. No matter where you hide, even if you're a celestial emperor, you'll die without a doubt and turn into a charred corpse. Voila! The world was bright. The boundless heat melted the void, and the fiery red light covered the sky and earth. Even the nearby meteorites that hadn't been shattered melted instantly, creating an extremely terrifying scene of destruction. At this moment, the researchers from the various major research institutes were sitting on the chairs in their white coats. The person in charge was staring nervously at the big screen in the large conference room. The message had already been sent. No matter what, they could only wait for the results. Whoosh! It was as if a small sun had appeared in an instant, erupting in heat and light. The distant satellites and countless observation equipment were instantly damaged. My eyes! They looked at the screen and instantly felt pain from the whiteness. They covered their eyes in pain and felt as if they had been blinded by the light. What a terrifying power! It's comparable to a small-scale nuclear explosion. But he didn't go to destroy our satellite but burned it on the spot. He used such a terrifying force and only hit a huge vacuum zone? They only destroyed our detection equipment from a distance to give us a warning. Countless scientists were shocked. The sudden burst of light and heat was extremely far away. Even far away on Earth, the strong light could be vaguely seen. Now, countless people with astronomical telescopes were holding them and observing the starry sky, intending to see if there were really unknown creatures. Perhaps there really were immortals? Countless people were extremely excited, thinking that they had encountered a fortuitous encounter. They began to pick up their binoculars to peep. In the end, a series of screams rang out. I won't peek at you anymore. Chapter 220, The Wandering World, officially activated. They felt a sharp pain in their eyes and were about to be blinded by the light. Although it couldn't be compared to the sun, it was still a huge source of light that was closer to Earth. In an instant, they all went back to their houses to find eye drops. After resting for a few minutes, they could barely open their eyes. They looked into the mirror and saw that their eyes were bloodshot and slightly red and swollen. They were shocked and couldn't help but post online. Mom! Which bastard told me to go and take a look? I was instantly blinded by the light. Look at my bloodshot eyes, screenshot, we have no grudges, why do you want to harm me? Angry. I was also blinded by the light. The immortal might have already noticed that we were peeking at him. Those above, don't panic. I'm also blinded by the light, but this may be a test of our qualifications. It's a pity that my eyes are mortal and I don't have 24K titanium dog eyes. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to pass the test and become an immortal. Everyone was speechless. However, for it to glow for a moment, perhaps it was the explosion of some kind of meteorite? Or was it a natural phenomenon caused by the collision of two small meteorites? Could this explain the disappearance of the small meteorites in that area? Immediately, everyone started discussing intensely. One group believed that it was a cosmic phenomenon, while the other group believed that it was an alien or an extraterrestrial god. In the starry sky, it was as if the space had been burned out of shape. It was a desolate, silent, and dark place. The surrounding meteorites had completely melted. Is he dead? Ditchi said indifferently. He, a primordial chaos saint, had descended to the mortal world. After tearing the space and making a move, he had already placed the Deo fruit in the virtual sky again. He no longer felt the traces of those spying and coveting. He thought about it and gave up. He turned his head again and stepped into the void. He started his journey in the dark void. He sighed. The ultimate is really a mysterious place. There are even some unknown mysterious beings that are constantly spying on us, so we need to be extremely vigilant. Since the soil and water were almost all collected, he should be busy with his own things. All the major research institutes on Earth had completely exploded. This was a demonstration and a warning. Although he had not arrived on Earth, the fact that such a terrifying force had erupted on the spot and shattered the nearby satellite observation equipment had already explained his intentions. Don't try to get close. Don't try to get close. At this time, the old foreign professor growled in a low voice. His face was red with excitement. He informed all the major research institutes and once again gave them a serious warning. At this moment, they didn't dare to spy on outer space again. They only felt their hair stand on end, as if they had already understood the other party's intention of not coming into contact with them. They could only silently pray in the research institute, hoping that the other party wouldn't be angry and come to destroy Earth. Otherwise, they would really be sinners of mankind. After a full 3 hours, they waited quietly in fear and observed the situation of the major states on Earth. After confirming that there were no disasters, they silently heaved a sigh of relief and activated the astronomical telescope again to observe that batch of regions. It was empty, and nothing had disappeared. Who? At that moment, everyone almost collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. When they came back to their senses, they saw that their foreheads and backs were covered in sweat. It has left. They felt that their civilization had never been so close to destruction. These 3 hours seemed to be waiting for judgment and suffering in the apocalypse. The day O Lord has left. However, this is a warning from a saint to the greedy humans on earth. Weakness is an original sin. We are too insignificant in the vast universe. The day O Lords didn't destroy a lowly civilization like us. They only warned us not to have ambitions that don't match our strength. Yes, He has given us a great opportunity. We can enter the universe, but don't think too much. Everyone still couldn't recover from the shock, and it took a long time before they completely recovered. They recalled their actions in the Magus world, as well as their futile attempt to invade the ancient primordial world. These vile actions must have caused dissatisfaction, which was why they had come to warn them. Now, they had completely realized the truth. Our blood is similar to the God of creations. The earthlings might be the descendants of the God of creation when the world was created. Moreover, after the creation of the world, in the ancient era of Earth, a day O Lord came to our Earth and left behind all kinds of myths and legends. And now, the day O Lord has come once more to give us a warning. How terrifying! The ancient historical truth of the birth of our Earth's humans is gradually being completed. This old man had been in a high position for a long time, and he finally understood how insignificant he was. He took a deep breath. It was really hard to believe. If we spread the truth about Earth to the outside media, they'll definitely think that we're spreading rumors, right? Do you think we're talking nonsense? But all of this was true. But no matter what, this scene affected the nerves of the entire Earth. This was the first real contact with an extraterrestrial extraordinary civilization in human history. It was written in human history and entered into the top-secret archives, known as the 3 Hours of Darkness. It was clearly written with a scalp-numbing overview of the event and a conclusion. This is a warning from an extraterrestrial saint to us Earthlings. At that moment, we are close to death. Our destruction has nothing to do with us. After confirming that the day O Lord had left, everything gradually returned to normal. Inform the other research institutes. Tell our people to do their research in the primordial world and go into seclusion. The old man said. In fact, the help that these external research institutes could bring had gradually decreased. Even if their major research institutes had already collected the knowledge of 1,000 years of civilization in the sorcerer world, the people in the research institutes could not learn it in a short period of time. They had to absorb more than 1,000 years of wisdom. After all, more than 2,000 years had passed in there, but less than a month had passed in reality. No matter how smart one was, it would be difficult to learn the essence of knowledge of a civilization in a month. In fact, the red-named players inside had lived for hundreds of years, and their knowledge had already surpassed the countless elite professors of the entire research institute. The creation of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art was a good example. It was completed by a few red-named players inside, and they could not help much. Therefore, every red name player was extremely important now. The wisdom and knowledge they contained represented all the hope of their country. Each of them was a wise man who had lived for more than 1,000 years and had experienced 2 civilizations. Let's do it. The professor said. Since the sorcerer civilization and the primordial civilization can't advance our civilization in short time, then let them advance our civilization. They have a lot of time. Let them study mathematics, physics, and chemistry, all the scientific knowledge on Earth, and learn all the subjects that Earth has developed to this day. Then, no matter what they're researching, whether it's our science or the combination of the extraordinary system inside, we have to produce results. If we really can't use extraordinary powers, then let's start walking down our scientific path completely. We'll set up a topic for them and let them start researching spaceships. Let the few of them study spaceships. The surrounding researchers were stunned and shocked. They looked at the old man as if they had seen a demon. This was a huge amount of work. Furthermore, there were many aspects of modern technology that could not be achieved. It required new energy, new structures, new space alloys, and too much. It was equivalent to opening up a technological path with zero foundation. Yes, our research institute is no longer of much use to them, we can only play the last warm-up role. The research institute has gathered many top talents in various fields, including physics, biology, medicine, energy science. All of them could be their teachers. They could learn from the entire Earth's civilization alone. Then, they would stand on the shoulders of the giants and push forward the old and new. He's pushing our country's technology forward by himself. The old man had sparse hair and was highly respected. He fiddled with his fingers and said, "This proposal should also be sent to the other research institutes." Yes. Immediately, red names from various countries were notified. Long Wyoming was speechless. Bell, who was at the top of the food chain, was speechless. One Sword Turtle breath. Oh my god! What had just happened? Did the big shots receive some kind of stimulation? Physics, medicine, biology. Each of these fields was extremely profound, and one might not be able to reach the profound level even if they spent their entire lives researching them. Now, countless top experts and scientists had come to teach them, piling up a large pile of books. Then, the big shots would come up with questions for them to learn in there. They could already feel the despairing future. From the start, they didn't have a good time when they came to this world. They became thunderhammers, god execution stage, Osman thus trees. We've been suffering in pain, and now that we've finally gotten over it, we're not even enjoying life yet, and you want us to learn these things. We also want to turn the knowledge of the sorcerer world into reality. It's the same for the primordial world. Although we've stolen the wisdom of the civilization, we don't have the corresponding evil eye or primordial human bloodline. What can we do? We're also in despair. When they heard the news, they roared at the sky and were on the verge of collapse. The entire 9 heavens was also shaking violently. The 4 heavenly emperors roared at the same time, their hearts tearing. What happened? The 4 ancient celestial emperors are letting out such terrifying and shrill roars. Is another great tribulation coming? Especially the heavenly thunder emperor. His howls remind me of the ancient Western era. In the 9 heavens immortal world, ancient existences walked out from the various holy lands and hidden sects. They all had serious expressions and even startled Su Wei, Fen Teng, and the other newly appointed heavenly emperors. For the 4 ancient heavenly emperors to suddenly roar in such grief and indignation, they were definitely not simple. Emperor Qi has returned. Impossible. The heavenly Dao has already stated that while he was unconscious, Lord Dao and another ancient saint descended and took away Qi. We're fine. After the 4 heavenly emperors roared, they waved their hands and asked them to leave. It was only to show that they had suddenly felt the world and comprehended many principles. They were so happy that they cried. After everyone was dismissed, the heavenly emperors returned and entered the virtual sky under their control. This was a game that loved learning. The heavenly Dao is so reincarnated, they looked up at the heavenly axiom in the center of the heavenly realm. Their minds were in a mess. They vaguely remembered the child who was carrying a basket of books. The basket was full of books like linear algebra, from the beginning to the end. Mathematics alone was enough to make people despair, and in front of them was all the subjects on earth. It's our turn to be buried. In the countryside, the sun rose again. After the exciting night last night, the sun shone down gently. The sandbox sorcerer world in the orchard, the miniature mountains and rivers, the towns and rivers, all looked extremely exquisite and spectacular. Su Ji got out of bed and brushed his teeth. He peeked at the major research institutes and was immediately rendered speechless. These red names were too pitiful. You want to study spaceships? Have you been triggered by the launch of my Daiki into the sky? Unexpectedly, Emperor Qi's appearance had inadvertently knocked on the minds of the research institutes of various countries. They immediately restrained themselves and no longer dared to exploit the ancient primordial world. They no longer invaded and colonized the world. Instead, they chose to exploit their own people. Finally, they've come to their senses. Su Ji nibbled on an apple. You're always stirring up trouble in my little orchard at home, thinking about invading territory and incorporating it into your own country's map. The consequences are very serious. Do you see that? A saint has come to earth to give you a warning. Su Ji had not expected that Dichi would be of great help by chance. It was not hard to imagine that these red-named players would have to leave the game for a long time in the future and endure the painful seclusion. Furthermore, they had no way of resisting. Although he was a celestial emperor in the ancient primordial world and had lived for more than 1,000 years in both lives, he was an ordinary person in reality and had no control over his own actions. This is a good thing. It has purified the environment between players. Su Ji stood up and went to the chair by the door to sit down. He looked at the spores evolving in the small sandbox and said, "It's impossible for them to come out and join in the fun for a while. Let them do their research. It's a lot quieter now." In fact, the power in the real world could no longer keep up with the progress. The knowledge of an alchemy emperor in a certain field was enough to beat everyone in a research institute. This was destined to be an era where individual top students were crowned as kings and ancestors, and geniuses rose one by one. Su Ji looked at the internet and saw that the discussion was still going on. The strange phenomenon had already disappeared. This popularity would die down sooner or later, and there would be people who would come out to clean up the mess and stop this matter from getting bigger and bigger. At that thought, Su Ji looked at Dichi. He had already collected enough soil and water. He poured them into his inner world and quickly dumped them. However, he didn't know that the soil and water in the meteorites were exposed to the vacuum of the universe all year round. They contained terrifying rays, radiation, various heavy metals, and poisonous and harmful substances. The entire world was turned upside down. After absorbing the soil and these highly toxic heavy metal radiation water sources, the plants and animals that were originally planted in the ancient world instantly went extinct. The green paradise instantly withered and was poisoned to death. The original ancient race beings were almost all exterminated. The whole world seemed to be covered in radiation and had entered the apocalyptic world. Spores had also begun to go extinct, but some marine spores had actually survived the radiation in the water sources. In this world, new radioactive species gradually appeared. Chapter 221, Transforming into a Planet and Deducing the Origin of Life. The water source was like a deadly poison, rapidly seeping into the ground. In just a few days, the green trees began to rot, and drops of sticky liquid covered the ground. The animals began to gradually weaken and kept running. With a plop, they fell to the ground and could no longer get up. Life was being destroyed, and there was fear and anxiety everywhere. Help! What's wrong with the world? Some of the ancient race tribesmen let out cries as they ran in large strides. Gradually, they fell to the ground as blood flowed out of their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. They were no longer breathing. Strange. Deathly silence. Empty. Even many new cultivators in the inner world were contaminated and suffered great injuries. In his dantian, a fiery red golden crow looked at the barren world that had been ravaged by nuclear radiation. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and it was filled with confusion and disbelief. In the primordial world, there was almost no such thing as poison. No celestial thearch had developed in this direction. They all cultivated Daoist techniques in the physical body. These two traditional great Daos were extremely authentic. Therefore, he had never thought that the poisonous water and poisonous earth would destroy his inner world. Ultimate. A golden crow floated in the center, looking at the 9 worlds erupting with terrifying world-destroying disasters. Lives were dying while wailing, and its eyes were filled with anger. As expected of the land where all living things die. I've underestimated it. I can't understand it with the knowledge I had in the primordial world. This land of death was filled with unimaginable and mysterious dangers. Not only can't there be any life in it, even the water is poisonous. Dichi did not expect that his inner world had suffered a great loss during the long star journey into the returning ruins. Hwalala. The earth seemed to be exterminated and fell into a deathly silence. Almost all the native species that were brought out from the primordial world were destroyed. Their corpses sank into the sea. After a few days, their corpses began to rot and carry a foul smell. Some spores even bred strange lives on their corpses. Another 3 days passed. All of a sudden, aquatic plants that were as rotten as mud gradually appeared in the water source. Instantly, he felt as if his heart that was hanging in the air was put at ease. He knew that at this moment, he was extremely close to death. If all the living beings in his inner world were exterminated, then he would have no incense to provide. He would have no roots to float on. Sooner or later, his energy would be exhausted and he would die in the ultimate. That mysterious saint woodcutter from the ancient times has divine foresight. He might have predicted that the life forms from the primordial world that I brought out would be exterminated, so he had a backup plan. Dichi was convinced. He felt that this ancient saint was too mysterious and his plan was flawless. He looked at this piece of land quietly and suddenly said indifferently, "It seems that a new life has adapted to this poison and is growing in the decaying process. It has taken root on the corpses of these ancient worlds and is absorbing their nutrients. What kind of environment created what kind of life? If that's the case, what if I throw them into the corpses of the 10 great emperors?" He had killed the 10 celestial emperors in Dalashan. Each of their vast inner worlds was equivalent to a piece of Dalashan. They had long been absorbed into his body and expanded to the 9 heavens. Their innate Yuan Shen had also been refined by him, becoming part of his Yuan Shen. As for their corpses and the bodies of great Emperor Dongsu, they were stored away by him and were not used. Now, it might be able to nourish this world and contribute its last use. Back then, the Dao Lord used his own blood and bones too. If we merge into this world and create the 13 innate ancient gods, then what kind of life will be born from the bodies of the 11 ancient celestial emperors? His eyes gradually lit up. After the disaster, he had this new idea. These were the bones and bloodlines of the celestial emperors, they were extremely noble. What would happen if a living being merged with it? He slowly stretched out his hand. Hwala! In the celestial emperor's tomb in the distance, the tombs were lifted one after another. The bodies of the ancestral wizard heavenly emperor 8 arms, snake bodies and pointed tails rose into the air. They stood tall and upright, exuding traces of emperor's might. Go! Bang! The blood, flesh and bones of the heavenly emperors were shattered one after another. His blood vessels, muscles and bones exploded into a bloody mist, and blood splattered all over the 9 great heavens and earth. Countless spores began to die rapidly. They had previously endured the heavy metal poison and radiation, but now, they could not withstand the terrifying flesh and blood of a heavenly emperor expert. The first mass extinction had begun. Survival of the fittest. The entire world was in dead silence. Gradually, after a few days, another life took root in the rotten soil and absorbed the flesh and blood of the celestial thearch, gradually evolving and mutating. Moreover, the life structure appeared somewhat ugly, sticky, with sickles, arms, and sharp claws. Since that's the case, let's just make do with the mistake. We'll continue outside and look for a large amount of soil and water. Dichi said indifferently. In fact, this was also correct. It was very unrealistic to find normal clean water and soil. Perhaps they could only be found on larger planets with an atmosphere protection, and the small meteorites floating in the sky were similar to garbage impurities in the first place, so they could not be clean. Thinking of this, Dichi, who was outside, stepped into the dark void and drifted away, collecting all kinds of star resources along the way, turning into a human-shaped resource collector. The Panga golden body had not disappeared either. After all, this was using a terrifying amount of energy to expand the body, growing blood, flesh, and bones to form a huge combat body. It was difficult to shrink. After all, a person could grow up by themselves, but after growing up, the body size could not be reduced to the state of an infant. If he wanted to give up his Panga form, he could only abandon his huge body and walk out with his tiny main body, just like Daoist Chang Sheng. This is also the reason why I need to consume a lot of energy every time I use the true form of Pangu. After collecting all the resources, I naturally can't give up, but the energy required to maintain my movement is also terrifying. I can only fall into a deep sleep and use it when I need it. Since I've gathered all the resources, I'll begin my long journey. Go into hibernation. Boom! 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 His entire body began to bend, and he crouched down. His 8 arms wrapped around his entire body, turning into a ball. Gradually, the real entity of Pangu was covered with a layer of hard, dark-colored bone armor. The bone armor was like gold and jade, extremely hard. This way, I won't have to fear the detection of other life forms. The light rays from before won't happen again. I can disguise myself as a star, and I can conceal my life force by sleeping. He curled up into a ball, like a round meteor, and flew into the depths of the universe at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! He was slowly leaving the solar system in the starry night sky. This world was too beautiful. The stars were bright, and the dark sea of stars never repeated. Wandering in the brilliant galaxy, he didn't feel bored. He felt satisfied just by looking at its magnificence and vastness. Dichi was even very curious about what was contained in the hundreds of millions of huge stars in the terrifying galaxy in the distance. A new life? A foreign civilization? One of the many worlds in the universe? Or was it some kind of unexpected cosmic phenomenon? His heart was burning. He felt that this was what his Daluo Heaven Sutra really needed. It was all-inclusive. What kind of ultimate laws were these? It was fine if it was just a small star, but these huge stars seemed to have some kind of trajectory and pattern. Are they operating at a fixed time? Furthermore, it has a terrifyingly thick white atmospheric protective barrier with mountains, valleys, and land within. As he flew, he revealed a serious and thoughtful expression. As a celestial emperor, everyone had the talent and wisdom to understand the past and present, let alone him. He once again looked at the surrounding starry sky. Not far away, there were many huge dead planets that were also surrounded by an atmosphere. There were even small planets that were revolving around the big planet. He said indifferently. These big stars actually have a terrifying natural gravitational force. They're able to absorb the small stars and form the phenomenon of satellites. The natural mist that envelopes these huge stars is like the defensive Daoist technique of the immortal Dao. It's a natural protective shield that can resist any damage. Were these the natural rules of the ultimate? This was the truth of the world. Since such a phenomenon was common in the sinkhole, there must be a reason for it. It coincided with the laws of heaven and earth in the sinkhole. I can try to imitate it. Just like what Saint Woodcutter said, the Dao is natural, and I will worship the heaven and earth as my master, investigate the true meaning behind it. He was good at learning from others and had secretly learned the ultimate arts of the various celestial emperors. Now, he even wanted to learn from the stars. As the most powerful celestial emperor who had cut across the primordial world and the mastermind behind every era, he was so audacious the moment he stepped into the sinkhole. The first thing he had to do was to start learning from the planet. How about we imitate the protective mantras of our primordial world? He said in a calm voice. Whoosh! The wind whistled, and many strange phenomena rose from the surface of his body. The semi-transparent ancient robe that had been shrouding his panga golden body began to transform into a layer of gaseous energy barrier that gradually wrapped around his body. A white stream of air slowly surrounded his round body. It was as if it really was a vast cloud atmosphere. It's not bad to isolate the outside world. Furthermore, it is the protective mantra of our primordial world. As long as it is not attacked, the amount of energy needed to maintain it is very little. I have a world in my body and it is enough to recover easily. He had an idea. If that's the case, can I inject air into this protective barrier and allow life to survive on the surface of my star? He then looked at the stars in the distance. Some of them had rivers and mountains on their surfaces. This was no longer an imitation. These dead stars had no life, but his planet had life. This was a transcendence. However, he was already used to it. Learn from others, integrate, push out the old and come up with new ones, and incorporate them into the Daluo Heaven Sutra. However, it's still not enough. These huge stars are all dependent on gravity. Only soil and water can attach to the stars. However, I can use the Dao of gravity to absorb the soil and water and attach them to my body. Bang! He was very decisive. The ball flew all the way, ruthlessly smashing many meteorites along the way, absorbing the soil and water on them, and wrapping them around his body. Since that's the case, let life multiply in my body and see what happens. The next second. Voila! He tried to release a patch of spores from his inner world. A river gushed out and covered the surface of his planet. It was as if he was a miniature planet with life. Life quickly began to multiply on the surface of his body. Chapter 222, The Future European King Sage Cute Sister. His vast consciousness continued to scan, carefully observing the microspores on his body. In this way, they can recuperate in my body. If they can really reproduce, the Joss flames emitted by their souls will continuously merge into my body. In fact, the more experts there are in my body, the stronger the energy I will obtain. With this, we can slowly accumulate the energy of a second primordial chaos sage and let Kong Yun break through. He kept on weighing and sizing up the spores on his body. He also started to create a suitable environment for the land. I want an ocean. His words were like law, and the world of the planet shook. Hwalala. His body suddenly caved in and gathered into a vast ocean, a huge radioactive water source, and the spores were still struggling to survive. There must be wind. The loud voice was like a faint thunderclap that enveloped the entire planet. Hoo! A fiery volcano suddenly rose from the ground, and a tiny hole appeared, like a volcanic crater. The breath of the real entity of Panga came out from it, bringing with it a dense and terrifying heat, turning into the wind that flowed through the entire planet. Let there be light. Within the protective barrier of the Dao technique, it suddenly glowed slightly. A round of energy light balls appeared in the atmosphere of the sky, turning into a sun that kept on spinning. It was as if it had turned into a satellite, constantly choosing to flow. The entire planet seemed to be plated with a magnificent golden color at this moment. This planet is the mortal world, and there are 9 heavens. Boom! The entire planet trembled slightly. The entrance to the 9 apertures appeared faintly. Any expert who had cultivated to a certain level would be able to sense it. As I fly, I'll shatter stars one after another and wrap them around my body, gradually expanding. It was almost as large as the primordial world, or even beyond. The ground is getting thicker and thicker. If these life forms reproduce, they won't be able to understand my true existence. But how will they describe and call me, the planet's consciousness? But if they're not strong enough, they won't be able to detect my existence. I'll hide in the dark and watch the rise of each era. On this planet, heroes will lead the era and then the curtain will fall, he said calmly. No one knows that this planet is formed from the body of a vast giant, who is quietly looking at them on the surface of his body. On the surface of this world, 70% of the environment was covered by seawater and 30% of the land was covered. Let's call it aqua blue. His voice suddenly died down, and a planet floated outward, looking at the boundless sky and universe outside. After a while, he continued to move outwards, his speed getting faster and faster. Furthermore, he began to notice that something was wrong. My speed is too slow. There is a limit to the speed of the sinkhole, and it is impossible to accelerate indefinitely. It is as if I am being restricted by a barrier. If I continue at this speed, even if I exhaust my entire life, I will not be able to advance for long. He was a primordial chaos saint, but he was limited by the speed of light. A saint's lifespan was about 8,000 years. Although it seemed long, the sinkhole was too vast. If this continued, they might not be able to fly too far in their entire lives. I have to break through this speed limit. His heart sank. I have to research a secret technique for speed. It can shatter the void and leap over the stars. He still allowed the life on his body to multiply as he began to secretly integrate the Deluo Heaven Sutra. He was looking for a way to break through the limit of this speed and reach a new height. Su Ji felt that Dichi was indeed terrifying. He didn't let her down and continued with his usual style. He's too outstanding. Secretly learning from the Celestial Emperor behind the scenes, he really lives up to his reputation. As soon as he came up, he began to imitate the stars. He felt that he was out of place with them and tried to find a way to integrate himself into them, hiding again to be the mastermind behind the scenes. They're still copying our Earth? Su Ji suddenly laughed in a daze. This wasn't plagiarism. It was a deduction by accident. It could even be said to be inevitable. As long as one observed the planets carefully, they would find the rules and have such ideas. This could also be considered as achieving diversity. The first was on the surface, the second was underground, and the third was in space. However, although the Insecta Nest Mind can monitor every Insecta branch and report their progress, I can't go there personally. Su Ji said, shaking his head. Now, Daiki had only been out for a few days, and the biological explosion had yet to begin. A conservative estimate would be that it would take a few days for the marine creatures to climb ashore, and for land creatures to appear and develop completely. As for what form of life this planet would have, he was also looking forward to it. He could only turn his gaze back to the orchard. More than 1,000 years had passed on the surface of the sorcerer world's sandpit. Logically speaking, the energy of the second primordial chaos saint should be almost complete. However, Ermin used this energy for self-cultivation and advanced to the mid-stage primordial Chaos Saint realm, which was several times more powerful than before. Over the years, she began to explore the land of gods in the sky, hoping to communicate with it. However, there was no news at all. Su Ji stretched out his hand and summoned a strange black bird, which slowly landed on his arm. The land of all gods has been replaced by the second batch of players, and it's starting to take shape. There are more than 500 level 4 wizard organizations inside its body. The space inside is not small, but we don't have a god inside, and it's a barren world. Su Ji sighed. He felt that it was better to continue hiding in this land of the gods. After all, Mercury, the god of wisdom, had also laid down the groundwork. He had suffered great losses in the war with the other world, and there were only a few divine realm experts left. It was reasonable that all of them were dead. He glanced at Ermin and Medusa. The two of them were in charge of the harmonious development of the world, and Su Ji did not care about them. On the other hand, some trouble had arisen in the primordial world. First, Menmei had taught 2 new disciples. She had taught them for 30 to 40 years and let them explore on their own. After all, in the new era, there were no humans and gods living together. They had to explore new cultivation methods by themselves. She did not have much time left, so she had to make the best use of her time to break through. But now, after a day, in the spore colony, Menmei wants to evolve into a dragon. I, Mother Earth, Green Vine, should not die. I'm destined to rule the next primordial era and become a celestial emperor who controls the Earth's dragon veins. Congratulations! Congratulations! Everyone was celebrating, but they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone knew about cute girl's character. They were particularly lazy and belonged to the category of casual players. She might be the only one who didn't cherish the time inside. She lived her life aimlessly, often watching movies, taking a shower and sleeping. She would sleep inside for more than 10 years just to catch up with movies and dramas outside. This kind of dead salted fish had actually been alive for less than 50 years, and now he was an emperor? Countless people were heartbroken. This person was still alive. This was too terrifying. He was simply a lucky star. Cute girl, ha 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 ha. I just worked hard and broke through. My aptitude is not any weaker than my disciple, Dao Changsheng. And let me tell you, I've always been a salted fish, and as soon as I came in, I listened to a Daoist's lecture. Inexplicably, I became the most ancient existence in the world, as famous as the sun. I've been treated as the creation wood for hundreds of years. In reality, I've only been eating, drinking, and playing around for a while, and I've passed the era of ancient gods. After that, with the help of the 9 revolutions mysterious art provided by those red-named players, I took Dao Changsheng in as my disciple without doing anything. Somehow, I became a highly respected master of the heavenly Dao, and now I have the supreme status in the ancient primordial world. Even Su Wei and the other celestial emperors respect me, a weakling who doesn't even know how to fight. Now, I've even broken through to the celestial emperor realm and reached the peak of my status. Ha 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 ha. The weakest celestial emperor in history has never even fought before. I'll be honest with you. I've caught up with the trend of the world in the next era and become a dragon's vein. I might be able to steal the essence of an era and frenziedly take bribes. As long as I lie there, not only the celestial emperors, even the heavenly Dao will envy me. I might be the second sage of the ancient baron's world. Everyone was speechless. They were all stunned. This was one of the legendary primordial chaos vindication techniques, Holy Salted Fish Technique. Chapter 223, The Phoenix Reminisces Home. To become a primordial chaos saint, one needed immense power. Perhaps she would have to stay in the dragon's vein of the entire primordial world and take bribes from the various imperial courts for a few hundred years before she could achieve that. Immediately, the group of people started cursing the European king. It's really infuriating to compare with others. The Alchemy Emperor, the Racer of Mount Harana, and the Red Name players who are fighting each other to the death don't have such a heaven-defying opportunity. On the other hand, Meng Mei did nothing and sat on the waves of every era. The moment she came in, she created the world and climbed to the peak, becoming Mother Earth. Now, she lay in bed for hundreds of years, became the master of the heavenly Dao, broke through the heavenly emperor, and even had the opportunity to become a sage of origin. Heartache. Never heard of before. I've only heard of merit to become a saint, beheading the 3 corpses to become a saint, and using force to become a saint. I've never heard of a saint's technique that uses aureole to become a saint. The strongest casual player in history. She didn't kill a single person and doesn't even know how to fight. Lucky cutie. Lousy game producer, get out here. You're adjusting your luck value to 9,999, right? Are you coveting the beauty of a cute girl? Lustful. Game producer, if you need it, you can look for me to get on your good side. I'm a cute little girl. Shy. Many people were excited. This was too exaggerated. His efforts didn't succeed, and he was the one who reached the peak of his life. The cute girl begged, he, the red eye above. You're all jealous of our Menmei-sama. Do you know how hard our Menmei has worked? Angry. Go to hell, you bootlicker. Countless people felt more and more bitter. Suji was also a little dumbfounded by what he saw. This time, it really has nothing to do with me at all. Don't tell me that I'm blessed with great luck. Things were unpredictable, and Suji himself had not expected things to develop like this. He sorted out this matter. This person is a European king. At this rate, she might really be the first lying saint in history. Although she's weak, no one dares to attack her and snatch her Deo validation opportunity. After all, Menmei has merits. As the creation would, she once protected all living beings for hundreds of years. Now, she's also the master of the heavenly Deo. Who would dare to attack her? If he was allowed to develop, he might really become the supreme primordial chaos sage. The first primordial chaos sage of the players? Suji was really speechless. He felt that the development of this matter was too bizarre. Looking at the lively player forums now, he did not know how to deal with it for the time being. None of them were easy to deal with. They had just finished dealing with Dichi's matter, but now they were having a headache again. If it were any other red name player, it would indeed be impossible to make them saints. However, should he stop normal solo players? He could block it now, but what about in the future? He had to set a rule as soon as possible. Suji raised his eyebrows. What would happen if a player became a primordial chaos saint? The intelligent subbrain said. In our Zerg system, there are 5 gene levels, corresponding to 5 levels of life. The Sage of Origin is a second-level life, a qualitative change. Once the player becomes a sage, he will completely become a Zerg life, and his body in reality will be a subsidiary. Suji asked, the body in real life is an accessory, and the body in the sandbox is the main body? In other words, the primary and secondary have been reversed. The death of the body in reality is not true death, but the death of the saint's body in the sand plate will be true death. The insectin nest mind replied, yes. Suji understood what he meant. He thought for a moment. Let's just leave it be for now. After all, it's only a possibility. It's still a long way to become a primordial chaos sage. Moreover, I don't think Menmei has the ability to become a sage yet. The world's energy required is too much. This sage slot must be carefully considered. At that moment, the insectin nest mind suddenly said, there's an emergency that requires the Bug Clan Queen to handle. What's the emergency? Suji stood up and went to the refrigerator to take out another can of Phoenix Spirit tea. After drinking for so long, there was not much left. There were only 7 bottles left, so he had to drink them sparingly. Queen Mother, please look at the Phoenix Spirit tea you're drinking, the insectin nest mind said. Suji was stunned for a moment and slowly lowered his head. In the next second, he felt his blood run cold. On the mineral water bottle of the Phoenix Spirit tea, a black Deo pattern formation the size of a bottle cap had silently appeared. The fine lines were natural, exquisite, ancient, and profound, as if they contained the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. The intelligent subbrain replied. This is the space transfer array created by the Phoenix. With this, it can locate the position of the space and cross space to come here. Suji was speechless. And so, she actually located my refrigerator. Is she going to appear in my refrigerator? The coordinates are very random, but there's a high chance that it will be located in an object related to your aura, so, the intelligent subbrain explained again. I understand now. So, Phoenix's location is her bathwater. Suji understood. He took the bottle of Phoenix Spirit Tea and could not help but take another sip to ease his nerves. But it's good that she's not located in my stomach. However, the thing that she was worried about before still happened. At that time, she was only tricked into crossing worlds on her own. However, the Phoenix was extremely passionate in her research and actually managed to research it. She was indeed worthy of being the ancestor of the spatial system. Shu'Allah. With a wave of his hand, Su Ji's mental waves circulated and wiped away the positioning array on the mineral water bottle. He slowly shifted his gaze to Phoenix. At this moment, the inner space of the Phoenix was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. There were countless insects, fish, birds, and beasts. It was an extremely quiet and beautiful paradise. In front of the ancient-style thatched house, on the green grass, beside the wooden table, a woman in ancient costume was sitting with a flower on her head. She revealed a happy expression. I've already succeeded. I've located it in another space. As expected, my theory was not wrong. Our internal space has been opened, and we are standing in a brand new space-time. It is just that the coordinates of the entrance are in our bodies. What if we change the spatial coordinates of the entrance after we enter the dimension? Where will we be after we leave the inner space? This was a terrifying knowledge. It was very likely that they would appear in an unknown dimension or even be lost in an unknown space, completely exiled. Now, she did not dare to change the coordinates of the existing space entrance for fear that she would not be able to return. She could only set up another space coordinate on the original internal space, set up a real coordinate, and open it. This also formed the coordinates of the original entrance and the coordinates of the new exit. It was like a space tunnel that crossed the two worlds. At this moment, the room was filled with densely packed books. On the entire shelf, there were the contents of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, which she had secretly copied and learned. Their 9 Revolutions mysterious art uses positioning calculation to open up a space. I used the space that I had already opened to locate my position in reality, forming a space tunnel and traveling through space. At this moment, she had already calculated and determined a location. It was not in this world, but her instinctive feeling was that it was not very far away. Locating a coordinate requires an extremely terrifying amount of calculation and energy. It will take several months. Do I transmigrate? She had just taken a deep breath when the spatial coordinates on that side suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? She jumped in shock and quickly stood up in front of the wooden table. She began to check if there was a mistake. I'll spend another 3 months. I must succeed. At that moment, Su Ji was also speechless. He opened the refrigerator again and saw another bottle of Phoenix Spirit Tea. Gradually, a space array appeared out of thin air and began to locate it again. Again? What the hell? You were born in the oven and turned into a fire phoenix. Now, you want to enter the refrigerator and turn into an ice phoenix? Su Ji was speechless. After some thought, he took out the bottle of Phoenix Spirit Tea, opened the cap, and drank it all in one gulp. This time, he didn't erase the spatial coordinates. Instead, a wave of magic fluctuations flashed in his hand, and the mineral water bottle was cut apart, leaving only a spatial array on the transparent plastic. It seems that you miss home. He casually threw the positioning array. Shu'Allah. A piece of transparent mineral water bottle was thrown into the edge of the Magus world, into a vast green mountain range. I actually succeeded again this time. At this moment, Lord Phoenix was extremely delighted. Her heart was filled with excitement. Being able to cross space would have a huge impact on her life. I am about to leave the primordial world and enter the universe to begin my journey. Her expression suddenly became extremely calm. I hope that there are no saint-level existences in that world. Even if there are, they can't be too strong. Chapter 224. Phoenix quickly began to pack her luggage, bringing everything into the internal space and setting foot on the journey to the various worlds. For today, I've cultivated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. There are 9 worlds in my body, and countless creatures have been born over the years. At this moment, she had cultivated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art to an extremely profound level. Her terrifying combat power contained the infinite energy of an entire world. It was also the reason why she was not afraid of not having enough energy to replenish herself and dared to cross the various worlds. Her eyes were calm as she looked at the 9 heavens. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art could only be cultivated with a primordial spirit, the sun. This was originally a cultivation technique that was tailored for him. Currently, only Diqi, Dao Changsheng, and Feng Huang had successfully cultivated it. Perhaps no one else would be able to cultivate it in the future. After all, the central Danshan needed a sun furnace to provide the core energy. Compared to other people's 9 revolutions mysterious art, the phoenix was the true sun with 9 stars revolving around it. That was why she said that the 9 revolutions mysterious art was tailor-made for her. Furthermore, the 9 revolutions mysterious art had the characteristics of the soul and the physical body being undying. It was the strongest physical body cultivation technique and could match perfectly with her rising from the ashes. Her rising from the ashes talent meant that every time she died, a new soul, which was her descendant, would inherit the body and memories of the phoenix. It was as if she had inherited the memories of the previous generations of phoenixes when she was born, forming a unique inheritance of the phoenix lineage. However, the 9 revolutions mysterious art's immortality can split my soul into 9 parts and allow them to live in the 9 heavens. When I was reborn from the fire, my soul was undying and could live in the 9 heavens as a parasite. When I was completely reborn from the fire, before the next generation of phoenixes was born, my soul would take the opportunity to return to my phoenix body. This was the true rebirth. With the 9 revolutions mysterious art's immortality, it was a perfect match, making up for each other's flaws. In the future, when the phoenix was reborn from the fire, she was not afraid that it was not her. Unless she really killed it on the spot, it would not even have the chance to escape and become a phoenix egg. However, to kill her completely? It was too difficult. The 9 revolutions mysterious art had a terrifyingly strong life force. This was the most terrifying combination. The 9 revolutions mysterious art guaranteed that it would be difficult to kill, and then escape after being injured, rising from the ashes, becoming stronger once, and returning to the peak state. The combination of 2 undying and imperishable elements was simply an extremely disgusting sticky candy. In the 9 heavens, birds sang and flowers bloomed. Countless plants and animals multiplied, and because of the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth, many spiritual monsters were born. The golden sunlight shone down for an eternity, turning the green forest into a golden color. The plant spirits and animal spirits were all communicating with each other, whispering to each other. It was a peaceful and quiet scene. Unlike the scheming of those intelligent beings, the entire 9 heavens wood world was very simple. It stood aloof from the world and had no disputes of interests. The mountain and river spirits were all absorbing the Dao fruit of origin sun residing in the virtual sky at the center to cultivate. Then, they were also emitting their aura to feed the sun in the center. They don't have human forms. Keep a pure heart, cultivate in silence, and stand aloof from the world. This is the quiet paradise I want. The phoenix liked to be light and did not like her inner world to be filled with blood and schemes. Ta-ta! She looked at the small space with a calm expression and stepped into the space tunnel. Hwalala! In front of him, a space ripple slowly moved. A woman dressed in ancient clothing slowly walked out. Her hands were soft, her skin was smooth, and her long black hair was tied up with a hairband. She was full of immortal chi and appeared in a dense and luxuriant forest. The quiet sun shone down. This world is very natural. She raised her head and looked at the sun, revealing a quiet smile. The white clouds were very tall and wide, giving off a sense of vastness. It's different from the primordial world. There are no man-made suns or stars here. The laws of heaven and earth here are somewhat similar to the Magus world. And NBSP, stomp. She took a step and disappeared again. On the other side of the distant ocean, the land of night. On the other side of the ocean, in the deep sea, at the gate of the underworld, a beautiful and enchanting snake-haired banshee slowly opened her eyes. The space is fluctuating. A god from another world has descended on our world, Ermin. I'm here. In the garden of the underworld, Ermin sensed everything silently. It's a lower-level god. I've already become a mid-level god. Unless he's like Thulhu, invincible in the same realm and able to fight across realms, he won't be my opponent. The further one advanced, the greater the span of cultivation realms. Even small cultivation realms were extremely terrifying. Ermin divided the deity realm into the levels of lower deity, middle deity, and upper deity. The difference in combat power at each stage was like the difference between heaven and earth, and they could easily crush the other party. Ermin was very worried. But I don't have any experience fighting gods in the same realm. Moreover, if we descend to the mortal world at the same time, I'm afraid we'll destroy this world." When she reappeared, Deo Lord Phoenix had already arrived at a small town on the edge of a mountain range. It was a very retro-style Victorian building. Small square buildings were carved out of pale yellow and white stones. The residential area was surrounded by walls, and there was an arched door downstairs with green vines crawling on the side. Thump thump thump. On the green stone street, a group of powerful knights passed by. They rode huge magical beasts, wore solid black armor, and carried long swords on their backs. The ground trembled. There was a shop next to it. Ermi's potion store. The door plate was carved with strange letters and characters that were black and twisted like earthworms. This made her feel a little familiar. It wasn't just the words, even the language they were talking in sounded familiar. In fact, it was only natural that she couldn't understand it. The wizard mythological civilization 1,000 years ago was already a distant myth to the current era of magic medicine. After the world-ending catastrophe, the people who survived were reproducing. After 1,000 years of development, the language and writing had been reborn. Only archaeologists, who studied the prehistoric culture, could barely understand the ancient characters of that era. However, the cultivation aura of these powerhouses is evil and strange. It's strangely familiar. She shifted her gaze slowly. He looked to the side and saw a group of professionals walking past. The one in the lead was an aged principal of the academy. He held a brown cane and had short, curly light golden hair. He had a beautiful mustache on his chin and his eyes were shining like sapphires. He gave off a mature and elegant aura. Behind him, there were professionals such as magic swordsman, grandmaster of combat, alchemist, astrologer. They were all wearing uniforms similar to black suits. The girl was wearing black long sleeves with a star map symbol on her chest. She had a super short skirt and black tights, which highlighted a pair of round and slender legs, outlining the beautiful curves of her body. The boy was dressed in a handsome and exquisite black suit, which made him look clean and handsome. From time to time, passers-by and shops on the side of the street would cast their gazes of awe and worship. They were talking. "I heard that the relic of the prehistoric civilization's alchemy generation has been found. The legendary Tartaru's tomb is the location of the real tomb, and those Black Eagle Spectre College bastards have started to excavate. The enthusiasm of that group of grave diggers is really amazing. Our country has to send people to stop them." He was an ancient mythological hero. According to the ancient legends, the epic alchemy emperor buried himself and his 7 concubines in the Devil's Cave of Tartarus. He excavated it with the world-class alchemy wonder, Adolf, at the extreme end of the ground. The legendary Babylon's most powerful alchemy creation, the Babylonian Sky Garden, was buried with it. The Hanging Garden of Babylon, the legendary giant ancient city that can fly. Just thinking about it is terrifying. A civilization from more than 1,000 years ago. It's really something to look forward to. I want to travel through the long river of time and see the sages of the past. In the alchemy era, there are still countless archaeologists debating whether the sorcerer civilization from 1,000 years ago or the current era is more brilliant. It is said that our current attire is an adaptation of the style left behind by the alchemy emperor. At that time, the alchemy emperor had publicly commented, "This is a sexy outfit for a long-legged magus with black silk." When they passed by, they glanced at Deo Lord Phoenix with surprise and curiosity. The woman with black hair and black eyes had a slender figure. She was dressed in an ancient costume that did not belong to this world. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and she was full of immortal chi. She seemed out of place. This kind of attire did not reveal a pair of beautiful, round, and long legs in silk stockings. Instead, it wrapped her legs, but it appeared to have a strange kind of beauty. Among them, a few handsome boys from the academy came over to chat up the woman, but before they could say a few words, they were interrupted by the girls next to them. They pushed them away, and the girls surrounded her and chattered, as if they were very interested in her clothes. They tried to communicate for a while, but found that they couldn't understand the language. They were disappointed, stuffed a few dark brown silver coins into her hand, and left. "Is this the currency of this world?" She lowered her head and looked at the dark brown coins. They seemed to be some kind of special biometal. She smiled faintly. "I don't understand their language, but this is a terrifying and mature high-energy extraordinary world." The leader was a heavenly emperor and a group of Grotto Heaven Realm experts. They could be seen everywhere. Looking at its power system, it's not weaker than the primordial world. In fact, it's even more mature and even surpasses it. She looked at the back of the group of people, and she really liked the kind intentions of the passers-by that could be seen everywhere. Their cultivation speed is very fast. They should have many experts, but correspondingly, they are much weaker than the primordial world in the same realm. They are far from being our opponents. This is the price of fast cultivation speed. Their battle power is relatively low. Phoenix strode into the ERMI's potion shop. At the front desk of the shop, the boss was an old man. He was wearing the presbyopic glasses invented by Emperor Messiah. He seemed to be reading a black leather newspaper. On the shelf were potion sequences that were densely packed on the table. This aura is extremely familiar. I remember now. It's the evil god of Thulhu. She raised her eyes. Just like those professionals, they seem to be small Thulhu evil gods. Has this world been invaded by Thulhu? She stopped there for a few seconds, chose a potion bottle, and tried to pass the money. The old man shook his head and spoke to her in a language she didn't understand, pointing to a few affordable potion bottles. Chapter 225, Fight. She nodded and chose to buy a potion bottle pointed out by the other party. She came to a dense forest outside the town and sat down, starting to examine it. How profound was her vision! And NBSP, he was able to sense the power system of this world in an instant and merge the evil god's body structure into his body to cultivate. The evil god then became the high and mighty ruler. They believed in evil gods and gained power from them. And NBSP, they obtained power while they were alive, and as the price and exchange for that power, their corpses would be sent to the evil god. The evil god's organs that they had cultivated for their entire lives would become stronger and return to the evil god. Back then, an evil god from another world invaded the Magus world. And this place was probably the lair of the evil god. I've come to the evil god's main world, and this place is filled with the evil god's believers and clansmen. They might be invading other worlds from here, including the sorcerer world. If I reveal my world's coordinates now, it might be the same as the Magus world and the ancient desolate world being invaded by evil gods. She felt her blood run cold. In an instant, she had the urge to escape. This world was a terrifying conspiracy. First, I'll learn the language of their world. She took a deep breath and started to visualize the heaven and earth. Boom! The divine sense that belonged to his own cultivation system covered the entire town in the distance, sensing their incense, language, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Gradually, he understood the language of this world. She stood up and slowly left the town. She walked on the road with small steps. Is this the civilization of a foreign world? Novel, interesting, and unbelievable. It's truly a journey full of surprises, and I am about to begin my journey to this world and explore the footprints of their civilization. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to a certain lush forest. Boom! 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 The air was distorted as if something was making a terrifying vibration. In the depths of the forest, the ground was covered in blood. Students were lying on the ground, soaked in blood. The bodies of the grandmasters of combat, astrologers, and magic swordsmen all had deep fear in their eyes. They could not believe that they had lost their young lives. The blonde teacher who had led the team earlier was already covered in blood. He was standing in front of the remaining two students and was fending off a huge monster that was covered in red. The only student left of the two seemed to be a pair of beautiful twin girls. Their bodies trembled slightly as they looked at the monster in front of them. A fear that surged from the depths of their hearts took over their bodies. This is the legendary hidden profession, flesh manipulator. Such an enemy. How could we have won? Bang bang bang. The golden-haired teacher waved his brown staff and attacked the terrifyingly strong figure, causing bright sparks to fly. Time flies and has destroyed generations of epic heroes. You're already more than 500 years old, and you've witnessed 3 generations of kings and protected them from ruling the kingdom. But now, you're already old, and bringing the younger generation of students out to gain experience will be the end of your life. The scarlet monster looked at the blonde teacher in front of it quietly. This golden-haired teacher was a level 7 epic hidden professional, fire astrologer Peck, who was as powerful as him. This was the strongest man in the Friedrich Kingdom, and also the principal of the Holy Firefly Academy. If he fell, the Nightingale Kingdom of the Undead would soon conquer the Friedrich Kingdom. Who? Pei Ke gasped for breath and stood up. He looked at the newly promoted epic professional and said, I won't die today. Even if I die, I'll drag you with me. Is this your decision? He looked at the man who still looked middle-aged. This epic hero who had lived for more than 500 years was regarded as a god by the country. And today, he was going to end it here. Deo Lord Phoenix's eyes were cold. She shook her head and continued to move forward calmly. Not far away, Piker roared, my strength is only at the 3rd level of my peak. Otherwise, how could a young man who has just entered the epic stage be my opponent? You at your peak, the legendary man Piker, only had 3 times your current combat power? The flesh manipulator was disappointed. Pei Ke was stunned. This is a brand new potion profession system, which has been introduced by a genius of our Nightingale. The combat power of our country's future professions will be 5 levels higher than the current ones. The new potion era is coming, not the era of your old epics. He smiled calmly and reached out his hand. However, before you die, you'll more or less counterattack. Piker, as a benevolent epic hero who has protected the kingdom for 500 years, you're too old-fashioned and treasure every student of yours too much. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been ambushed by me. Now, I'll let you see how you'll be surrounded and killed by your own students. Hwalala. On the ground, the corpses of the students slowly stood up and walked over unsteadily. Furthermore, I will not kill you. I've specially kept your 2 favorite students so that they can only be ravaged by me in front of you. He revealed an evil and lecherous gaze. The twin sisters behind him started to tremble. Don't look, I'll be fine in the blink of an eye. A pair of fair and delicate palms appeared silently in a strange way and covered the eyes of the 2 girls at the same time. Bang! The next second, the hands covering their eyes were released. In front of them, the flesh manipulator, one of the world's most powerful epic professionals, had been smashed into the ground. Only his head was left, and it was looking at them angrily. Although a massacre is inevitable, I hate being tortured and killed. Dignity is something that every life must have. Playing with corpses, being cunning and sinister, and your red monster body. It made me recall some bad memories. The woman looked at him calmly. I've confined the soil here and it will stay here for a month. She turned around and left, not caring about the people behind her, as if it was a trivial matter on the side of the road. The 2 twin sisters and the blonde-haired Peck widened their eyes in shock. They looked at her in disbelief, at the strangely dressed woman who had just given her a few coins. That was an existence at the epic realm. He was one of the most powerful existences under level 8 god. Today's battle would affect the distribution of power in the entire magic potion era. The epic professional Piker was ambushed and killed. With this, a war and invasion would break out across the entire land. They could already imagine the dark suffering their country would face in the future. But now, such a bizarre and funny thing had suddenly happened. A powerful epic professional had been smashed into the ground in a strange way, leaving only his head exposed. It was like children playing in the mud. You are, Pei Ke's voice was extremely respectful. You guys can leave. Don't follow me. Deo Lord Phoenix continued to move forward slowly. I've already been discovered and will be found soon. I'll try to communicate with them. We've been discovered? Is there an enemy chasing after you? Yes, sir. Piker quickly replied respectfully, the Friedrich Kingdom is extremely powerful. Sir, you saved me, so we will do our best to protect you. Please come to our capital as a guest. As for communication, we have very powerful politicians who can help with the negotiations. Phoenix shook her head and continued forward. However, before she could take 2 steps, the familiar aura suddenly trembled in the next second. The clouds in the sky stirred, and a voice transmission that was separated by countless mountains slowly descended, the great existence from the other world. Medusa. Deo Lord Phoenix's mind trembled slightly when she heard this voice. She suddenly realized that she had not entered the main world of the evil god's lair, but had returned to the sorcerer world. However, 1,000 years later, Medusa had already transformed into the Thulhu evil god, and this once familiar world was completely changed beyond recognition. This was the sorcerer world 1,000 years later. Could this voice be a demon god? Beside him, Pei Ke was trembling all over and was on the verge of fainting. This voice belonged to the legendary supreme demon god, Medusa. She was an eternal existence that guarded the gate to the underworld. All of the potion professionals believed in this ancient and great existence. They obtained their own power from her. He had once heard this supreme demon god's voice when he broke through to the epic realm and set up a summoning array to pray for potions. However, this supreme demonic god had called this woman in strange clothes by her name. A great being. Only the other worlds could be called great existences by the demon gods. The gods that had descended. He was well read in history, and his mind suddenly jolted. In his shock, he recalled the historical records of the spear of the flourishing witch, the last god of the other world that had descended to this world. Year 836 of the kingdom of Babylon, the Thulhu evil god descended and invaded the world. The people were plunged into misery and suffering. The sorcerer's world worked together to resist it. After hundreds of years, the Thulhu evil god was killed, and the sorcerer's era was also destroyed. We hurry up and run. Pei Kei's voice trembled uncontrollably, and his legs went soft. This had a terrifying impact on his worldview. He quickly pulled his 2 disciples and strode forward. Teacher, someone is attacking her. It's a woman. Should we help? The 2 disciples quickly said. No. Our country can't help you. He growled and quickly pulled the 2 of them away. His mind had already exploded. He clearly understood that he was not escaping from life, but was drawn into an even more terrifying whirlpool of death. His mind was trembling and he was almost going crazy. How long has it been? How long had it been since the disaster? It had been about 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, a god from a different world descended and destroyed the Sorcerer Kingdom's civilization. The Babylonian mythology of ancient times was once brilliant. Now, another god has descended to our world. Is he going to destroy this magic medicine era? The gears of the world were spinning violently. A new terrifying era was about to arrive. The battle between the various magic medicine kingdoms might have ended. We are about to face an incomparably terrifying existence together. Will we be able to survive the waves of this catastrophe? His entire body trembled, and his mind was on the verge of collapse. God, where did you come from? Medusa's divine sense surged slightly, and she sent out a thought again. This was a communication between souls that transcended language. The phoenix was silent for a moment. She looked at Medusa and suddenly smiled faintly. I am a deist from the primordial world. I have traveled through the heavens and passed by this place. This is the first time I have seen an evil creature like you. You are chaotic, furious, evil, dark. Why don't I bring you back to the primordial world and suppress you for 3,000 years to wash away your sins? Then, I'll let you out. Suppress me? Just because you're a god? Hee hee. She slowly lowered her eyes and crossed 1,000 miles with a single step. Ta! Ta! 2 loud footsteps seemed to come from the sky, shaking the earth. Not far away, in the countless towns and cities near the mountain range, everyone in the kingdom subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the vast giant in the sky. It was a huge and elegant snake-haired banshee with a black halo all over her body. She was striding over quickly. Boom! A white palm as large as a mountain bent down and pressed down. God from another world, descending to our world is the worst choice you've ever made. We're no longer as weak and easily bullied as we were in the past. We've already dismembered the last heavenly god who descended. And even occupied his body. If I can blow you up now, will that vast energy allow me to become God? Medusa immediately sneered. She was bold and fearless. She had great ambitions. If she had not been unwilling to vindicate herself with the body of Thulhu, she would have replaced Ermin as a god. Phoenix had long since dodged the palm. She stood on the mountain range to the side and looked at her enemy from more than 1,000 years ago. Medusa's entire body exuded an elevated aura, but she did not recognize her. She took large strides forward and looked down at her tiny figure. A mere god. I'll beat you up in the same realm and force you to come down to the mortal world. Ermin told her that she didn't have the combat experience of a god. She might not be able to win even if she was 1 level higher than her opponent. But she knew that if someone descended to the mortal world with their real body, they would definitely leave a flaw and expose their body in front of other gods. Other gods could take the opportunity to attack them in the void. Medusa was forcing her to descend to the mortal world first. Medusa, we meet again. Phoenix muttered in her heart. She knew the other party's intention. She knew how terrifying Thulhu was. If it was really a mortal body used by an ordinary god to walk in the mortal world among the level 7 gods of the same realm, it might really be blown up by her. She could only let her main body come down to the lower realm to fight. The highest level of power in the mortal world was level 7 epic in the Heavenly Emperor realm, and Thulhu was almost invincible at this level. However, my real entity of Pangu has also walked another path. I'm a Deo body dual cultivator now, so why should I fear you? Deo Lord Phoenix's heart was calm. Boom. 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 Her body grew inch by inch and turned into a giant, as huge as the evil god of Thulhu. What is this? Medusa's hair was like a long snake, dancing wildly behind her head. A look of disbelief appeared on her face. This is the cultivation system and civilization of the other world. It has a combat form, but it can actually change its body shape and size freely? Even a mortal walking in the mortal world has combat power comparable to the Thulhu evil god. Is this the power of a god? Medusa looked over. In the vast mountains, there was a cold beauty in ancient costume standing. Chapter 226, The Original Demon God Medusa. Su Ji was sitting on the roof of his little house, holding a huge parasol under the warm golden sun. He was lying on a chair, drinking an ice-cold phoenix spirit tea by his side, as if he was on a vacation under the sun on the beach. From time to time, he would look at the battle between two girls the size of junior high school students on the 100-acre sand plate not far away. The moment Phoenix entered, they really started fighting. It's quite a spectacular sight. However, their speed and movements were too fast. Su Ji still watched the scene of them fighting through the intelligent sub-brain. The real entity of Pangu fighting the Thulhu evil god. It reminds me of the Calabash brothers fighting the Transformers. In fact, it was a good opportunity for him to see what the two masterminds behind closed-door cultivation had achieved after thousands of years of crazy research. After all, as invincible existences in their respective worlds, it was not a long-term plan without fighting and opponents. Since Phoenix was trying to find a way out, he would let her come to the sorcerer world and find her old rival. At this moment, the Phoenix's Pangu true form was the same as Dichi's. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art had also created its own path and improvement. Dichi's 8-armed true form of Pangu could use all kinds of Divine Emperor's magic arts with its 8 arms, while the Phoenix's body did not have 8 arms, so it was still in its original form, and it did not fight in close combat. After all, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art was known for its immortality and regeneration. Its defensive power was amazing, but it didn't have a terrifying combat power. Physical fists were not too strong. Therefore, she had the same idea as Dichi. With her amazing talent in a long time, she chose to dual cultivate 2 meridians, body cultivation for defense and Deo cultivation for attack. On the ground, mountains collapsed and trees were toppled. Gradually, the ground turned into wolves. You guys, the aftershock might kill you. Deo Lord Phoenix lowered her head slightly and extended her hand. Hwala! Pei Ke, who was running on the ground, and his 2 disciples were taken into her internal space. And me! One of the heads on the ground cried out in panic. Phoenix ignored him and looked at Medusa with a grave expression. The battle between Dichi and Deo Changsheng was extremely terrifying. Dichi's body contained an entire world as his power source, which made her realize how terrifying the real entity of Pangu was. However, Thulhu's terrifying past had also left her with a lingering fear. At this moment, she might not be able to win against 2 heaven-defying existences at the same realm. After all, she could only fight at the Heavenly Emperor realm. If a primordial chaos saint tore the space and descended to the mortal world to kill Medusa, he would expose his true body in front of Ermin, and that might be the opportunity for Ermin to kill her. She and a snake-haired demoness with a strange beauty stood opposite each other. They were 2 world-shaking giants. Internal space? What kind of cultivation system was this? This is unimaginable. Medusa was very surprised to see her gather a few people into her body, but she suddenly laughed and said, as a god who travels the universe, would he also care about the lives of mortals? You, a god, are very compassionate. Is that why you want to suppress me, an unpardonable evil demon? She sneered and took a step forward. Boom! Rumble! The 2 giants that blotted out the sky and covered the earth began to fight each other with streams of light circulating around them. Flower of Death! In the darkness, a large number of exquisite black roses flew out. Each of them spiraled with sharp thorns, giving off a sense of terrifying sharpness that could destroy everything. Medusa was a fusion creature, and Thulhu was originally a magic creature. Although it was immortal, every part of its body was a powerful sorcerer. When gathered together, the power of its sorcery could crush any life. After she took control of the body, her combat power had long surpassed that of the Thulhu evil god. Heavens! What's that? That face, the tail of snake, the body of human, and the dancing snake hair. Ve seen it in the mythical atlas before. It's the legendary ancient creature Medusa that guards the gate to the underworld in the legends, the demonic god of the origin of all things. As for the other woman, she's dressed weirdly, as if she doesn't belong to this world. Who is she? On the ground, countless kingdoms were in an uproar. The kingdom of the dead, the human kingdom, and the half-beast kingdom had seen the terrifying scene. Many powerful warriors with level 7 epic professions rushed over from all the kingdoms. This is the legendary Medusa. Piker was hidden in his inner world, looking at the snake-haired banshee with a dazed expression. It's known as the world's land of magic medicine. The demonic god of the origin of all things. The power of our professionals and the magical beasts in the world are all obtained by worshipping this ancient and eternal world. He's clearly a demigod like us. However, we can't bear it just by looking at her. Compared to other level 7 life forms, even though they were on the same level, they were no longer on the same level. Medusa, at this moment, had experienced thousands of years. The body tissues in her body were all at the level of a level 4 wizard, and there were even many level 5, 6, and even 7 epic level body tissues. How could a single rank 7 epic be comparable to her? In addition, for the past 1,000 years, her body had been dying and changing constantly. However, the energy from the deaths of the powerhouses had been fed back into her body to achieve the greatest efficiency. Ermin was the ruler of the underworld and collected souls. Medusa was the origin demon god and collected bodies. This was double the efficiency of the magic potion era. Over the past 1,000 years, not only had Ermin collected the energy of a primordial chaos saint, but Medusa had also collected the energy of a primordial chaos saint and stored it. However, the power she needed was too great. One primordial chaos saint was only 1/10,000th of the energy. In other words, she would need the power of 10,000 primordial chaos saints to break through. Pei Ke stood there and looked at the world outside. Even as an epic emperor who had lived for more than 500 years, he could not help but sweat profusely. Can't believe I've seen a legendary ancient being in action in my lifetime. And now, I'm in the body of a god. The two students next to him were the elder sister Ali and the younger sister Mickey. They were wearing miniskirts and pantyhose, with curvaceous figures and beautiful faces. They slowly woke up on the grass. Ali stood up and opened her eyes to see a golden sun in the center. My god! Where was the outside? It was a sun. There are 9 worlds revolving around it, and we're actually in one of them. What kind of world rule is this? And these plants and animals seem to be species from another world. It's too exaggerated and amazing. Mickey was also amazed. Her mind was blank, as if she had just experienced a wonderful adventure in a fairyland in her dreams. The twin girls were gifted and were already grade 5 professionals, but their minds were blank. The sun in the center is a god. There's actually a great world in the body of this god, and he's the center of the sun. Pei Ke slowly explained. As an epic emperor who had lived for more than 500 years and experienced 3 dynasties and countless ups and downs, he naturally woke up earlier than the other two. He had just sent out his consciousness to sense the sun when he instantly fell to the ground. That terrifying god aura was enough to instantly crush the legs of an epic expert. The difference of one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Hwalala! As the two ancient existences fought, countless experts from various countries secretly rushed over. Even the half-gods that had been hidden for 1,000 years all appeared. Piker looked at one of the epic emperors who had arrived and suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "That's our country's third king, Bafine. He's the hero in human epics who suppressed the invasion of the northwest mountains of the half-orcs and fought against 3 half-orc emperors alone. He suppressed an era of humans and is still alive? I was worried that if I died, our kingdom would be destroyed. If this ancient existence of ours is still alive, then our kingdom can still be saved." Ali suddenly opened her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my god! I've seen that face before in the Undead Empire's chronicles. It was the first emperor of the kingdom of undead, Wyndham. That super old monster attacked the undead knight Albert back then and stole the professional potion formula of the necromancer. He then established the kingdom of undead and created the undead race. He was actually still alive? If you don't return to the embrace of the netherworld, is it because you don't want to be one of the subordinate gods of the netherworld? That face belongs to the legendary 8th generation half-orc monarch. He's still alive. Just how many secrets are hidden in history? Millie also shouted excitedly and joined the discussion. They had even forgotten that their peers from other academies had died in front of them. History was gradually revealing the truth in front of them. For thousands of years, it had been an era of heroes. Many epic emperors ruled over the world, and many heroes rose. Some of them gradually died of old age, and some of their souls chose to belong to the netherworld to live longer. However, no one would have thought that some of them were still living in the dark, hibernating to extend their lifespans. At this moment, Pei Kei was not the only one who was shocked. Many ancient epic professional heroes walked out and looked at the sky in fear. So terrifying! Is this the eternal ancient existence that gave us the magic potion, the source of our power, the demon god Medusa? Countless hidden ancient existences sighed and looked at the torn sky with shock. It was too powerful. That terrifying might was so oppressive that it made it hard for one to breathe. Each of them was a hero of their era, but they couldn't help but feel a little dizzy from fear. They suddenly felt lucky that they could sleep in various ways until today and witness such a terrifying battle in this great era. Perhaps the epic emperors of their respective eras could compete for their dreams together and start a great war. A god from another world has descended. Perhaps in the future, it will be another era of great power. Some people looked at the beauty in the ancient costume. The terrifying Tao technique was all-encompassing. Rays of brilliant light circulated, but they seeped into their hearts like shadows, making them feel fear. Perhaps, all of us here will die for real. No one will survive. It will repeat the mistakes of the Babylonian mythological civilization 1,000 years ago. Someone asked nervously. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of history. Someone smiled and suddenly thought of a saying from ancient times. The ancient hero king from the Sumerian mythology had once run through the history of Babylon. But perhaps it's a disaster, but it's also an opportunity, giving us the opportunity to become gods. We've sealed ourselves in dust, isn't it for the opportunity to become gods? They were clearly world-shaking reclusive existences, ancient epic emperors who had accumulated their strength for thousands of years, but they felt a terrifying pressure on everyone's hearts. We used to sleep in various ways, but what's the point of waking up? There's nothing we can do but wait. They looked back at the battle, but no one said anything. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone knows that demon god Medusa and Empress Ermin are the most powerful existences in this world. If even they can't resist, then our world will. Destruction. The sky was shaking. The mountain range was being torn apart, trees were being toppled, and large groups of animals were fleeing out of the mountain range, but they were drowned by the terrifying attacks. Gradually, the ground began to melt, and it collapsed layer by layer, as if it had turned into a field of bright red lava. It became a high-temperature zone, like a huge, deep, arc-shaped pit. Boom! 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 The two earth-shaking ancient existences were fighting with all their might. Not only did they have boundless battle prowess, but their endurance was also extremely long. Their recovery and defensive abilities were terrifying to the point that it made one's heart tremble. They were all known as near-undying existences. Thulhu, reborn from a drop of blood, Pangu golden body, with the support of a world in his body, was constantly reborn. They had all thought that they were invincible in the same realm and immortal, but they had not expected to meet an opponent who was on par with them. This battle lasted for a day and a night. Gradually, Medusa's strength was exhausted. Yes, her combat power was not inferior to the real entity of Pangu. However, although the Phoenix could not come down to the mortal world personally, she could still help him in secret. As the power source of the real entity of Pangu, a sage of origin could not be exhausted. Medusa's power, on the other hand, did not have an eternal power source. The origin demon god is going to be defeated. Despair gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. This god from the other world was too terrifying, and the origin demon god who had given the world power was not a living god after all. Chapter 227, Concept. The earth shook violently. All the kingdoms on the earth, including the sovereigns and emperors not far away, felt a boom in their minds. Their bodies were numbed and they couldn't use any strength. The entire battlefield turned into a huge circular arc, and the ground turned into fiery red lava. Rings of intense ripples spread out continuously, as if it was a blazing and dazzling golden sea of lava. Bang! The two giants on the ground separated in the sea of heat. A black shadow was instantly sent flying, crossing half of the country's territory and crashing into the green mountains. As the dust dispersed, the figure gradually became clear. It was the origin demon god Medusa. Her entire body was trembling slightly, and red blood dripped silently from every part of her broken skin to the ground. As expected of a god from another world. I was actually defeated. This is a true expert. Her voice was low, but there was a hint of excitement and a high fighting spirit. Speaking of gods, I've only met two. Thulhu, the evil god with a chaotic will, has no strong fighting consciousness at all. The other one is the young heavenly god Phoenix in the land of gods. It's so weak that it makes one's hair stand. You're the real opponent. You're not bad either. Deo Lord Phoenix was silent for a moment as she calmly healed the wound on her arm. Your combat talent is indeed terrifying in the same realm. However, it's a demon god like you who wants to suppress you for 5,000 years to wash away your sins. She knew that Medusa was a complete lunatic. She had not changed in 1,000 years, just like how she had crazily challenged the Thulhu evil god in the past. The closer she was to death, the more excited she became. She had a cold personality and could not understand Medusa's madness. Ta! The beauty in ancient costume took a step forward and said, I will bring you back to the primordial world and guard the Mount Putuo of China to the south for 3,000 years. At that moment, Medusa could no longer stand up. Phoenix, on the other hand, was approaching Medusa step by step. She was extremely vigilant. She knew very well that once she got close to the seriously injured Medusa, Ermin would definitely tear the space apart and descend to the mortal world to attack her. What she had to do was to be on guard. Furthermore, he had taken the opportunity to kill her real body. The two sides would definitely unleash all their trump cards and all their magical powers in this instant. It was either you die or I die. This was a battle between assassins. Whoever descended to the mortal world first and exposed themselves to the other party's line of sight would suffer a fatal blow from another god, pear blossom in the storm. Tap tap. 1 step, 2 steps. Deo Lord Phoenix slowly walked forward. Whoosh. Suddenly, the space around them started to shake, and a huge hole appeared. It was as if an ancient being had descended, and a boundless aura filled the air. The sky trembled as countless silver dots of light appeared. Whoosh. A snow-white arm descended from the air, shaped like a lotus flower. It pressed gently in the air, and waves of ripples spread out, forming a strange vibration that attacked the real entity of Pangu. This was Ermin's basic spell, Ripple Shock. She could not allow Medusa to be taken away. Even if she was at a disadvantage and was exposed to the enemy, she could only do her best to resist the other party's terrorist attack and, in one go, withstand the pressure and blow up the other party. She really did break through. If I didn't force her to attack first and see her true strength, I would have lost. Phoenix's heart sank. Her voice was clear as she began to slowly attack. Ermin's personality is still the same. She's willing to expose herself in danger to save people, but once she makes the first move, the weakness of her attack will be exposed to me. Furthermore, it can follow her attack and track her down, destroying her true body. Shua. Within his inner world, a dazzling golden phoenix rose into the air, erupting with terrifying energy. A fiery red light turned into a divine flame with a 5-colored glaze light. Her magic power was exhausted in an instant, and she turned into her most powerful Tao technique, crossing the space to attack. No one held back. They would definitely lose if they held back. The two level 8 gods were trying their best to kill each other. Whoosh! The world suddenly turned white. Heavens! Has the world been destroyed? The entire Magus world, all the countries, and all the people around the world looked up. Before they could cry out in pain, they saw a vast white world, and the sky and earth were turned upside down. The sorcery and the Taoist skills collided, and it was as if the world had lost its sound. La 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 la. After the white light, there were circles of colorful ripples. They spread out heavily in the shock, and in an instant, they destroyed the entire nearby land. Gravel, trees, and animals were turned into nothingness. The light continued for an unknown amount of time before finally stopping. The earth returned to its calm state, leaving behind only a deathly silence. Who won? Everyone's minds were blown. When he looked over again, the towering beauty had disappeared. Only the original demon god Medusa, who was bathed in blood, stood quietly in place, her eyes tired. The emperor of the underworld, Ermin, won? Countless people were overjoyed. Medusa stood up and disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a hoarse voice. It's a lose-lose situation. This is our first contact with a foreign world. All the countries in the world are preparing for war. The evil god invasion from 1,000 years ago might descend upon this era again. Countless people felt their blood run cold. In the internal space, Ermin was seriously injured, and blood was flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Her voice gradually became cold. According to reason, the combat power of a mid-level god and a low-level god should be more than 10 times different. Even if I'm at a great disadvantage, I can still destroy the other party. But my defense was right. The other party's combat power is really against the natural order, and it's enough to fight across levels. Phoenixes were creatures with 4 genes. Before, they didn't cultivate, so they were like beasts. That was why they were chased like crazy. Now, after cultivating, they could easily defeat Ermin, who was an ordinary god with 2 genes. Although the Phoenix's cultivation level was 1 level lower, she had the advantage of being the first to attack, and her heaven-defying battle prowess made up for this battle, resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses. The other party is also severely injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped from this world. Ermin's face was cold and elegant. She said to Medusa, "Furthermore, I don't know if I'm seeing things, but the other party's aura seems vaguely familiar." Ermin's voice gradually returned to the depths of the underworld. "I need to recuperate for a while to recover from my injuries. The other party may not give up and come to this world again to launch the next war of the gods." Ermin slowly sat down cross-legged. What flashed in her eyes were the living beings of this world, the masses. Her teacher Grantham had handed the position of King of Babylon to her, and she had shouldered an extremely heavy mission. Charlotte, Lucy. The lives of the wizards of an era were on her shoulders. She had to protect them from the wizard era to the magic potion era 1,000 years later. She had already dedicated her life to this lovely land. Medusa was also severely injured, and she slowly returned to the bottom of the deep sea and fell into a deep sleep. Another world? Finally, there's something new. If the other party can descend upon our world, it doesn't mean that we can't descend upon the other party's world. Her eyes flickered, and she caught a glimpse of the teleportation array. Crossing space seems to be an ability that even gods have. Could it be that it's related to space and is trying to locate the real world? A few days later, she began to research on this aspect. It was not that the sorcerer world did not have an internal space. The demon's convenience was space. She continued to study it, as if she had opened the door to a new world. She began to study it in a daze. The principle of a god tearing open space to descend doesn't seem to be complicated. The only thing that is needed is the location of the real world, forming a space tunnel with a small space, and the power of a god. When Ermin awakens, let her try it. Medusa's eyes flickered with a cold and bloody light. It will take too long for me to become a god. If I can invade another world, that world has endless lives and powerful people. She had always been cold-hearted, different from Ermin. She didn't care about the lives of others and even had the idea of descending into the other world. Wizards were a group of people who pursued the truth and knowledge. Aier had given up the ideas of the wizard era 1,000 years later, but she had never given up. She still guarded the last glory of the wizards. She was never afraid of death, she was only afraid of stopping her pursuit of truth. And what was truth? In her mind, the scene of the god of creation's descent appeared again in a daze. The giant youth's figure was bathed in divine light. With a stretch of his hand, the world's time changed, and flowers bloomed in the warm spring. That is the truth, it is the truth. In the past 1,000 years, the ultimate goal that she had been pursuing had gradually overlapped with the figure of that indescribable eternal creation. The ultimate goal that we magi pursue all our lives, perhaps it's. I'll replace the wizardry's will and search for it. I'll explore the legendary supreme existence. Boom. The entire primordial world trembled slightly. A terrifying giant beauty in ancient costume crossed through time and space. She quickly abandoned her own flesh and blood and filled the 9 heavens, turning them into fertilizer to nourish the plants, animals, and monsters in the 9 heavens. She returned to her small body and said calmly, "Ermin, Medusa. I didn't think that it would be so coincidental that I would meet you all again. Previously, you all used my hands to continuously break through, and now it's my turn to use your hands to break through." Her expression was calm. She was already seriously injured and was about to be reborn. The phoenix's heaven-defying talent, nirvana rebirth, meant that every time it died from a serious injury, it would become stronger after rebirth. As long as she could find an opponent in the same realm, she would be able to quickly reach the peak of this realm. The previous rebirth had a huge side effect, which was true death, but now, with the help of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the side effect had been removed. After this rebirth and recovery, my cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Then, I'll go to Ermin and die and be reborn twice. I'll probably be able to break through to the secondary stage of the primordial chaos sage. Her expression was calm. As long as she continued to break through, she would reach the peak of primordial chaos saint. Ermin, did she, and the others would not be able to cultivate faster than her. Her talent was heaven-defying, and only a major realm could stop her. Rising from the ashes. Let's start. The flames were burning fiercely. She curled up in her golden wings, her expression peaceful, as if she had returned to her mother's warm embrace. Her consciousness was parasitized in the 9 heavens, watching her body gradually weaken and become an egg again. The warm flames seemed to remind her of the warm situation in the arms of the god of creation. I really want to go back to those days. She sighed faintly. When her life was undergoing nirvana and being restarted, she still had some feelings in her heart. Perhaps, this was the only thing that made her stronger after all these years of killing. Chapter 228, Traveler. After a few more days, the young phoenix broke out of its shell again. She smiled, "I'm finally reborn." She stretched her body. She had just been reborn and was still too weak. Her physical energy was almost exhausted, and she needed a period of time to recuperate before she could return to her peak. However, she suddenly turned her head and saw 3 blonde old men in strange clothes from the other world and her 2 twin disciples. They were still hiding in the lush forest and shivering. Ali had golden hair and was holding a staff in her hand. She hugged her black silk legs and curled up in a shadowy corner of the forest. It must be a dream, a dream. Mickey was also curled up into a ball. "Sister, did we transmigrate to another world? Can we still go back?" His 2 disciples were too young and ignorant of the world. This was their first time out on an adventure, and they had already encountered such a bizarre incident. As for their teacher Pike, a legendary hero who had lived for more than 500 years, he was also dazed. However, he was calm as if he had accepted his fate. He silently waited for this god to deal with the 3 of them. "I was in a hurry and didn't remember to leave them behind. As a result, I brought them back to the primordial world." Phoenix muttered to herself for a moment before she gently released her inner world. She sat on a wooden chair in the small space and looked at the 3 people before her. "Great God!" Pei Kei quickly knelt down with the 2 sisters. Phoenix sat on the wooden chair and tapped her fair fingertips. She chuckled and said, "Celestial Thearch of the other world, tell me about your potion system." Pei Kei trembled and quickly explained. Phoenix listened with great interest and took a sip of tea from time to time. She was intoxicated, as if the door to a new world had been opened. The potion system had a huge flaw. They had to rely on Medusa as their foundation, but with a rich variety of professions and 7 combinations, there were endless possibilities, and they could even imitate all cultivation systems. Many of the professions in it imitated the previous magi of the mind, curse, wind, fire, lightning, and other elements. Even their cultivation system of incense might not be impossible to imitate. The level of prosperity had already surpassed the Magus world of the past. In the past, there were only a few great sovereigns in each era of the sorcerer world, and they could be counted on one hand. In the current magic medicine era, each of the 3 kingdoms had a few epic professionals on the surface to suppress a region, but there were countless powerhouses in hiding. The more Phoenix understood, the more amazed she became. It's simply infinite possibilities. Everyone is a small Thulhu evil god. Even the geniuses over there now can imitate the Daoist techniques I left behind and deduce the civilization system of our world in reverse. There might even be professions like Daoist cultivation. It was difficult to cultivate in the primordial world, and there were relatively fewer experts. In the sorcerer world, cultivation was simple, and the strong were relatively more common. There were many of them, and each had their own characteristics. Furthermore, with Medusa's personality, she will definitely attack our primordial world. She took a deep breath and her heart felt heavy. She knew how terrifying it was to be remembered by such a powerful transcendent world. Traveling through space wasn't difficult, but it was also extremely simple. As long as a god had a train of thought, he would be able to figure it out sooner or later. What he needed was a space, and they had the Rubik's Cube. The coordinates of my world might have been recorded. In less than 100 years, the sorcerer world might have the ability to enter our ancient primordial world. Phoenix closed her eyes slightly and pondered for a moment before coming to a conclusion. The war is about to begin. She did not rule out war. Even the other gods and celestial emperors didn't reject war. This was because only in chaotic times, when one was bathed in blood and a tribulation of heaven and earth was approaching, would celestial emperors have the chance to vindicate Dao and attain primordial chaos. It's just that I didn't expect that I would end up in the sorcerer world when I was going to leave the primordial world and travel around the world, leading to the current situation. She stood up slowly. She did not regret it. Being able to reach the Magus world was also her greatest opportunity. If she went to an unknown world, she might face a god with unknown power. There were too many variables. She might be killed, and she would not have the chance to be reborn. As for Ermin, she knew her background. Ermin couldn't kill her, but she could keep challenging Ermin and getting stronger through nirvana. I can use this to enter the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, then the peak of the Saint Realm. After that, I can think about the path to level 9. A path to becoming stronger had appeared in front of her, so she naturally wouldn't let it go. Normally, it would take a long time for a god to cross a small realm. Ermin had experienced more than 1,000 years, but it would probably take another 2,000 to 3,000 years to become a mid-level god. However, if war breaks out between the two worlds, the primordial world is too weak. The Western era had just passed, and there was a huge gap between the two. The strongest in the mortal world was only a 5th-level Dao Palace. In the heaven realm, there are only 7 heavenly emperors. The other side has been peaceful for thousands of years and is extremely prosperous. They have never suffered any injuries. An extraordinary world, and the gods in the netherworld have hundreds of epic emperors and countless legendary experts. Dao Lord Phoenix spent a few days to completely learn the magic medicine system. Piker was a fire astrologer and specialized in fire spells. Ally's class was a pyromancer, while Mickey's class was a frost master. The twins had a telepathic connection, and together, they had the hidden legendary class, ice and fire manipulator. After that, the Phoenix had no intention of taking the 3 of them in, nor did it want to kill them. With a wave of its hand, it threw them into a mountain range outside, leaving them to rely on themselves in this ancient primordial world. "Teacher, what should we do? Can't we go back?" The twins held onto their frost fire staves and wore the black uniform of the Holy Firefly Academy. They looked around at the new world around them. The plants and animals were completely different, novel and unfamiliar. "Just treat it as our previous experience in the academy." Pei Ke took a deep breath, feeling a little lost as well. He comforted his 2 students and started his journey. "You have been cultivating all this time and have not been stained with blood. Consider it a trial in the academy." Following that, they walked along the lush forest. After a few days, they gradually arrived at the Bluestone Street. In a town at the foot of a mountain, a few wisps of smoke floated up from the kitchen. On a green stone path, 2 or 3 children were playing on the street. From time to time, some swordsmen in green robes with long swords on their backs would walk by. Not far away, there were tea houses and taverns. From time to time, there would be scholars going in and out. Of course, there were also some beautiful women in the brothels who were soliciting guests. However, they only sold their arts and not their bodies. Suddenly, a child's voice could be heard. 3 days later, the immortals of the mountain who come once every 10 years will come to take in disciples. They will take in geniuses with amazing bone puppets. Those who have the fate of being an immortal can go up the mountain to cultivate and become earth immortal patriarchs masters. The surroundings were in an uproar. Exalted immortal has come to our town to accept disciples? The immortal Deo is extremely difficult to find. In the tavern, a swordsman and another swordsman were drinking together. They looked at the commotion outside and said calmly, "The ancestor of the earth-level deities, martial god Duan Qinyu, has left the pugilistic world long ago. She has lived in seclusion in the ethereal celestial mountain and planted ginseng fruit trees. She has reached the 5 states of the holy Ji Palace. He once said that the world is too lonely and that he is pointing to the heavens. Is there a god? The martial god Duan Qinyu is already a god on earth. He has lived for more than 100 years. Even if there is a rumor in the Jianghu that he has broken through the void and ascended to the celestial world, I would not be surprised." Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the side. Clang clang clang. The sounds of an astonishing battle could be heard. Everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged man with a sharp mouth and ape-like cheeks. He held 2 bone-breaking knives in his hands, and behind him was a swordsman with a big machete in his hand. He was chasing them on the eaves and attacking them by leaping over the eaves and walls. He's the most wanted criminal in the southern Jianghu, Lu Chengfeng, the rapist. He's notorious and everyone has the right to punish him." A swordsman who was drinking suddenly exclaimed and smashed his wine glass. "The one chasing us is Ling Hufei from the 5 Moon Sword sect." Lu Chengfeng was a famous expert in the divine treasure realm. Although Ling Hufei was a young swordsman, he might not be a match for him. Lu Chengfeng's qinggong was very strong. He was laughing as he flew on the roofs and walls. Suddenly, he lowered his head and saw 2 lovely twin beauties on the street below. His eyes glowed with green light. Not good. He had a prey again. Which family's daughter was it? How dare you be so bold on the streets and not know how to hide? Ling Hufei's eyes flickered as he looked ahead. They were 2 golden-haired women, dressed in revealing clothes that made people blush. It was simply an insult to their upbringing. They were wearing sexy black stockings, dark red high boots, mini skirts, and holding a grey-black staff. They had exotic beauty and were eating candied haws invented by green vines and all kinds of street food. Their faces were full of happiness as they curiously looked around the streets. Hwala! Lu Chengfeng's eyes were filled with evil. He quickly landed on the ground and was about to take the 2 away. "The 2 girls, run!" The swordsman in the green shirt behind him roared. He knew what a terrible ending it would be for such beautiful twin girls to fall into the hands of that flower thief. "Those 2 girls, quickly run! Bastard! In broad daylight, where are the major sects? How could they let such evil thieves act so violently?" The scholars and swordsmen on the surrounding streets, in the taverns, and in the tea-houses couldn't help but look anxious. At this moment, a young Confucian, Hu Reneng, strode over with a small white fox on his shoulder. He cried out, "Those 2 girls, quickly dodge! The imperial court will enforce the law and execute the great thief of the pugilistic world." This pair of twins also reacted. They put down the candied haws, and under the stunned gazes of the swordsmen, they slowly waved their staffs in front of them, and chanted at the same time. "O great demonic god of all things, please hear my prayers. Blazing flames, gentle water flow, please hear my summoning, grade 5 spell. Water and fire dual flow." Boom! Spiritual fluctuations burst out from the staff. Blue and fiery red swirled and converged, and Lu Chengfeng, the flower thief of the pugilistic world, was instantly sent flying. Chapter 229, The Tide of the Times. Everyone was speechless. They were all stunned. This scene was clearly not right. What weapons were those 2 staves? A long-handled wooden club? How could such a terrifying flood of sword chi be unleashed? The entire street, restaurants, and tea-houses were in an uproar as they watched the 2 beautiful foreign ladies with staffs kill the rapist in an instant. These 2 swordswomen were dressed so scantily to seduce the rapist and kill him. All the swordsmen felt extremely satisfied. This was the most wanted criminal in the southern Jianghu, the rapist, Lu Chengfeng. He was highly skilled in martial arts and cunning. Countless swordsmen had tried to capture him but failed. Instead, because he held a grudge against him, he had defiled his wife, daughter and family and died in front of his eyes. In the pugilistic world, many swordsmen wanted to eat his flesh and blood raw, but they didn't expect him to fall so easily here. The tea-houses and restaurants were in an uproar. This would cause a sensation in the entire southern Jianghu. Another 2 new swordsmen of the younger generation had risen to fame by stepping on the corpse of the rapist. These 2 girls are holding 2 big wooden sticks. Could they be some kind of heaven-shaking peerless divine weapon? Such might reminds me of the gods of the land, when they pointed their swords at the sky and defeated 500 armored cavalry. Could he have already entered the 5th Dao Palace realm? That's impossible. They're just 2 little girls. How can they be comparable to the gods of the land? However, they're dressed weirdly. They're so hot and bold. In order to seduce a rapist, they're not afraid of not being able to get married. I can't help but sigh at how heroic they are in the pugilistic world. In the pugilistic world, we often have names for weapons. Their weapons are unique, so we can call them stick woman. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Meng Mei, who was lying in the dark, was currently eating and drinking in a tavern on a higher ground. She had come to look for her disciples, Hu Reneng and the little white fox. When she saw the 2 sexy twins dressed in black silk with staffs in their hands, she was also instantly stunned. Hot and bold like seeing a ghost. This was clearly a sexy outfit with a black silk short skirt and high boots. Did I transmigrate? She rubbed her eyes and looked down at the street to make sure that she was not mistaken. There were really 2 beautiful twin mages. A mage versus a pugilist. What kind of style is this? Just as she was about to study the 2 beautiful golden-haired girls in detail, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She felt the aura of a celestial emperor slowly descending, and she turned her head to look. She noticed that an old principal, who was dressed like a magic academy and holding a brown cane, with short, curly light golden hair and a beautiful mustache, was approaching her silently. His consciousness surged and he began to communicate with it. Your Excellency, you must be the great sovereign of this world. I'm the principal of the Holy Firefly Academy, from the Fetterge Kingdom of the Other World. I'm a legendary hero who has lived for more than 500 years. Below me are my 2 disciples, who have come to your world for a trip. The cute girl was speechless. There was too much information. She choked for a long time and started to panic. She was a super weakling who had never even fought before. Although she felt that this man who claimed to be a legendary hero was weak as a heavenly emperor, she was far from being his opponent. Hello. Meng Mei stretched out her hand and shook it. She laughed dryly and pointed to the sky, threatening, I am Green Vine Mother Earth, in charge of the entire Earth's dragon vein in this world. I am the ancestor of the Earth, and heaven is my disciple. Earth demonic god? Pei Ke was stunned. He tried to understand the translation in her language and suddenly thought of the primogenitor demon god Medusa. He suddenly felt that this world was extremely terrifying. Even though she looked weak on average, she wasn't as simple as she seemed. However, the woman before him was even more terrifying. Her aura was boundless, and it was as if her roots had spread all over the land. She was far from someone he could match up to. You're from another world? Meng Mei quickly asked, her curiosity overcoming her fear. Pei Ke did not hide anything and explained. After all, when they came to this world, the 3 of them were alone and their lives were in the hands of the powerhouses of this world. If they concealed it and caused dissatisfaction, they would not be far from death. In particular, the Mother Earth Ivy in front of him looked too terrifying. It was as vast as an entire piece of land, and it was very likely that its combat strength was not weaker than the origin demonic god Medusa. In fact, Piker was too old. He was more than 500 years old, while the epic emperor only had a lifespan of 600 years. He was already on the verge of death, or else he would not have been ambushed. His only wish before he died was to find a way for his 2 disciples to survive in this world. So the Dao Lord came to your world before. After hearing this, the cute girl's mind went blank. She slowly organized her thoughts and said, I also had a fight with Medusa and Ermin, and then I accidentally brought you back. She was stunned. This was an additional plot. There was a huge war in the Magus world. The 3 people in front of him had actually crossed over and arrived in the primordial world. Since you're here, you should take things as they come. You can rise together with my disciple. Meng Mei laughed. He's slowly climbing up the ranks and preparing for the reform of the dragon vein. Our great Zhou dynasty just happens to need a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes to be the state preceptor. You fit the style. The 2 cute girls of ice and fire mages, as the imperial astronomer, hold a staff and cast a spell of ice and fire to kill those swordsmen with swords. That style must be very exciting. Pei Kei could not understand a word. However, she still chose to listen to the words of this terrifying existence. After all, her combat strength might be comparable to the origin demon god. Since she could not go back after coming to this world, she could only find a way to survive here. Screenshot. Screenshot. Outside, in the spore colony. Shocking. A true transmigrator, a mage versus a pugilist. Meng Mei's post immediately caused a huge commotion outside. Cute girl wants to evolve into dragon, ha ha ha, isn't I handsome? My disciple was just about to start something. The Great Zhou dynasty's reform, and 3 SSR tier generals from the other world were summoned by me. Especially those 2 cute girls, they're so cute and innocent. I sleep with them at night, chat with my 3 best friends, listen to the local customs of their world, and secretly touch their beautiful black silk legs. I'm so satisfied. Everyone was instantly shocked. Was a cute girl that flirtatious? Damn salted fish, as expected of a living European king. However, the sudden appearance of 2 hot and sexy magician twins among a group of beautiful women in ancient costumes was indeed too out of place. It would not be an exaggeration to treat them as national treasures. Su Ji looked at this scene and felt a little helpless. Could this cute girl really be the chosen one? The kind with great fortune? Dao Lord Phoenix has already communicated with the heavenly Dao. After all, Ermin has Medusa as her helper, so she needs to find a helper who is as strong as Medusa. At this very moment, the 9 heavens had already begun their preparations for war and entered a tense state, but the mortal world was still unaware. After all, the combat power of the mortal world was too low to be of any use in the short term, so the focus of attention was naturally not on the mortal world, but the old heavenly gods of the Western era's heavenly court. However, he would also inform Menmei soon and let her take charge of the matters in the mortal world. He would speed up the progress of cultivation in the mortal world and recover from the destruction of the Western era. After all, she can't fight. This is the only place where she can be of use. Su Ji was very indifferent. However, the heavenly court would never have thought that the vortex of the tide of the times is none other than Menmei's 2 disciples. Hu Reneng, the little white fox, and the 2 twin mages. The others did not know, not even the phoenix. Although the location of the teleportation portal was random, there was a high probability that it would appear on a familiar object. And what was familiar with the sorcerer world? It was the 2 sisters from the Magus world. They would become the coordinates of the entrance to Medusa's teleportation portal. After all, their teacher Pike was already more than 500 years old. By the time they invaded, he would have already died of old age. Will the era end up like this? Su Ji smiled faintly and looked at the great Confucian, Hu Reneng, who was hoping to push forward the reform of the Great Zhou imperial court and implement the dragon vein system. He was working hard with the little white fox. Now, their lineup had roped in 3 guests from another world. They have gathered the civilizations of 2 worlds. How will they develop? What was stopping them in front of them was the reform of the Great Zhou imperial court and the various martial artists of the pugilistic world. What would stop them in the future would be the catastrophe of the heavens and earth of the 2 worlds. Can they stop it? The tide of another era had begun. Su Ji's expression was calm. The sandbox world above and below his home was about to be connected. The Orchard War. He shifted his gaze and looked at the situation on Dichi's side. The planet was already covered with plants in the ocean, and even marine animals had appeared. However, they had yet to evolve into amphibians and walk out of the ocean, or even become land creatures. However, it was rather strange. Dichi's protective Dao art was not like the real atmosphere, it could not block out the cosmic rays and radiation, and Dichi did not know about this. The entire planet was exposed to cosmic radiation, and it seemed that some kind of strange radioactive life form had appeared. A planet contaminated by radiation? Su Ji stood up and began to return to his room. He did not look at the sandpit of the sorcerer world on the ground. He closed the window, drew the curtains, and began to cultivate in seclusion. He was going to start cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Because it had been in the hands of the big shots such as Dao Changsheng, Dichi, and Phoenix, it had been perfected and was approaching maturity. Su Ji said. Zerg sub-brain, pull out the gene bank and integrate the Rubik's Cube gene into it. Chapter 230, Cultivating the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. The Zerg subbrain's mechanical voice slowly came. Merging in progress. Please make your preparations. Su Ji felt his entire body go numb and sore. The familiar pain came again, as if he was about to faint. After an unknown amount of time, he came back to his senses and opened his eyes to look at his genetic talent. The gene strands were pulled out. 1 human genes, immortal talent. 2 evil eye gene. 3 Rubik's Cube gene. 4 empty. 5 empty. In the blink of an eye, I've become a triple geno life level. Su Ji's expression became calm. Although my level is still very low, my level of life is already very high. It's time to learn the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. He sat on the computer and opened a book that the Zerg subbrain had recorded screenshots for him. Calculus, from exuberance to baldness. He began to study with great interest. He didn't laugh at them before, because he knew that he would have to face such a day sooner or later. This was a path that the strong had to take, and no one was an exception. Time flow adjustment, 100 years per day. Su Ji said. Hwalala. Instantly, the speed of his thinking and his movements in front of the computer became extremely fast, so fast that he even turned into an afterimage. Previously, he had used the identity of Great Sovereign Messiah to enter the sorcerer world and study the books there. He had learned the knowledge of the entire sorcerer world's 1,000 years of civilization with the time flow there, so he naturally did not need to use it now. This was because he already had the gift of immortality. He could speed up his lifespan without any side effects. He was not afraid of dying of old age, although he would fall into a deep sleep every once in a while. Hwalala. Wake, sleep, wake. 1 hour. 2 hours. It was equivalent to 8 years. Only then did Su Ji stop what he was doing and begin to confirm that he had learned all the knowledge in this area. The 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art was based on the system of the primordial world. He naturally learned the existing knowledge of the incense system and thoroughly understood the theory of the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art before he slowly stopped. As expected, although I have eternal life, I can't use acceleration too many times. Su Ji sensed his body and frowned slightly. I used to sleep for 4 hours a day at a fixed time. Now, it has become 5 hours. However, as he gradually became stronger, he would eventually wake up for 12 hours and sleep for 12 hours. This was a huge flaw of the talent for eternal life. However, this method of madly accelerating one's lifespan was undoubtedly speeding up the time one fell into a deep sleep. Although I usually sleep 10 hours a day, 2 more hours is nothing. Earth is also a very safe environment, but it is still a hidden danger. I have to find a way to start improving it. Su Ji stood up and went to the kitchen to wash his face and freshen himself up. Medusa is also trying to find a way to overcome the flaw of her immortal talent. Her sleeping time is 10 times longer than mine, but now it has gone from 5% to 10%. I'll go and secretly take a look at the results of her research another day. Phoenix, on the other hand, had already overcome her innate flaw of eternal life because of the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. Perhaps, if Su Ji did not have a way, he could get rid of the immortal talent in human genes and integrate the Phoenix's rebirth from fire gene into it to get rid of the flaw in this aspect and achieve her way of immortality. However, that was only a backup plan. However, the genetic talent of rising from the ashes was too heaven-defying. It was the most heaven-defying one among all the current talents. The cultivation speed was terrifying. If he could successfully cultivate the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art and master it, overcoming his talent's flaw, it would be Su Ji's next gene. With this, he could quickly break through to the next realm. It's time to open up an internal space. According to our conversion ratio, when I was a level 5 life form, my internal space was only 20 cubic meters, and a level 6 life form's internal space was 200 cubic meters. This space of 200 cubic meters was equivalent to the size of a suite with 5 rooms and 2 halls, but it had to be divided into 9 spaces. I'll first open up the first Danshan space. Su Ji closed his eyes and activated time acceleration again. After a while, he successfully opened it up. Without stopping, he opened his first aperture. Boom! With a crisp sound, the bone armor buzzed, and a space gradually appeared in his body. He continued to open the second aperture and only stopped when he reached the third aperture. The first 3 revolutions of the 9 revolutions mysterious art are very easy to prepare. After all, I'm already at the 6th rank Grotto Heaven realm, the strongest existence under the Heavenly Emperor realm. It's more difficult to deduce and locate it, and it can't be done so quickly. It's easy for one's realm to be unstable, so I'll have to get used to it first. At this moment, the 3 chakra spaces were already revolving around his central danshan. His danshan was 20 cubic meters, and each aperture was also 20 cubic meters. Su Ji silently looked into his body and felt that he finally had a piece of land that belonged to him. On Earth, real estate had a time limit, and he finally had a house of his own. Although each one was not big, after all of them had been cultivated, they added up to the size of a 5-room and 2-hall house. However, his 9 revolutions mysterious art was incomplete. It was missing the last part. It was just an empty frame without any actual combat power, because there was no sun to be used as the power furnace in his danshan. It was like a Gundam without an engine. Not only did he not have a power source, but he also had no way to illuminate the 9 surrounding worlds and nurture countless living beings in his body to form the true body of Pangu, creating an ecosystem for the living beings in his body. The 9 revolutions mysterious art requires the sun primordial spirit. Otherwise, he'll be useless. But I really don't have a sun primordial spirit, and I can't find one now. The most suitable one for me is the phoenix, but the phoenix can't be my primordial spirit. Su Ji knew that he had no way of dealing with his primordial sun spirit at the moment, and his 9 revolutions mysterious art was a defective product. However, he did not mind. He would think of a way in the future. Anyway, the space of the aperture acupoints in his body was too small now. He had no intention of opening a new sandbox in it and reproducing a new world sandbox. But I have to raise something, right? Let's celebrate. Otherwise, I'll have wasted so much effort. Then, what should I plant in my body? He used all his mana to open up the internal space and was exhausted. After thinking for a while, he still rode the electric bike out. He went to the agricultural furniture store in the county and got a few supplementary lights for the greenhouse. He also got a few batteries and went back to the house. Whoosh! The plant fill light connected to a battery and placed in the center of the danshan. It emitted a faint light, like a sun, shining on the 3 surrounding worlds. Whoosh! Waves of water and soil gushed into the 3 apertures. Intelligent subbrain, reproduce the delicious plants from the sorcerer world and the ancient primordial world that I've previously selected. Put them in and reproduce them. A mechanical voice was heard. Yes. Hwalala. The land began to grow and exude a green aura. Before he had the sun primordial spirit, he would just find a few plant supplementary lights and place them in the danshan of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. It was a scientific man-made sun. I love peace just like the phoenix. I want to create a small wood world. In the future, I can sit on a chair and eat fruits. It won't be so troublesome anymore. I can take them out from the internal space to eat at any time. Su Ji thought about it and added another animal to this wood world, the final chicken. When he was hungry in the future, he could catch it a few times and roast it with sorcery. It would also be a wonderful experience.